Honourable members, the Speaker.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respects to the elders, past and present, of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy blessing upon this Parliament. Direct and prosper our deliberations to the advancement of thy glory and the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. Call the Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, on indulgence, my friend and the friend of many on this side in the chamber, Tim Picton, passed away yesterday following a violent incident in Perth on December 27. Tim Picton was just 36 years old. He was highly respected across politics. He had worked for the South Australian Government, the Victorian Government, the Federal Government, but really found his niche as the Secretary of the Western Australian branch of the Australian Labor Party. He led the campaign in 2021 that saw Mark McGowan win almost every seat in that state. And he was the campaign director for me in 2022 in Western Australia that saw Labor win 4 additional seats in Western Australia and 3 Senate spots for the first time in a very, very long period of time. Tim Picton was not only very effective as a political operator, as a human being, he was remarkable. He was full of joy. He loved his wife, Priya. His beautiful daughter, Charlotte, was the apple of his eye. And I want Charlotte to know just how loved her dad was. To his parents, also Fiona and Michael, to his brother Chris, who's the Minister in the South Australian Government, and his sister Johanna, and to all of his family and friends in the Labor family across the board, but also he'd gone to work in the private sector for MinRes and was on the executive of the WA Chamber of Minerals and Energy. He was respected right across the state, right across the political spectrum, and he also, due to his background working in 3 states, as well as in Canberra, he was very well known. And I have no doubt that he would have one day sat on at least this front bench had his life not been cut so short by that act of violence on December 27. May Tim Picton rest in eternal peace, and may his family have gone through such a terrible time with him in hospital since December 27. He never recovered from that incident. May they get some solace by just how loved Tim was.
Call to the member for Reid.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And on behalf of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, I present the committee's report incorporating a dissenting report entitled Review of the Exposure Draft Legislation Combating Anti-Semitism, Hate and Extremism Bill 2026.
Call to the Leader of the House. The member for Herbert doesn't have abilities to be able to speak at this moment. Give a call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks, Speaker. I present the Combating Anti-Semitism, Hate and Extremism, Firearms and Customs Laws Bill 2026 and the explanatory memorandum.
Call the Clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend legislation relating to customs and background checking and to create a scheme to buy back firearms and for related purposes.
The call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks, Speaker. I move that this bill be now read a second time. The terrorists who killed 15 people on that horrible day had hate in their hearts and guns in their hands. The tragic events at Bondi demand a comprehensive response from government. As a government, we must do everything we can to counter both the motivation and the method. We must deal with the motivation of hatred and the method, the firearms that the attackers used to devastate so many lives. This bill delivers on the government's commitment to address the methods of that attack. The bill provides a framework for ensuring Commonwealth intelligence can inform firearms licence decision-making in states and territories. It provides the foundations for the largest buyback of firearms since Port Arthur nearly 30 years ago, and it strengthens laws for the importation of firearms. The bill forms part of a comprehensive package of reforms, including the renegotiation of the National Firearms Agreement led by National Cabinet and the bill brought forward by the Attorney-General to further criminalise hateful and extremist conduct and ensure that those who seek to spread hate, division and radicalisation are met with appropriate penalties. It comes as a shock to most Australians that Australia now has more firearms than we had before Port Arthur, nearly 30 years ago. Many people are also surprised to see that it was possible for a visa holder to have a licence, and that the information held by our intelligence agencies was not integrated into the firearms licensing decisions. A critical question that I've often been asked during this debate is, if this national reform package had already been in place, how many firearms would the Bondi gunmen have held? Would it be 6? Would it be 5? Would it be 4? The answer is 0. The father would have been ineligible because he was not a citizen. The firearms that they were using would not have been available to them. And the son, who didn't have a firearms licence in any event, had he tried, any intelligence holdings with respect to him would have formed part of the licensing decisions. No one is pretending that dealing with guns deals with everything that happened at Bondi, but it does deal with the method, and we must deal with the method. The bill will establish a framework for a national gun buyback scheme to support proposed reforms to national gun laws. The buyback would purchase surplus and newly restricted firearms and reduce the now more than 4 million registered firearms in Australia. A buyback is essential to compensate state and territory firearms owners for surplus or newly restricted firearms and ensure that restricted guns don't end up in the hands of criminals and organised crime groups. The sheer number of firearms currently circulating within the Australian community is unsustainable. Research last year highlights over 2,000 firearms are stolen or diverted to the illicit market every year. That's roughly 1 firearm every 4 hours. The fewer legal firearms in the community, the less opportunity there is for them to fall into the wrong hands, including potential violent extremists and serious organised criminals. The National Gun Buyback Scheme will help get firearms off our streets. The bill will importantly lay the foundation for a new Commonwealth background checking framework to inform decisions to issue or renew firearms licences by the states and territories. The model would leverage Auscheck's existing role in providing background checks to other sensitive licensing frameworks. Intelligence held by ASIO and by the Criminal Intelligence Commission would be shared securely and underpin firearms licensing decisions. With these changes, the licensing system will combine Auscheck and the National Firearms Register to make sure that we're using the best information we have. When someone seeks a licence or renewal, Auscheck will make sure that our intelligence holdings are utilised. When new people of interest come to light for our intelligence agencies, they will be able to readily check if the person of interest is also a firearms holder. This means our intelligence agencies will get the best information they need, and the states and territories, when deciding if someone is a fit and proper person to hold a licence, will have the best possible process before a licence is issued. Details of the regime's operation and how assessments are used in licensing will be negotiated with the states and territories. While states and territories predominantly regulate firearms, the Commonwealth regulates the importation of them at the border. There will be a range of measures introduced through customs regulations. These tougher, more robust regulations will protect the safety of the Australian community by ensuring only those with legitimate needs can import restricted firearms. The regulations dealing with wearable ammunition equipment, such as vests, will not be dealt with today. There will be further consultation on this measure. At the time of Port Arthur and the original National Firearms Agreement, there was no such thing as 3D printing, let alone 3D printed guns. The bill updates Australia's criminal code to deal with this new technology. The bill will create new offences for using a carriage service to send electronic materials like 3D printing blueprints used to manufacture firearms and explosives, or possessing or controlling this material through a carriage service. These measures respond to feedback from the firearms community, including defences, to ensure it does not capture those who seek to share material that assists with firearms maintenance, safety training and information on ammunition packing, and provides narrow defences for possession and use of 3D printing blueprints by those who are licensed to manufacture and modify firearms and firearms parts. The bill also strengthens regulations that prohibit the import or export of goods that contribute to the spread of hate, extremism and promote the use of violence against people and groups. The measures in this bill complement the government's ongoing work with the states and territories to modernise and strengthen Australians' firearms laws. This includes the agreement by National Cabinet to develop options to accelerate work on standing up the National Firearms Register, to allow the additional use of intelligence to underpin firearms licensing, to limit the number of firearms to be held by individuals, to limit open-ended firearms licensing and the types of guns that are legal, including modifications, and to make Australian citizenship a condition of a firearms licence. In the wake of the tragedy at Bondi on 14 December, we as a parliament have a responsibility to act decisively to make sure Australians can be safe and feel safe. We must do everything we can to counter both the motivation and the method of the attackers. We must deal with both the hatred they had in their hearts and the guns that they had in their hands. This bill is a critical step forward to addressing their methods. I extend my thanks to staff across the portfolio for their incredible work in developing this bill. Also extend thanks to members of the public, advocates and community representatives and industry groups who have engaged in consultation to inform the measures I'm introducing today, and commend the bill to the chamber.
Call to the honourable member for Fisher.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise to speak on this Firearms and Customs Laws Bill on behalf of the opposition. May I begin my remarks by restating that the Coalition unequivocally condemns anti-Semitism, hate-motivated violence and radical Islamist terrorism. We have always been dedicated to the enactment of strong, effective and proportionate measures to protect Australians and uphold national security. What was previously known as Schedule 4 of the original Omnibus exposure draft proposed significant changes to Australia's firearm laws, including a so-called national firearms buyback scheme and expanded importation restrictions. Evidence before the PJCIS inquiry demonstrated that these measures are poorly constructed, inadequately justified and unlikely to achieve their stated objectives. Instead, they impose disproportionate burdens on lawful firearm owners, importers, wholesalers and retailers, as well as primary producers and state and territory governments. To the detriment of the bill, the government has chosen a reactive, politically driven approach to the preparation of these proposed laws, rather than a careful, judicious, evidence-based process Australians would legitimately expect in such a highly regulated policy area. Presentation of this bill has also been marked by a distinct lack of meaningful consultation undertaken prior to its introduction, a view almost universally presented by witnesses before the PJCIS inquiry. There was little or no prior consultation with farming groups, sporting shooters, industry representatives or technical experts. As coalition members of the PJCIS point out, the truncated nature of the inquiry compounded these failures, an approach utterly inconsistent with best practice lawmaking. This bill reveals the contempt the government has for the million gun owners of Australia. The Prime Minister has failed to recognise that guns are tools of trade for so many Australians, including so many people on the land and part of the legitimate sporting pursuits for many Australians. There may be a number of reasonable measures in this bill, such as the Schedule 1 customs amendments, but these amendments have nothing to do with guns and specifically relate to violent extremist materials and prohibited symbols. The Leader of the Opposition has requested that the government transfer this schedule to its other bill for this reason, but the Prime Minister refused to do so. Equally, the gun bill's firearms Auscheck scheme has legitimate merit in the interests of national security. However, taken as a whole, these measures are completely overwhelmed by the deficiencies in the bill. This proposed gun legislation is fundamentally flawed. As was revealed in the PJCIS inquiry, there has been no genuine evidence-based examination applied to this bill by the government or the Parliament. There has been insufficient time for the committee to properly examine the matter and that share of the 7,000 submissions to the inquiry that relate to the bill. 7,000 submissions. After making repeated protestations that there would be no separation of the omnibus hate speech gun control bill, the Prime Minister completely capitulated when he revealed on Saturday his deal with the Greens to ensure passage of his gun legislation. The Prime Minister on Saturday made the outlandish statement that has incensed those involved in the shooting community that he is introducing a John Howard gun buyback scheme. This could not be further from the truth. John Howard's 1996 national gun buyback was widely supported across this country. This buyback faces criticism from the governments of Queensland, the Northern Territory and Tasmania. Firearms regulation in Australia operates through a process of cooperative federalism, and the buyback proposed in this bill has been advanced without securing such cooperation. The 1996 buyback was properly funded, Mr Speaker. This buyback calls on the states and territories to foot half the bill, irrespective of their capacity to pay. The 1996 buyback was based on the surrender of weapons at fair market value. States and territories have been told that this buyback will be based on price schedules at well under market values, providing little to no incentive for owners to hand in their guns. The 1996 buyback covered ammunition and those pieces of equipment, such as scopes and spare parts, rendered unusable by virtue of the handing in of individual guns. Under this buyback, states are told these items explicitly are excluded from compensation. The 1996 buyback compensated legitimate businesses involved in the firearms industry who had suffered due to the buyback arrangements. States under this legislation have been told that these businesses will receive nothing. Zip. Nada. The 1996 buyback involved buyouts for those businesses deemed unviable due to the buyback. This government couldn't care less about the fate of legitimate gun sellers who will be run out of business. The Coalition agrees with the statement of the Shooting Industry Foundation Australia that the only way to have a John Howard gun buyback is to legislate one. That is why the opposition has gone to the Prime Minister and asked that he be true to his word and amend his bill to make this a John Howard buyback. He has failed to make such a commitment. Little wonder why we will be opposing this bill in this House. In the Senate, we will seek a referral of this bill to an inquiry by the Senate Standing Legal and Constitutional Affairs Legislation Committee with a reporting date of 2nd of March 2026. In the Senate, we will also make a series of amendments to give effect to a John Howard buyback, including fair market value compensation for firearms, firearms parts, firearms accessories, ammunition, ammunition components and equipment. Our amendments will seek compensation for loss of business and hardship, including the buyout of businesses deemed unviable due to the buyback. The Coalition will also move amendments seeking clarity from the states and territories by 28 February this year as to their intention to participate in buyback schemes. Coalition members of the PJCIS are concerned that this bill will unfairly burden lawful firearm owners, particularly farmers and primary producers who rely on firearms for legitimate purposes such as pest control, animal welfare and land management. It is the view of the Coalition committee members that recreational and sporting shooters, whether they be competitive shooters or hunters, enjoy the expertise and skill of using different types of firearms and appreciate the nuances of ammunition reloading and variations of accessories. They argue that these elements of the bill would make even the most mundane of those activities illegal, either through restrictions on imports or prohibitions on sharing online manuals and discussions. Coalition committee members of the PJCIS indicate that witnesses raised credible concerns that essential firearms may be captured by the buyback or import restrictions with limited replacement options. Restrictions on importing firearms and accessories such as straight-pull rifles will directly affect lawful users who already operate under some of the strictest laws in the world. For the reasons outlined, particularly in relation to the unacceptable levels and breadth of buyback compensation, important restrictions on assisted repeated action, the Coalition will be opposing the bill.
The question is the bill be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to speak today to this bill as a mum of young children who can recall the Port Arthur tragedy in 1996 as a teenager, the way in which the country rose up. We saw leadership in this place working together to get guns off our streets. I also rise as a regional member, a regional MP and a Member of Parliament. My electorate is 10 minutes from the border of New South Wales, runs through the centre of Victoria and ends an hour north of Melbourne. We are a regional electorate. We have suburbs, we have farms, we have rural communities, and we at the moment are in a challenging time, recovering from the bushfires that devastated the tiny town of Harcourt not more than a fortnight ago. But I stand here today in this place to speak because there are over 4 million guns now, licensed guns in Australia. That was a figure that shocked me post the tragedy in Bondi. The reality hit, just like after Port Arthur when I was a teenager, 4 million guns circulating legally in our community. Conversations in my electorate with people My brother has guns. He lives with my mother. He's not working. How many guns? 4 or 5? Well, is it 4 or is it 5? Just round the corner from where I live. The reality, the hidden reality that a lot of us don't know. There is at least 1 gun for every 7 Australians. That's a lot of guns. To put it another way, that's more than 1 gun for every person living in Tasmania, South Australia, the ACT and the Northern Territory combined. That's a lot of guns, legally, in our community. On average, a firearm licence holder owns more than 4 guns. 2 individuals in the suburbs of Sydney owning over 300 firearms. Firearms are not confined to rural areas, like some of those opposite might try to suggest, with a third of guns legally owned in New South Wales located at Sydney, Newcastle and Wollongong. These are the facts. This is what we must confront as a parliament and as a society. And this isn't new. A report conducted by the Australian Institute, TAI, assisted with Gun Control Australia and Gun Safety Alliance, released this time last year, stated, overwhelmingly, majority of Australians expect our gun laws strictly to control licensing and ownership of firearms, and they expect their governments to ensure firearm laws and regulations are responsible, safe, strong, putting community safety first. It went on to say that the reforms introduced after Port Arthur have served Australia well. However, it's deeply concerning to see firearm industry experts pushing policy and marketing, resulting in over more than 4 million firearms now in circulation legally in our community. Following the devastating impact of the Bondi terrorist attacks in Sydney, our government is rightfully reviewing the gun laws in Australia, as Australians demand. Based upon the circumstances around the attack, the government, not on our own, but through National Cabinet, is progressing reforms to ensure and improve public safety. Regional Australians, by and large, are responsible gun owners. Their use of firearms is legitimate and professional. From recreational hunting to pest management to the unfortunate occasion when livestock or wildlife need to be put down, they are responsible. And I want to acknowledge the local people in my electorate who've reached out to me, who do want to see safety, who want to have a dialogue on this. Just an example, in the last fortnight alone, with the bushfires that occurred, there are farmers, there are livestock owners, and I acknowledge have used guns to responsibly, safely and ethically put down their much-loved livestock. Not all of them did. Some of them worked with Ag Victoria to euthanise in other ways. But what occurred in Bondi was not this. What occurred in Bondi was not as I just described. As we saw in the Bondi attack, the terrorists, both with racial ideology but also with the means to conduct this awful crime. We have to prevent the ready access of people, of access to guns by people who do not need them and who will inflict violence.
Give a call to the Leader of the Nationals.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Let me make this clear. The National Party and the Coalition will be opposing this bill. This is nothing more than a cheap political diversion, that is not facing up to the real problem in this country, which is radical Islamists that are taking hold and are causing the harm on the streets that we saw in Bondi. It is not the gun owners of Australia that have done this. It is radical Islam that has done this. One element of this bill that we will support is the ASIO checks. In fact, we supported a national gun register that could have been put in place if those opposite had already put it in place that was agreed to nearly 2 years ago. Instead, what they are trying to do is demonise, legalise gun owners for a cause that did not take place because of them. We do not have a gun problem, we have a radical Islam problem. The gun laws in this country actually worked because those perpetrators of that evil act in Bondi actually should have not had their licence in place because there was a order by the police that saw that they were on a watch list. If I have a domestic violence order against me in this country, my gun licence and my gun is taken away. This is a failure of process, not a failure of gun licensing. The fact is the authorities did not act and take away the licence and the weapons as they should have. But this legislation goes further. It goes further into the implications of imports around the types of firearms that are coming in that are already covered under state legislation. In fact, the overreach in which we are talking about here, we'll see some of the pistols that are coming into this country for sporting shooters, and the member for Hunter, who isn't quite here at the moment for some reason, some of the weapons that he would use to become an Olympian again will be revoked under that import order. We'll also see weapons that are used by primary producers to actually undertake the pest management that we need absolutely revoked. This is not going to the heart of the problem. And in fact, this is not just about farmers. This is about the people in metropolitan areas as well, the lawful gun owners that actually do a lot of the heavy lifting for farmers, the pest management, the people in Newcastle and Illawarra that the member for Bendigo talk about, who are lawful gun owners and come out to farms and do the works of pest mitigation. They do that because farmers do not have the energy and time to be able to do that, and these people own a number of guns to be able to undertake that. You cannot own a gun in this country just because you want one. You have to pass a fit and proper person test. You have to wait 28 days. You just can't say, I want a high-calibred weapon. You have to demonstrate a necessity and you have to be able to prove that. You have to go through training. You actually get inspected every 12 months about that weapon. And so the licensing arrangements that we have in place and the weapons and the calibre of weapons that are approved has been proven to work. What this is a diversion because of a cheap political stunt by this government who wanted to divert attention away from the nation's real problems onto the lawful gun owners of this nation. And we're also going to take away the imports of accessories that those sporting shooters that will not be able to have their vests, their Olympic vests, that can have 50 cartridges in to be able to shoot. I mean, this is where there has been no consultation. And then we get in to the use of a carriage service, whereby if someone goes to download how to place a scope on their rifle, that they would be in breach of this legislation. That is innocent Australian gun owners because of an overreach, a desperate overreach by a government that is looking for a political diversion of demonising lawful Australians. And if you honestly believe you want to spend $1 billion that Queensland, New South Wales and Tasmania don't want to spend, $1 billion on buying guns back, are you that naive to think that the criminals and the terrorists are the ones that are going to hand them back? That is not going to solve the problem of what we have in this nation. You are impinging on the rights of lawful Australians that have proven to do the right thing, to have respected the law. We are trying to solve a problem that is not there. You are taking away the attention of what is the real problem in this country, what caused the tragic events of Bondi. If you do not have the courage to look yourself in the mirror, to look the country in the eye and say it is not guns that are the problem, but it is radical Islam that is the problem, then all you are doing is diverting attention and taking away the rights of lawful Australians, whether they be on farms or whether they be in metropolitan areas that have done the right thing by this country, that have abided by the law and should not have their rights taken away, because that is not the Australia that we deserve to hand over to the next generation, and that's the one that a gutless government that hasn't got the courage to face into the problem. That's the gutless nature of this government that will not own up to the problem that has been allowed to seep into this country for 2.5 years.
Give the call to the Deputy Leader of the National Party.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, on December the 14th last year, there was a horrific extreme Islamic terrorist attack in Bondi. Now, I got a sigh when I said that. That says everything. You cannot say Islamic extremism to people on the other side of this chamber without getting a sigh. What happened in Bondi was an Islamic extremist attack in this country. That's what happened. That's what we need to be talking about. Now, as soon as that attack happened, Speaker, the victims of that attack and the people who were affected by that attack and the community of this whole country wanted the Prime Minister of this country straight away to call a royal commission, because what the people in this country wanted to know is how widespread is Islamic extremism in this country. How widespread is it? How widespread? Yeah, I get interjections. Isn't this terrible? How widespread is anti-Semitism in this country? That's what the community wanted us to talk about. That's what the community wanted to be done. Did the Prime Minister act on that? No. He already had, from a report from the Anti-Semitism Commissioner that he appointed, a report that had many recommendations. Had he acted on any of those recommendations, Speaker? None. He hadn't acted on any of the recommendations from his Anti-Semitism Commissioner when that attack happened. None of them. What was his first instinctive reaction to do after this horrific Islamic extremist attack in Bondi? What was his first instinctive reaction? To clamp down on legal gun owners in this country, Speaker. That was his first response. Not to call a royal commission, not to go in to look at the issues we're dealing with, not to go to the report of his into anti-Semitism of his commissioner, which, by the way, Speaker, didn't mention guns at all. Didn't mention guns at all, that report. His instinct wasn't to go to that report and go, we have a serious issue with Islamic extremism in this country and anti-Semitism. What has my commissioner said we should do? Should I call a royal commission? I'll call a royal commission in to get our heads around how big this issue is. No, his first response was to effectively use that tragedy to crack down and justify gun law changes that will be felt by farmers in our country, by sporting shooters in our country, and very collectors and also small businesses, Speaker. I had a chat to a gun shop owner in my community in Grafton the other day, and some of the amendments that we're going to move, Speaker, to are not just into legislating, the amendments will legislate that people get a fair price for the guns that they will buy back, but also for the businesses, Deputy Speaker, because Matt in my community is concerned and knows that his business will probably close or he'll lose his livelihood. So we're not just talking about people losing guns that they need for their sporting clubs, people losing guns for their own protection. I mean, if you're out on farms, especially big farms, and there's feral animals and all sorts of things, you need different guns for different things. And not only is it going to potentially endanger people's lives, but people are going to lose businesses over this, Deputy Speaker. So some of the amendments we will move here is to make sure there's compensation for people. Not only that they get a fair price, even though this is unfair, fair price for the guns that would be brought back by the government, that people who lose their businesses are going to be compensated for this too, Deputy Speaker. So I certainly, while we disagree, and as the Coalition we will be voting against this legislation, we're not going to use law-abiding gun owners as the scapegoats for what that terrible Islamic extremist attack in Bondi was, Speaker. But we also want fair compensation to businesses in this country too who are going to be very badly affected by this. And as the Leader of the Nationals also just said, Speaker, is what has also said is, and what has to be acknowledged, we already have in this country very tight gun laws, Deputy Speaker. We're not entering this space with an industry that's unregulated or an industry that you can just do what you like, where there's inspections, there's fit and proper checks on gun owners, and obviously guns can be revoked for different reasons as well, Deputy Speaker. So again, Speaker, we are here debating very important things. We have an Islamic extremist issue in this country. We have an anti-Semitic issue in this country. We need to do things to make people feel safe, but we are not going to make sure that our gun owners are called the scapegoats in this. Thank you, Speaker.
Order. The member for Isaacs. The question is the bill be read a second time. I give the call to the honourable member for Herbert.
On the 14th of December 2025, Australia was confronted with the horrific terrorist attack at Bondi. This was an act of violent Islamist terrorism. 15 innocent people were murdered in an attack deliberately designed to terrorise the community and intimidate Australians far beyond their immediate victims. This was not random violence. It was calculated, ideologically motivated assault on Jewish Australians and on the fundamental expectation that in this country, People can worship, celebrate and gather in public without fear. I know firsthand what extremism looks like. I fought radical Islamic terrorism in Afghanistan, where Australians were killed, wounded, and many now live with the enduring consequences of that conflict. We fought terrorism there, so we would not have to fight it here on Australian soil. The protection of Australians and the defence of the nation are among the most serious responsibilities of any government. However, it must be stated plainly, the failure of leadership did not begin with this bill. It began more than 14 months before the attack, when Australia witnessed disturbing anti-Semitic protests on the streets of Sydney. These events were not ambiguous, they were not isolated, they were a clear warning, a warning sign that extremism and anti-Semitic intimidation were escalating. The time for decisive, targeted action was then. Instead, the Prime Minister chose inaction. In December 2024, as a Jewish synagogue burned in Melbourne following a suspected terror attack, the Prime Minister's decision to stay in Perth playing tennis became a symbol of a broader failure of leadership. For over a year, warnings were ignored, concerns were minimised and communities were left exposed. Now, in the wake of a terrorist atrocity, the government has rushed forward a sweeping and poorly conceived legislative process. This bill is not the product of careful leadership. It is a knee-jerk reaction to a failure to act when it mattered most. The bill is fundamentally flawed. It is unclear in its operation, inadequately safeguarded, poorly consulted on, and lacking the precision required for legislation. Coalition members cannot support this bill. Coalition members unequivocally condemn anti-Semitism, hate-motivated violence and violent Islamist extremism. However, we cannot support this firearms bill. The proposed national firearms buyback scheme and expanded import restrictions are poorly consulted, inadequately justified and lack the support of state and territory governments. Firearms regulation in Australia operates through cooperative federalism. Proceeding without the state cooperation risks implementation failure and undermines an otherwise effective national framework. These measures unfairly burden lawful firearm owners, primary producers and sporting shooters while doing nothing to address the ideologically responsible for the Bondi attack. Violent Islamist extremism, not firearms, caused the deaths of 15 innocent people. We reaffirm our support for strong, targeted and enforceable measures to combat anti-Semitism, disrupt violent Islamist extremism and protect Australians. But legislation of this magnitude must be deliberate, precise and built on genuine consultation. It is critical that the Prime Minister now do what he failed to do earlier, lead. That means working constructively with all members of this House and, more importantly, with the Australian people to ensure this legislation should be and could be effective, proportionate and worthy of the freedoms it seeks to protect. National security demands unity and competence. Australia deserves nothing less. This bill punishes law-abiding citizens, law-abiding firearms licence holders. It does not go to the root of the cause of why we're here. And for those that yell out, you demanded to come back early, rightly so. The first rule of any government is to keep its people safe. When a terrorist attack happens, the coalition said, let's go back to Parliament, pass laws or pass bills that keeps people safe. That is not a blind commitment to support bad legislation. And to be given the legislation on a Monday, to start hearings on a Tuesday, to then get passed within a week, whilst receiving more than 7,000 submissions to the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, crashes the website and didn't allow the people to have their voice. This is not good leadership and people deserve better from this Prime Minister.
The question is that a bill be read a second time. I give the call to the member for Dawson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I rise today to speak against the proposed Combating Anti-Semitism, Hate and Extremism, Firearms and Customs Laws Bill. Now, these should not even be in the same sentence. This is totally ridiculous. This bill is a diversionary tactic. It will not stamp out anti-Semitism. It will not stamp out hate. It will not stamp out extremism. This bill will not change the culture of anti-Semitism, the culture of hate, the culture of extremism, the culture of radical Islam that has been allowed to flourish due to the Prime Minister Anthony Albanese's weak leadership. As all this will do will punish law-abiding firearm owners that are being used as a scapegoat. Australia already has the strictest gun laws in the world, the most stringent licensing. They do thorough background checks, the withholding periods, both before you get a licence and before you obtain a firearm. The Coalition supports law-abiding firearm owners. The Coalition supports the National Gun Register. The question is, everything is already in place for the gun register's introduction. It's been in place for 2 years. Why hasn't the Albanese Labor government implemented it? That's the question. As a fully licensed firearm owner myself, who shoots rifles, pistols and shotguns for pest control and for recreational use, I'd like to explain to the Parliament why shooters use so many different guns. The reason is, essentially, they do different jobs. They're for different purposes. So for the destruction of birds that are pests for farmers that destroy crops, you might use, say, a 22 calibre, which could be a 22 calibre long rifle, 22 calibre Hornet, a .223 for longer range. All different jobs, same calibre, but they shoot further. For rats and rabbits, you might use the same sort of calibre, but you might change what projectile you use. For a pig, you might use a 30-30 if you're in the scrub, in close range. You might use a 308 if they're out on the open, because pigs come in, rip up your tomatoes, rip up your capsicums, make a mess. So for the golfers to understand, why do golfers need so many different clubs? I'm trying to use an analogy here that people will understand. I get that people don't fully understand firearms, but that shouldn't be a reason to be afraid of them. So for the golfers, you don't see someone teeing off with a putter, or you don't see someone on the green with a driver. So if you're a landholder and you come across a beast that's broken their leg or something and you need to destroy that beast, you can't use a 22 calibre because that's inhumane. So you need a higher calibre rifle to dispose of that, to put that beast out of its misery. Now, if that landholder is also a sporting shooter, they might have 3 different types of shotguns. So if you're shooting, going to the range and you're shooting a trap event, you might want a long barrel for shooting down the line, you might want a shorter barrel for shooting trench, or you might even want a shorter one for shooting skeet. So 3 different shotguns. If that landholder is also, say, shoots Western Action out at the pistol club, they might need a pistol, a lever action rifle and a shotgun. Again, all different. Now, not only in that, there'd also be different actions. You could have a single action, a double action, a semi-automatic. So for the horse people out there, might understand this analogy. Horses for courses. You don't see a dressage horse racing in the Melbourne Cup. That's why I do not support this legislation. 20 guns in the hands of a law-abiding grazier or sporting shooter or a collector is fine. 1 gun in the hands of a radical Islamic terrorist is a massive problem. So do you honestly think that the terrorists, the criminals, are going to come in and hand the guns in? Do you honestly think that's going to happen? No. Law-abiding firearm owners are going to be punished due to the failure of this government. So I don't want to even talk about buybacks, but if this bad legislation does go through, the buybacks need to give appropriate compensation. But this is bad legislation. It's time this government faced up to the real problem, which is radical Islam, not the firearm owners.
The question is the bill be read a second time, and I give the call to him for Gippsland.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker. It speaks volumes for those opposite that not one of them has stood up since the member for Bendigo to seek to defend this legislation, because this is bad legislation, Mr Speaker. This is bad legislation which has been rushed into the parliament with no consultation to solve a political problem for the Prime Minister. And that is the form of this Prime Minister. This year, the member for Grayndler celebrates his 30th year in parliament. The Prime Minister is the ultimate insider who is always trying to find a political solution to any problem he faces. His instinct, his basic instinct after the tragedy at Bondi was to try to find a political solution, and the first scapegoat he could find was law-abiding gun owners in this country. Because, Mr Speaker, never forget, we have some of the strictest gun laws in the nation, in the world, some of the strictest gun laws in the world. And this Prime Minister has sought to distract and divide the population by pointing to gun owners now and saying we have to take those guns away from you, because there has been no consultation, Mr Speaker. I've been to gun shop owners in my electorate to ask them what consultation was there with you. How many guns is it reasonable for a person to have? And you've just heard the member for Dawson explain it is reasonable for a keen licensed shooter to have multiple guns for different tasks, because different guns do different things in the hands of a law-abiding citizen. So, Mr Speaker, it is quite reasonable for someone who may be involved in clay target shooting to have a shotgun for that purpose, a different shotgun for duck shooting, maybe a light calibre rifle for pest control like rabbits, a different calibre rifle for deer control or pig control. Very easily, Mr Speaker, a law-abiding legal Australian pursuing their sport as a hunter or a sporting shooter or just a farmer doing their job would rapidly have half a dozen guns with no problem whatsoever, and they are no threat to the Australian public. Yet this government, this Prime Minister, seeking a political solution, is vilifying law-abiding Australians, going about their pastime or going about their business and causing no harm to anyone else. Now, Mr Speaker, this legislation enables the states to pursue a gun buyback using $1 billion of taxpayers' money. Now, does anyone think a single criminal, a would-be terrorist, anyone who is a threat to society is going to roll up and hand in their gun to recover the gun buyback money from the Australian taxpayers? It is not going to achieve a single thing in terms of community safety, but it is going to divide our nation. It is going to cause undue grief for some of our firearm owners, having to surrender guns that were very personal to them or maybe even family heirlooms. This is what we get when you have a weak and divisive Prime Minister who's always looking for a political solution. Now, the real issue here was radical Islamic extremism. That was the real issue. And for 2 years after the October 7 attacks, we refused, the government, our nation, refused to call out the anti-Semitism to keep our Jewish Australian people safe. It is a failure of our nation that we failed to keep them safe. When the attacks occurred, instead of calling that out, instead of taking some responsibility, instead of apologising to Jewish Australians, the Prime Minister's first instinct was to go after the guns, to go after law-abiding legal Australians with legal guns who have done nothing wrong, who have had a gutful, Mr Speaker, had a gutful of being continually victimised by people who don't understand their sport, don't understand the lawful purposes of having firearms, and are reasonable people. And I say that, Mr Speaker, because if the Prime Minister had come to us and said, what are some reasonable changes you can make here? There would be reasonable changes you could make. But instead, he goes straight to the buyback, straight to taking guns off law-abiding Australians, because it's always about distraction, it's always about a political solution from a weak and divisive leader who has failed to keep Australians safe.
The question is, we read a second time. We'll give the call to a member for Mayo.
Just this morning, this legislation was made available for us to view. How does that give anyone in this place who respects their job as a lawmaker to properly scrutinise this government's bill? And we'll have just 90 minutes of debate. And then debate's going to be gagged, this bill's going to be sent to the Senate, where a deal has already been done with the Greens party. and then it's going to be passed. What contempt of the parliamentary process. When we rush legislation, we make mistakes and the Australian public suffers the consequences. The normal process for contentious legislation, everybody in here knows this, there's exposure drafts, we then have a look at it, then there's early discussions, and then the government may present the bill. Then there is a formal inquiry. Often travels around the nation and gives people an opportunity who would be affected by the legislation to make submissions, to be heard in that process, and perhaps even to present at an inquiry. I'm told that the rushed Senate inquiry of this whole bill did not give many firearms owners or even organisations involved in sports shooting the opportunity to be heard. We have some of the strictest gun laws in the world, and I've received hundreds of emails from angry locals that their lives will be impacted through buybacks or through prohibition of accessories because two radical Islamic extremists full of hate wanted to murder Australian Jews. And I'm afraid that Bondi will happen again. Something like that will happen again. It's not the first time that we've had Islamic terrorism on our shores, and I think unless we properly address what has happened, unless we properly address that we have Islamic extremists living in our suburbs, and the government can't even say the word Islamic extremists, let alone deal with it. And that is the problem. And just one of many letters I've received. Rebecca, I'm particularly alarmed about the firearms provisions, which are reckless, poorly drafted and will unfairly punish law-abiding citizens. As a retired police officer with nearly 30 years of combined state and federal service, including 9 years of close personal protection within the Australian Federal Police, I can state unequivocally that this incident does not justify further firearms law reform. Australia already has some of the strictest firearm laws in the world, and the vast majority of licensed firearm owners comply fully and pose no threat to public safety. I'm a competitive shooter and hunter, and I own a pump-action centre-fire rifle for the quick and humane dispatchment of feral pests as one of my rifles, along with a handgun for competitive target shooting. Since retirement, sports shooting has been my primary social connection and a vital part of my identity after a lifetime of public service. Measures that restrict a lawful participation without improving safety are unacceptable, and inconsequential as it may seem, utilising a handgun through competition connects me to who I feel I am after spending my entire adult life in law enforcement, protecting the community at both a state and federal level. The proposed bans on importing shooting clothing and equipment will not enhance public safety but will devastate law-abiding competitors from local clubs to Olympic athletes. These provisions must be removed. The bill removes the right to review adverse intelligence findings for firearms licence applicants and allows AI-assisted decision-making, directly contradicting the Robodebt Royal Commission's recommendations. These provisions are unacceptable and must be reversed. If a buyback proceeds, compensation must reflect full market value, including accessories, ammunition and business losses. This must be enshrined in legislation to ensure fairness. This tragedy exposes failures in oversight and interdepartmental accountability, not a lack of laws. Punishing compliant firearm owners for the actions of criminals is unjust, counterproductive and erodes trust in government. Public safety can be improved without penalising responsible citizens. That, to me, is entirely fair. This whole process is rushed, it's contrived and it's contemptuous of this chamber.
The question is the bill be read a second time. Give the call to the honourable member for Parkes.
Speaker, first and foremost, I want to acknowledge that Sunday, December 14, 2025 will be remembered in Australian history as the day of the worst terrorist attack on our shores. 15 innocent people attending the Jewish celebrations at Bondi died, and may they rest in peace. That heinous act of the action of two Islamic extremist terrorists with murderous intent as their sole motivation. And yes, these terrorists used firearms, but they also prepared pipe bombs, and the truth is we may never know the full intent of their plan. Could they have planned to use the vehicle to drive into crowds of people? Speaker,
after weeks of pressure from all sectors of the Australian community, the Prime Minister has finally agreed to hold a Royal Commission into anti-Semitism. All of Australia will be waiting for the findings and the recommendations that will guide this place on actions required to stamp out anti-Semitism and prevent any future senseless loss of lives. The faulty nature of this rushed legislation has been highlighted by the fact on the 11th hour of the Omnibus Bill has been radically altered. In yet another dirty deal between the Albanese government and the Greens, democracy has been stitched up before it even hits the floor of this parliament. Today, I rise to speak against this bill that has been carved out from another bill we barely had time to comprehend. We are now left to debate a major matter for Australians without adequate time to debate democratically and to offer amendments to support those regional Australians the Albanese government has forgotten. Since that terrible day at Bondi, when attention returned to gun laws, I've been swamped with letters and emails and phone calls from regional Australians that this government has let down. Anger is growing to fever pitch in most of the towns and villages in the Parkes electorate and across regional Australia. In the months since the last federal election, the Albanese government has passed a number of pieces of legislation, many times in backdoor deals with the Greens, that have all had negative impacts on regional Australia. I'm talking about the Environmental Protection Reform Bill, changes to the National Disability Insurance Scheme and changes to water regulation. And the Labor government now has regional Australia in its sights with these national gun laws. Speaker, the calls, the letters about these gun laws have been coming from Broken Hill and Cobar, Parkes, Gilgandra, Dubbo, Kaluas, Gunnedah, West Wyalong, Lake Gajeligo and many more communities throughout the Parkes electorate. My people are worried, regional Australians are anxious. Guns are not a novelty in regional Australia. They are a necessity for pest animal control, livestock protection and land management. Primary producers already follow tough regulations to retain their firearms. For many farmers, guns are simply an essential part of business. They're essential for providing the rest of the country and the rest of the world with quality food and fibre. Why are all the regional Australians paying the price for the very few who have done the wrong thing? Good question. Speaker, since terrorists pulled the trigger at Bondi, the reverberations have been felt right across regional Australia. New gun laws were rushed through the New South Wales Parliament on Christmas Eve. Gun owners across New South Wales will face further restrictions on the number of firearms that they can own. There are changes in categories of firearms available for farmers and also for recreational shooters. Speaker, this bill has had very little detail on the proposed gun buyback scheme. There is no detail in here to tell us how it will work, when it will happen and how much it will cost. Gun owners, gun laws are at the state-by-state and territory-by-territory concern. How can this be implemented at all when there are so many different laws, so many different approaches, so many different perspectives? When will the states and territories agree to even fund this buyback scheme? If this Labor-Greens buyback scheme does proceed, gun owners must be compensated at full and fair market value for the property that they surrender. Not just the firearms, but also any firearm parts, accessories, ammunition, components and reloading equipment. Compensation must also be made available for the loss of any business and hardship, including any buyouts of a business deemed unviable as a result of the introduction of this crazy legislation. It would be entirely irresponsible for us to support something that has very few parameters, contested costings and won't achieve the results of preventing terrorism on our shores. Speaker, the people of the Parkes electorate in regional Australia are tired of their lives and their livelihoods being bartered away by Labor with the Greens. It's time to remember who we are trying to protect, and that is all Australians.
The question is the bill be read a second time. I give the call to the member for Capricornia.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise today to speak against the government's proposed changes to Australia's firearm laws and to place on the record my support for responsible gun owners, farmers, primary producers and sporting shooters who rely on firearms for their livelihood, safety and way of life. Let me be clear from the outset, Australia does not have a gun control problem. What we have is the Albanese government attempting to use tragedy as a cover for ideology. The horrific ISIS-inspired extremist Islamic terror attack at Bondi shocked our nation to its core. Australians mourned the innocent lives lost and stood united against evil. But what we must not do, and what this government is now doing, is exploit that tragedy to justify laws that would punish the very people who did nothing wrong and divert attention away from the real issue, extreme Islamic terror. And that, Mr Speaker, is the uncomfortable truth the Prime Minister refuses to confront. Instead of addressing the real failures that led to the attack, this government has developed a knee-jerk policy that proposes firearm restrictions that target farmers, regional Australians and responsible gun owners, people who obey the law, follow the rules and pose no threat to public safety. This is not leadership, this is political weakness, and some would say political cowardice. What we do know about the Bondi attack is deeply troubling. The perpetrator was known to authorities. The perpetrator was on an ASIO watch list. There were failures in coordination, intelligence sharing and bureaucratic decision-making. Those are the failures this Parliament should be examining, and thanks to the pressure applied by the Coalition and everyday Australians, those answers will come from the Royal Commission into the Bondi terror attack. But rather than address the real problem, the Prime Minister has chosen to ignore the breakdowns within his own government's systems and shift the blame onto everyday Australians who legally and responsibly own firearms. Mr Speaker, it takes a pretty devious government to use the tragedy of Bondi to tighten firearm laws. And you know what, Mr Speaker, the people of Australia know this. Jeffrey Ross, Queensland State President of the Sporting Shooters Association of Australia Incorporated, said in a letter to me, "A firearms buyback and any major change to firearm laws are a cynical distraction from authorities' likely failures leading up to the terrorist attack and a waste of taxpayers' money. Firearm owners are being used as a scapegoat and we are rightly scathing of the political motives behind these measures." In my electorate of Capricornia, ever since the Prime Minister announced this legislation, my office has been inundated with emails and calls from constituents worried that they are being punished yet again by the Albanese government. Let us be clear. Bondi was not a failure of gun control. It was a failure of the Albanese government. Yes. Under this legislation, the people who will pay the price are not extremists, hate preachers, not criminals, not terrorists, but farmers who need firearms to protect livestock, rural families who rely on them for safety, and sporting shooters who have complied with every law this Parliament has ever passed. This is just wrong. The National Party has always taken a responsible approach to firearm policy. We believe in strong laws. We believe in proper licensing, storage requirements and background checks. And we believe those laws legislated by the Howard government are working. Farmers did not cause Bondi. Sport shooters did not cause Bondi. Responsible gun owners did not cause Bondi. Islamic extremists did. If the government is serious about preventing attacks, then it should be strengthening intelligence coordination, resourcing counter-terrorism agencies properly and ensuring watch lists mean something. Regional Australians already feel under siege from this government, from policies made in Canberra boardrooms by people who have never set foot on a farm and never understood the realities of rural life. The National Party will stand with responsible gun owners. We will stand with the farmers. We will stand with regional Australians. Mr Speaker, Australians want accountability, honesty and laws that actually make them safer, not laws that are simply a vanity project for this Prime Minister. I will be opposing this legislation. Thank you.
The question is that the bill be read a second time. I'll give the call to Member for Hinkler.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I rise to speak against the Combating Anti-Semitism, Hate and Extremism, Firearms and Customs Laws Bill of 2026. We need to do better and what is right. We owe it to those who lost their lives and those impacted by this attack to get this done in a measured and precise way. We don't have a gun problem, we have a radical Islam problem. I support a national register, but that on its own isn't enough. In my home state, the Queensland Government have indicated they won't even be involved in any buyback scheme. We don't need these laws to stop another Bondi, we just need to enforce the laws we already have, with law enforcement agencies working more cooperatively. Many people have contacted my office, strongly opposed to these gun laws. Legitimate businesses with contracts who could collapse. Their businesses could close down. Some of these contracts are with this federal government. our state government and our local councils. Reality is, do you honestly believe spending $1 billion by trying to take guns off Australians, that you're actually going to take the guns off criminals and terrorists, not the innocent Australians? Yes, the Coalition supports genuine measures to combat anti-Semitism and violent extremism, but this bill is being pushed through with minimal opportunity for scrutiny, even though it is a proposed response to the worst terrorist attack in Australia's history, and it risks punishing law-abiding Australians while failing to address the real causes of extremism and terrorism. Labor is attempting to present this as a decisive anti-Semitism response, but the firearms package is a major policy shift that will have huge consequences well beyond the stated purpose. I will always be standing up for the people of Hinkler and all Australians who will, very unfairly, be hurt by this. The Bondi terrorist attack was horrific, but the content of this bill effectively is using that tragedy to justify wide-ranging gun laws, changes that will be felt most sharply by lawful farmers, sporting shooters, collectors, licensed pistol competitors, firearms dealers and other related businesses. This is not a credible counter-terrorism response. It's a diversion from the government's countless number of grievous failures and missteps in dealing, or more to the point, not dealing, with anti-Semitism and radical Islam. Of course we support public safety, but the buyback framework is incomplete, with key scheme details not finalised. There is no firm legislated guarantee of fair market value compensation for weapons surrendered, consistent with the 1996 model. There is also no clarity around the costs, which could be enormous and ultimately swell to many billions of dollars. That will almost certainly, in this case, result in inconsistency, confusion and inequities across jurisdictions. The proposed restrictions on imported pistols risk effectively prohibiting lawful pistol imports, including pistols used for recognised sporting and elite competitions. Here's just a few examples of the dozens of emails I've received in my office in just the past few days. As a sport and recreation shooter, I feel that we are being unjustly targeted through new laws that haven't been seriously debated and proper consultation undertaken. Then we have the gun buyback and import restrictions appear to target licensed, law-abiding owners rather than addressing the root cause of violence. Number 3, there has not been enough time to consider all the implications and unintended consequences of the bill. Number 4, if a national buyback proceeds, that compensation needs to reflect current market value, cover accessories and ammunition stocks and include provisions for dealers and businesses. And number 5, firearms are a legitimate and necessary tool for farmers and those living in regional and rural Australia. These communities rely on firearms for pest control and livestock protection. Speaker, as I said, there are 5 things that have interested in the last few days that I've had through my office of people that are completely against this and what's going to affect them. This bill is large, complex and consequential. Stakeholders have had inadequate time to scrutinise it. It contains a series of flaws. We don't have a gun problem, we have a radical Islam problem. Thank you.
The call to the honourable member for Calare.
Mr Speaker, I am unable to support this bill and I won't be supporting this bill. One of the issues many in our electorate have is that this has been a political response to the horrific crime that was perpetrated on the 14th of December 2025. Many have noted that the government's first reaction to this atrocity was to call for firearm reform rather than a royal commission, which would shine a light on exactly what happened here. It smacked of a political response and the avoidance of scrutiny. This has caused widespread anger amongst law-abiding gun owners in our region who believe that the government has unfairly targeted them rather than uncovering all the facts that led to this evil crime. One of the questions that many people in our communities have raised is how it is that terrorists were allowed to have access to licensed guns by the New South Wales government in circumstances where they were known to the Federal Security Services as having links to extremists as far back as 2019. They're also asking questions such as why the terrorist's recent trip to the Philippines didn't raise any red flags. Our police and security services do an extraordinary job in keeping our communities safe from threats that we never even hear about. We'll never know how many attacks were prevented, but this one got through, and we need to know why so that we can stop it happening again. I know that our communities are united in finding answers to these questions. However, the answers don't lie in rushed legislation with no community consultation. The only scrutiny of this legislation occurred through a committee process which the major parties exclude the crossbench from. That's right, the major parties unite to exclude the crossbench from the Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, which is the parliamentary committee that ran a ridiculously brief inquiry into this legislation. At the same time the sun is setting on their old political empires, they won't even countenance crossbenchers on the committee that examines this very legislation. The committee's report was only made available minutes before this debate started, yet here we are voting on this bill. It's breathtakingly arrogant and it makes a mockery of parliamentary processes. In Clare, we have more than 17,000 firearm licence holders. The government has rushed these changes through without giving our regional Australians the chance to have their say. This is not the way to make good policy. We need to make sure that any changes to our gun laws are evidence-based and actually address the problems they are trying to solve. The government's current proposal fails this test. It's a political response that unfairly targets law-abiding gun owners. There are elements of the government's proposed reforms that most people in our community would support, and I do too. These include the reforms to firearms background checks, which would enable Commonwealth intelligence to be shared and considered as part of firearms licensing decisions. Most Australians would be surprised that this is not already occurring, and this is a failure of successive governments and the major parties. I would also support the transmission of firearms information between relevant stakeholders to facilitate a criminal intelligence assessment being made. I do, however, remain concerned about the consequences of a number of measures in the bill and the potential unintended consequences for law-abiding gun owners, including farmers, veterans, professional shooters, members of our community gun clubs and local businesses. This is no John Howard-style gun buyback, and the flaws in the compensation arrangements are there for all to see, particularly for legitimate, law-abiding firearms businesses. The undeniable fact is that criminals are not the ones that are going to be handing in firearms as part of a buyback. What our communities would like to see is a comprehensive national effort to tackle illegal firearms and the trade in them. Sadly, the government did not take the time to consult with regional communities and rush this legislation out while at the same time resisting a royal commission until the weight of public opinion simply became too great. I will continue to stand up for law-abiding gun owners in the Central West, and I will continue to hold the government to account on this issue. Unfortunately, this rushed response was born out of a desire to avoid the scrutiny of a royal commission. Everyone in our region supports genuine measures to make our communities safer, but we need a response that is based on evidence and facts and not politics. This should be the government's priority, not targeting law-abiding citizens.
Give the call to the honourable member for Barker.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, the 15 tragic souls that lost their life on the 14th of October on the beach at Bondi are owed at least the honesty of their polity. And the honest truth, perhaps the hard truth for those opposite, is that we don't have a gun problem in this country. We have a problem with radical Islamic extremism. Objectively, a reasonable person might conclude that the US does have a gun problem, but we don't. We have amongst the strictest gun laws in the world, a product of very hard decisions taken by former Prime Minister John Howard and his government. That's why I can't support these changes. They're a product of a couple of things, principally an attempt to hoodwink the Australian people and, sadly, to gaslight lawful, legitimate, licensed Australian gun owners. I'm not going to stand in this place and support it. I know many of my colleagues won't. The truth is, again a hard truth for those opposite, is that what happened at Bondi was not a failure of our national gun laws, but a failure of national leadership. When the time came to deal with the rising tide of anti-Semitism in this country, our national leadership hid under the doona. We should be reflecting on those poor choices, not seeking to strengthen gun laws in effect as an attempt to distract people from what actually happened here. I remind the House that these terrorists not only had firearms but also had improvised explosive devices. I remind the House that we have seen this kind of terror in Sydney with people wielding knives. I remind the House that we've seen it in Melbourne with people driving motor vehicles. It's always the motivation, it's never the method. Please, to those opposite, don't gaslight Australian gun owners.
The question is the bill read a second time. Give the call to the member for O'Connor.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I rise today to point out to the House that the law-abiding, gun-owning farmers, sporting shooters, recreational shooters, hunters, and just people who like to get out in the bush and do a bit of target practice are being scapegoated by this government. Now, in the electorate of O'Connor, we have many gun owners, and we've heard from government members today, shock horror, there are 7 million guns in this country. There are 4 million guns in this country. That's 7 people for every 1 gun. Well, I can tell you, Mr Speaker, that in the electorate of O'Connor, that ratio would be far higher. Yet when I think back on my 13 years as the member of O'Connor, on how many terrorist attacks there have been in the electorate of O'Connor, the number is 0. When I think back on any serious gun crimes that have taken place in my electorate of O'Connor in 13 years, the number is 0. So that would suggest to me that it's not the guns that are the problem, and it's not the amount of guns that are the problem. Now, an additional factor for West Australians in this debate is that we have just been through a gun buyback scheme conducted by the West Australian Government. As a licensed gun owner myself, I found that process quite traumatic. My dealings with the police department made me feel as if I was a suspect criminal, and many people contacted me, even though I'm a federal member. There's some state legislation about how intimidated and difficult that process was for them. They are now going to be subjected to that process a second time. Now, this ramps up what the West Australian Government did, and I'm very disappointed that the member for Hunter isn't here to talk about what he thinks about making vests illegal. So the vests that clay target shooters and other shooters would wear as a matter of course as part of their sport, and pistol shooters as well, will now be deemed to be illegal and punishable by up to a 5-year jail sentence. Reloading, which is par for the course for sporting shooters to reload their own ammunition, will now be punished by up to 5 years prison. So, Mr Speaker, I conclude today by saying I strongly oppose these laws, and I will always fight for the rights of law-abiding citizens of my electorate of O'Connor.
Questions the bill be read a second time. Give the call to the member for Durack.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I cannot support this Albanese's firearms legislation. In Australia, we already have some of the most restrictive gun laws in the world. You can't just go and buy a gun when you please. There are already restrictions, waiting periods and a genuine needs test and an intensive licensing regime. This bill risks punishing law-abiding citizens while failing to address the root cause of extremism and terrorism. The root cause of the Bondi terrorist attack was radical Islam. The government should be laser-focused on combating that issue instead of going after law-abiding firearm owners. Anti-Semitism in this country has been building for some time, and we needed to take action a long time ago. But this legislation is simply a stunt to make it look like the Albanese government is taking action. Just slapping the words combating anti-Semitism, hate and extremism into the title of the bill doesn't mean that the legislation will have that effect. Who do we expect to actually hand back their guns under this regime? It will, of course, be the law-abiding owners like WA farmers, like WA recreational shooters and hunters. It won't be the criminal gangs or anyone intending to do us harm. This falls well short of the Prime Minister's own stated goal of instituting a John Howard buyback. There is no legislative guarantee of fair market value compensation for property surrendered, which would be consistent with the 1996 model. Additionally, there is no legislated guarantee for compensation for loss of business and hardship, including the buyout of businesses deemed unviable. Rushing this legislation shows a contempt for Australia's 1 million go-nunners. Guns have a real purpose for many in my community, whether they be farmers who need guns for pest management or for their livestock, whether they be for recreation, which I know in my electorate of Durack they enjoy seriously, and they are entitled to enjoy that sport. The Coalition will not be supporting this legislation, but it unfortunately looks like some dirty deal has already been done between the Labor Party and the Greens political party. This will just be the latest in a long list of examples of the Labor-Greens alliance penalising regional Western Australia. But we've seen this play before. We've seen the contempt that the WA Labor government, and now we are seeing it from the federal Labor government. Like the WA Labor gun law changes, it is the law-abiding WA farmers, pastoralists, shooting clubs and firearm businesses that will bear the brunt of this legislation while doing nothing to confront threat from radical Islamists or extremists in our community. Can't support this legislation.
The question is the bill be ready second time. Give the call to the member for Warringah.
Comes before the House in the shadow of the Bondi terrorist attack. In the weeks since the tragedy, my officers heard a consistent and deeply troubling question from the community. How did attackers gain access to firearms? The government repeatedly tells Australians that we have some of the strongest gun laws in the world, and many on this side have repeatedly said that. But the laws are only as strong as if they are maintained, enforced and fit for our modern reality. Since Port Arthur, these laws have been steadily eroded through complacency, inconsistency and a failure to keep pace with technology. Australians can own firearms for legitimate recreational and occupational purposes, but that must always be matched with strong modern safety provisions. What concerns my community is it's a growing number of firearms held in dense urban areas, and the simple question that follows: how many guns are actually in our communities? In 2026, Australia still does not have a national digital firearms register. Instead, we rely on a paper-based system. I mean, that is ludicrous. You have to renew a licence for your passport, for your driver's licence, but we don't have a digital register of gun ownership. It's outdated, ineffective and, quite frankly, incredibly just unacceptable. Without a proper digital system, we do not truly know how many guns exist, where they are and who has access to them. At a time of heightened social tension, increasing online radicalisation, a domestic violence crisis, this failure has very real consequences. We know that we need to act decisively, and I do commend the government for doing this, but the process of this legislation is simply unacceptable. There has not been proper consultation, there has not been time to properly review this legislation and assess that it actually goes strong enough. Warringah, the people in Warringah overwhelmingly want stronger national gun laws. They believe the firearms needs to be stored should not be in dense urban communities, that women escaping domestic violence should not fear that their former partners have access to firearms or that have licences. And while we receive assurances constantly from police and government, it fails when ultimately that violence remains. We know we need to act decisively. We need strong changes. So I commend some changes, but we absolutely need to do more when it comes to this. For more than a decade, gun lobby groups have sought to weaken our firearms laws, and we've seen proposals to normalise expanded firearm use, including attempts to enshrine a so-called right to hunt and broaden access under land management frameworks. This bill sits within a broader and ongoing responsibility to put public safety ahead of political pressure. So whilst there are strengthened controls at a federal level, in particular around the importation of firearms, we must also confront the growth of domestic firearm manufacturing in Australia. Production accelerated during COVID, largely beyond federal oversight. This is an area that requires stronger regulation by state and territory governments to ensure accountability and safety. We must consider all Australians to be safe from gun violence. We know in domestic violence allegations that interim AVOs that these areas should also be considered when it comes to background checks. There is There is no situation in which this is not the USA, this is Australia. We want genuinely strong gun controls. So whilst I will support this legislation, I urge the government to go further and ensure that background checks properly assess the risk and safety of all Australians.
Order. The member for Monash has the call for 30 seconds.
Mr Speaker, I cannot support this legislation that punishes responsible gun owners, sporting shooters and farmers in my electorate of Monash. It is bad legislation and it does nothing to address the real issues that, as a federal parliament, we should be focused on.
Order. No. Order. This, under the terms of the resolution passed unanimously by the House yesterday. The second reading concluding no later than 10:30, it being 10:30, I shall now put the question to the House that the bill be read a second time. No. Resume your seat, member for Kennedy. We shall get to consideration in detail after we move the second reading, which I'm doing now. All those opinion say aye. Aye. Against no? No. I think the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
I mean, time you're done. I'm just going to wait for that, all that to roll out.
Lock the doors. The question before the House is that the bill be read a second time. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Capricornia and Bowman as tellers for the noes. read it out. Order. The result of the division is ayes 96, noes 44. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend legislation relating to customs and background checking and to create a scheme to buy back firearms and for related purposes.
I have received a message from Her Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of this bill. The House will now consider the bill in detail, and I understand it is the wish of the House to take the bill as a whole. So the question before the House now is that the bill be agreed to, and I give the call to the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move Amendments 1 and 2 as circulated in my name together.
Granted. Leave of the House. Leave is granted. The member for Warringah may proceed.
Thank you. I move Amendments 1 and 2 as circulated in my name. These seeks to add, in relation to the legislation which sets out firearms background checks, it amends Section 4A of firearms background checks. The current legislation indicates that a background check can only take into account one or more of the following: an assessment by the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation of the individual under the Australian Securities Intelligence Organisation Act, and B, a criminal intelligence assessment within the meaning of Part 3 of the Australian Crime Commission Act, and C, the citizenship status of the individual. The amendments circulated seek to delete the word only and insert an additional provision D to indicate that amidst the domestic violence crisis that we have in Australia, a firearms background check should take into account any interim or final apprehended violence or domestic violence-related events. It is not acceptable that dangerous men or women have access to firearms when we have a domestic violence crisis. I do not understand why, if we are bringing legislation forward after the tragedy of the terrorist Bondi attack, we should also be ensuring all Australians are safe, and that should include women from domestic violence. And so I commend this amendment to the House to ensure that people having access to licensed firearms should not be able to do so if they have a violent history, especially in particular to domestic violence.
Question is the amendments be agreed to. Give the call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for Warringah for bringing the issue to the attention. The member for Warringah is exactly right that these issues should be taken into account in the issuing of the firearms licence. But they have to be taken into account at the state level. There are two different hurdles under what's being proposed. AusCheck, which is what's in the bill, is the federal hurdle. It doesn't exist at the moment, but by putting that in place, it effectively allows all the information that we hold to be used in the firearms licensing process. That means the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission and ASIO. It then goes to the states to determine the fit and proper person test. The states are the holders of information on family and domestic violence. The states are the holders of the information on AVOs. I can't put into the AusCheck process information that we don't hold, but it does come into the second hurdle, which is when licensing is happening from the states. So for that reason, while I agree completely that this issue must be taken into account, it's not something we can do in the federal part of the process.
The question is the amendments be agreed to. Are you speaking to these current amendments? I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. We shall move to the next item. The member for Kennedy has sought the call. The member for Kennedy will need to state and read in full his amendments to the bill.
At the end of subsection 36, subsection 1, insert a person put on an ASIO watch list has his firearm licence automatically revoked.
So the member for Kennedy is moving that way, moving that amendment.
Bill now, Mr Speaker.
The amendment hasn't been circulated, but it has been formally read to the record, so that is allowed. It's a preference for all members to have the amendment circulated, but the member for Kennedy can speak to his amendment.
Mr Speaker, and speaking to the amendment, this is all about 15 people being murdered. Why were they murdered? Because the Immigration Department allowed some extremely dangerous people into this country. So the first people that should be held to account are the immigration authorities. The second group of people was that when this person was put on an ASIO watch list, there was no effort made to remove registered high-powered firearms from that person. So the people that were enforcing the ASIO watch list are the second group of people that were responsible in the end for the death of 15 Australian innocent people. Mr Speaker, this happens in the background of what happened many years ago. Now, in the year that happened, Queensland had no gun laws at all. I went in to buy a pair of socks and ended up buying an AK-47 rifle and 350 rounds of ammunition, which was a lot better than my socks. Mr Speaker, no gun laws at all. We had 8 deaths with guns in Queensland. With draconian legislation in Victoria, they had 54 deaths with guns in that year. So much for your gun laws. And owning a gun might just be a little bit, you know, you might think twice about shooting somebody if that person can shoot back. Now, whenever men of great wisdom... we hear the men of great wisdom. I said men of great wisdom, and they all spoke up. When the men of great wisdom have sat down and written a document by which we live, the Bill of Rights in Britain, the Magna Carta, the American Declaration of Independence, the French Declaration of Independence, every single one of them put in the right to bear arms, which you want to remove. So you say you've got greater wisdom than all of those people. That's what you're saying. And I'll tell you, mate, you haven't. Mr Speaker, if they get their way, then the only people that will have guns are the people in uniforms. And we know what sort of society that is, where the only people that have guns are the people in uniforms. Now, North Dakota has the highest gun ownership in the world, and the last time I looked to find out how many deaths with guns, for 2 years they had no deaths with guns. Similarly, in Europe, Switzerland, where every single house by law has to have a gun, the lowest death rate with guns in Europe is Switzerland. So, you know, if you put forward a proposition, then you want to have hard evidence that backs up that proposition. And when you are standing in defiance of the greatest wisdom in human history, then I think you should also put forward a bit of evidence. Well, the evidence is very clear-cut that where you have the most stringent gun laws, we seem to have the most deaths with guns. Mr Speaker, in an interview I did, I said, I don't know why when you ban guns you have more fascination with guns. But all I can say is in Victorian England they banned sex, but geez, they had a lot of population explosion during those years, Mr Speaker. So in conclusion, Mr Speaker, Queensland 8 deaths with guns with no gun laws at all. No gun laws at all. Victoria with draconian gun laws, 54 deaths with guns. There really isn't any more that needs to be said, Mr Speaker, in recommending this to the House.
The question amendment be agreed to give the call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I rise to support the legislation as it stands before the Parliament. And I do think it's important to say what it is, but also what it isn't. This legislation is not about targeting farmers. It's not about competitive shooters. It's not about those who are law-abiding firearm owners. This federal bill will establish a national gun buyback scheme to purchase surplus, newly banned and illegal firearms. The gun buyback scheme is based upon the same scheme that was introduced under John Howard, Tim Fischer and Kim Beazley, 3 leaders who all stood up at an important moment for Australia and who have made a difference.
Order.
It is important to comprehend that state governments control the issue of licences, state governments control categories, and state governments control gun limits. This legislation does not interfere with those arrangements. What the federal government controls is the importation of weapons. This is sensible reform, including stopping non-citizens importing weapons. This is important legislation following on from the legislation that was carried a long time ago. Are you serious?
Who's talking to the amendment?
Order. The member. Look, no. The member. Yes, no. I'm going to explain to you before I take your point of order. The member for Kennedy was extremely broad in his amendment. The Prime Minister is responding to that amendment.
His amendment is now. This sounds like a second reading speech. He's not speaking to the review.
Well, order. And to be fair to the member for Kennedy, he didn't speak to his amendment as well. So I'm allowing, as I have done before, a very broad debate for the second reading amendment, which is, I can point to multiple times where this has happened, predominantly from the opposition side. The Prime Minister will refer to the member for Kennedy's amendment to ensure that he is compliant with the standing orders.
Saying, as I began my speech, we're saying why the amendment shouldn't be supported, why the original legislation that's before the Parliament is the right legislation that will be carried. The truth is that there are different arrangements between the Commonwealth and the state. What we have responsibility for and what the member for Kennedy spoke about was the provisions that are in this legislation that are important to control these issues going forward. I attended the funeral of Peter Marr, and there David Marr had this to say: "Gun reform alone will not solve hatred or extremism, but an anti-Semite without a gun is just a hate-filled person. An anti-Semite with a gun is a killer." The member for Kennedy has spoken about the, notwithstanding some of the factual issues that weren't correct, is that the senior member, the father in this alleged atrocity, was someone who was granted a licence in 2013. That was not pursued, and then later on he was given access to guns. We agree that that's a problem. That is the very issue of what we have focused on with the security authorities, and that is why this legislation should be carried without amendment, and that is why it is absolutely critical that that occur.
The question is the amendments be agreed to, moved by the member for Kennedy. No, the member for Kennedy, the member for Calare was on his feet. We'll give him the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise to support the amendment of the member for Kennedy because at the heart of this amendment is a question that is being asked all over Australia, and in particular regional Australia, including the Calare electorate, and that is how it was that these people who were known to the security services since at least 2019 were able to access licensed firearms. And whilst I've heard what the Prime Minister has said, the member for Kennedy really hones in on this issue and makes it very clear that this is something that the nation needs to deal with, and that this issue needs to be brought out into the open, and it needs to be made very clear that if you are known to the security services and you are on a watch list, you simply cannot have firearms, because
Nobody in our part of the world can understand how this happened. That's why we need the Royal Commission, and that's why I support the amendments made by the member for Kennedy.
The question is the amendments be agreed to. Give the call to member for Flynn.
Mr Speaker, I rise to support the member for Kennedy's motion. It does have merit. And we've just heard the member for Clare articulate that. There are many, many people asking this question. Why did these people have access to firearms when they were on a watch list? So this deserves support.
Okay, the question now before the House is the amendments moved by the member for Kennedy be agreed. The amendment moved by the member for Kennedy be agreed to. I'll put the question. No, I'm just putting the question before the House now for your amendment. All those opinions say aye. Aye. Against no? No. I think the noes have it. I'll need two voices. Order. The division has now been called and I shall ring the bells with agreement to the House for 1 minute. So this is a 1 minute division. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. Appoint the honourable... Oh, wait. Lock the doors. The question before the House is that the amendment moved by the honourable member for Kennedy be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Werra and Bean as tellers for the noes. If I could have two tellers for the ayes. I'll need two tellers for the ayes. I'll appoint the member for Flynn, and I'll need another teller for the aye, and the member for... I need one more teller for the ayes. The member for Mayo. I thank the member for Mayo. We'll both be tellers for the ayes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 13, noes 88. The matter was resolved in the negative. We have one more amendment to do. That is from the member for McKellar. I'll just allow her to resume her seat while members either leave the chamber or return to their seats as quickly and as quietly as possible. And I give the call to the honourable member for McKellar.
Thank you, Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move amendments 1 and 2 as circulated in my name together.
Leader of the House. Leave is granted. The member for McKellar may proceed.
I move amendments 1 and 2 as circulated in my name together. Mr Speaker, today I'm introducing an amendment to the Combating Anti-Semitism, Hate and Extremism Bill 2026 that would require the government to establish a National Firearms Safety Council based on the principles of public health and public safety. Australia's firearm management framework, forged in the wake of the Port Arthur tragedy in 1996, is recognised around the world for saving lives. But for almost 30 years, our laws have not evolved to keep pace with changes in firearm technology, patterns of ownership or emerging risk factors. Regulatory approaches between states and territories have drifted apart and national oversight mechanisms have weakened. Our gun laws are only as strong as our weakest jurisdiction. In the wake of the Bondi attacks, Australians have been alarmed to realise that since the Port Arthur massacre, firearm ownership has not decreased but grown significantly, with more than 1 million firearm owners and 4 million registered guns, a 25% increase from 1996, with some individuals owning over 250 firearms. The rise in licences and guns has occurred especially in urban areas. In my own urban Sydney electorate, there are at least 2 individuals that have around 200 guns each. They are not dealers or collectors. The recent Bondi attack, with 15 innocent people murdered and many more injured, was a devastating reminder of the consequences when regulatory systems fail. Authorities have confirmed that the weapons used were legally owned. This exposes serious deficiencies in licensing, firearm categorisation, oversight and national coordination. The gradual erosion of the National Firearms Agreement has occurred under sustained pressure from powerful vested interest and cashed-up gun lobby groups in Australia. The Bondi tragedy demands a national response to address these failings. A YouGov poll commissioned in December found that 92% of Australians support stronger gun laws. Strong gun laws are not only critical to reducing the potential for massacre events, they are also crucial in the fields of domestic violence and suicide and accidental death prevention. In recent years, we've also seen the tragic murders of several police officers in the course of their work. Gun harm is a public health and public safety issue, and yet to date the voices of these sectors have been largely drowned out. Whilst I support the provisions in the government's bill to strengthen gun laws today, we must also ensure that over the years our National Firearms Agreement evolves to remain fit for purpose. That's why I'm proposing the establishment of an independent, evidence-based National Firearms Safety Council, a body designed to ensure Australia's firearm laws continue to evolve and keep Australians safe. Australia must not wait until the next major tragedy before again taking action. This proposal stems from the work of the Australian Gun Safety Alliance, which includes Gun Control Australia, the Public Health Association and the Alana and Madeline Foundation. It would embed community voices, public health expertise and transparency into national firearms policy, and crucially, it would operate independently of industry influence. Among its responsibilities, the Council would collect, analyse and publish national firearms data, including licence and firearm numbers and types, approvals and refusals and emerging trends, monitor and report on jurisdictions' compliance with a reformed 2026 National Firearms Agreement, identifying gaps, inconsistencies and regulatory failures, provide independent, evidence-based advice to governments, commission and coordinate research into firearm-related harm, including suicide, family and domestic violence, accidental shootings, theft and crimes of violence, develop national best practice standards for licensing, safe storage, inspection and risk screening. It would also evaluate firearm access pathways to ensure they do not undermine genuine needs assessments. They would support community-focused harm prevention and report to Parliament annually to ensure transparency and accountability. A National Firearms Safety Council would strengthen national coordination and ensure our regulations keep pace with emerging risks and ultimately save lives. Mr Speaker, this amendment is a practical, evidence-based measure that honours Australia's long-standing commitment to preventing gun harm. I commend this amendment to the House and urge all those who care deeply for the safety of Australians to support this amendment. Thank you.
The question is the amendments moved by the member for Mackellar be agreed to. Give a call to the Leader of the House.
Thanks very much, Speaker. And I thank the member for Mackellar for raising the issue. While the government doesn't support the amendment and the form of doing this, we are in support of establishing a National Firearms Safety Council. A similar conversation has been happening with the Greens in the Senate as we've been dealing with these issues over recent days, and earlier today I put in writing to Senator Waters that we will be establishing a National Firearms Safety Council.
The question is the amendments be agreed to. Give the call to the member for Indi.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise in support of the member for Mackellar's very sensible agreement, notwithstanding what the Minister for Home Affairs has just said, because closing a knowledge and evidence gap in our national gun laws is absolutely critical. The prevailing question from people in my electorate is how can killers such as those who perpetrated the horrors in Bondi, how can one of them have been a registered gun owner? It speaks to the critical elements in the legislation that I've just voted for around bridging these evidence gaps, closing the problems that we have in assessing who is out there trying to get their hands on guns. These laws aren't about law-abiding gun owners, many of whom live in my electorate, many of whom have written to me about their concerns around these laws. People who indeed are trying to manage pests on farms and national parks, people who right now in my electorate indeed are tragically having to euthanise sheep and cattle, people in my electorate who are sporting shooters. But the key point they make to me, and which I've listened to so carefully, is that every gap that we possibly have that allows people with criminal intent to get their hands on guns must be closed. So I support legislation which does that. I support what the member for Mackellar is trying to do, and I want to put on the record that the truncated debate that we have had this morning in regard to such important laws as these is really, really frustrating for us as legislators, and as a member of parliament from a regional area where I could not get on the speaking list, I welcome the opportunity to speak to the member for Mackellar's amendment, which I think is a sensible one. I welcome the government working on this council. I want to see that succeed, because ultimately I want guns in this country to be used for the purposes for which they are intended, with law-abiding citizens using them as a tool of trade or using them for sporting intent with complete safety. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
The question is the amendments be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. The noes have it. The question now is that this bill be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. This bill has been agreed to. I give the call to the Leader of the House.
Speaker, I move that the bill be read a third time.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Was there only one voice? The noes have it. All right, division required. Ring the bells for, it'll have to be for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question before the House is the bill be read a third time. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. Appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Capricornia and Bowman as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 96, noes 45. The matter is resolved in the affirmative, and I call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend legislation relating to customs and background checking and to create a scheme to buy back firearms and for related purposes.
Order. Members can leave the chamber as quickly and as quietly as possible. We shall move to the next bill. Give the call to the Attorney-General.
Mr Speaker, I present the Combating Anti-Semitism, Hate and Extremism, Criminal and Migration Laws Bill 2026 and the explanatory memorandum.
And I call the clerk.
First reading, a bill for an act to amend legislation relating to criminal and migration laws and for related purposes.
Call to the Attorney-General.
I move that this bill be now read a second time. The 14th of December 2025 will be marked in history as one of Australia's most horrific and most tragic. 15 innocent lives were lost, many more injured, and a national conscience was left forever scarred. This Thursday, the 22nd of January, will be observed as a national day of mourning. Flags will fly at half-mast, and Australians will pause to honour the victims and reflect on the courage and compassion shown in the face of unimaginable horror. Australia's many diverse communities are connected through generations by an invisible string that binds them to the culture, practices and beliefs of those who came before them. This vein of history brings richness and a sense of identity, but when confronted with hate, can be a source of trauma and pain of memory. Australia is proudly home to a significant population of Holocaust survivors. Many of those attending the Hanukkah event survived or were descendants of those who survived that darkest period of modern history. They stood side by side with others who had fled persecution. They came to Australia seeking safety, a refuge from this most insidious hatred. seeking a community that saw their Jewish heritage as a contributor to the richness of the Australian character. That sense of safety has been shattered. As a community, as Australians, it is our responsibility to rebuild that trust. The violent terrorist attack we saw in Bondi did not occur spontaneously. Violent extremism starts with words of hate, spread throughout the community by pernicious individuals and organisations. This hatred is corrosive to a multicultural democratic society. This bill targets those that support violence, in particular violence targeted at a person because of their immutable attributes. This conduct is criminal, but more than that, it is the seed of extremism, the roots of terrorism. It must be stamped out with the full force of the law. Organisations that proffer these hateful ideologies must be outlawed and their composite members held accountable. Indeed, some of the cowards who spread hate as part of one such group have announced they will be disbanding in anticipation of the effectiveness of these laws. Those that seek to exploit their position of trust or radicalise our youth must be met with serious penalties. Visitors to our country who espouse these hateful views must be removed. We must take our responsibility as a parliament to stamp out hate incredibly seriously. The government has announced a Royal Commission on Anti-Semitism and Social Cohesion to examine the roots of hatred and division and to strengthen the bonds that hold our society together. But we cannot wait for its findings to act. Waiting a year gives in to the very people this bill seeks to target and leaves the safety of Australians exposed. Today, the government introduces the Combating Anti-Semitism, Hate and Extremism, Criminal and Migration Laws Bill 2026, a legislative package designed to combat hate, dismantle extremist networks and prevent violence before it occurs. This bill will increase penalties for those advocating or threatening violence against groups because of their protected attributes. It will also ensure even greater penalties are available for those that exploit their position of trust as a religious official or other leader to spread violent extremism or seek to radicalise children. The bill will introduce an aggravated sentencing factor for Commonwealth offences motivated by hatred based on race or national or ethnic origin. Courts will be required to consider hate motivation when sentencing, ensuring any sentence acknowledges the additional harm to society caused. The bill will introduce a new framework to allow certain organisations to be listed as prohibited hate groups where they engage in hate crimes or support or advocate the commission of these offences. These groups, which seek to spread hate, fuel division and stoke violence, have avoided criminality for too long. They have no place in our society, and this bill will provide the government with a mechanism to outlaw them and to criminalise their activities. In relation to the definition of a hate crime at subsection 5, the government confirms that the provision is directed at serious conduct or the threat of serious conduct of a criminal nature. As noted in the explanatory memorandum, the bill does not capture conduct or the threat of conduct that includes being subjected to any force or impact that is within the limits of what is acceptable in everyday social interaction or to life in the community. It must be serious harm to a criminal standard under the current law. For the avoidance of doubt, this provision does not trespass into legitimate free speech, including the implied freedom of political communication. It does not seek to capture lawful debate, robust criticism, religious discussion, or genuine political advocacy. It does not target legitimate comedy, satire, or artistic expression. What it does target is serious conduct of a serious nature, whether occurring in Australia or overseas, where the Director-General of ASIO must be satisfied the conduct would, or is likely to, increase the risk of politically motivated violence or promote communal violence. That threshold is deliberately high. It ensures the definition is tied to security risk and public safety, not mere commentary and not mere offence. The line is drawn where it should be drawn, at serious harm, harm of a kind that meets a criminal standard threshold, harm by an organisation that impacts national security. That is the Director-General's concern. That is the test, not discomfort, not disagreement, not merely, I didn't like what was said. 2 years ago, this government introduced offences for the public display of Nazi and terrorist organisation symbols. These symbols are representative of and are used to convey ideologies of hatred, violence and racism, which are incompatible with Australian values. This bill will strengthen these offences and associated police powers to ensure greater operational effectiveness, including expanding the offences to capture symbols of any prohibited hate groups that are listed under the new framework. The Australian Government remains committed to protecting the community from the risk of harm posed by non-citizens who engage in hate-motivated conduct or offences relating to the spread of hatred and extremism. The current character framework is a key component of Australia's migration system, protecting the community from the risks posed by non-citizens with criminal histories or criminal intent, as well as non-citizens who may vilify a segment of the Australian community, incite discord, or otherwise threaten public health, safety or good order. The bill will strengthen the legislative framework in the Migration Act by introducing specific grounds to enable the refusal or cancellation of a visa if a non-citizen is a member of or associated with a terrorist organisation, a state sponsor of terrorism or a prohibited hate group, is involved in conduct constituting a hate crime, whether or not that person has been convicted of an offence constituted by the conduct, or makes public statements or encourages another person to make a public statement that involves the dissemination of ideas based on superiority over or hatred of another person based on race, colour or national or ethnic origin, which may give rise to a risk of harm to the Australian community. These new grounds will expressly capture conduct that spreads hatred and extremism, including in circumstances where a hate crime may have been committed but there has been no criminal justice outcome. The bill will also amend the migration regulations so that if a non-citizen is refused a visa on character grounds, they are subject to the same permanent exclusion from Australia that currently applies when a visa is cancelled on character grounds. Together, these amendments will strengthen the character framework and ensure that when a non-citizen is involved in spreading hatred and division, their visa may be refused or cancelled. Mr Speaker, this bill did not come together on its own. To that end, I acknowledge the constructive engagement of the Jewish community, legal representatives, members of civil society and other advocates who helped shape the development of this bill. Your feedback has been thoughtful and considered. I also acknowledge the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security for its scrutiny of the exposure draft that led to this bill, and recognise the tireless work of the Secretariat who supported the inquiry. Finally, I acknowledge the work of the Attorney-General's Department, the Department of Home Affairs and the Office of Parliamentary Counsel, who crafted this bill with expertise and care. This bill should not be a moment for division or political point scoring. This is a moment for national unity. The colour of someone's skin or the God they pray to is not determinative of their worth. Legislation alone cannot rid prejudice from people's minds. Hate spreads, it fosters, it takes root every time it is not called out. It is our collective responsibility to stamp out this hatred wherever we see it. Our nation is strongest when we choose respect over division, and we must continue to invest in a community where everyone belongs, where everyone can thrive. The passage of the Combating Anti-Semitism, Hate and Extremism, Criminal and Migration Laws Bill will be a decisive step forward in achieving this. It will send a loud and unequivocal message to all corners of this country that we must stand united in the face of racial hatred. But more importantly, passage of this bill will send a message that light will prosper over darkness. The passage of this bill will give us hope that Australia will continue to be a place of tolerance and that our diversity can be displayed with pride. I commend the bill to the chamber.
The question is the bill be read a second time, and I give the call to the member for Fisher.
Thanks, Mr Speaker, and I want to open by using that old Irish phrase, if I wanted to get to Dublin, I wouldn't have started here. That sums up the government's handling of anti-Semitism since the 7th of October 2023. In the wake of the Bondi Beach tragedy, the Coalition called for serious, collaborative, decisive and targeted action to confront anti-Semitism and radical Islamic extremism. What Australians were given instead was a rushed, sprawling and incoherent omni-shambles of a bill. Stakeholders were given barely 48 hours to make submissions to the PJCIS. The PJCIS is an important committee of this parliament tasked by the PM to conduct what could only be described as a sham inquiry. The committee's report was only tabled this morning, making the committee's process an absolute farce. That approach was completely inappropriate for legislation of this scale and consequence, cutting across democratic principles and national security. Rather than protecting Jewish Australians, the original bill risked shielding radical Islamic extremists. Rather than stopping hate, it threatened to chill legitimate political and religious debate. Ultimately, the government was forced to abandon its approach. That collapse reflects a broader pattern. When it comes to anti-Semitism and radical Islamic extremism, this government either dithers or it bungles. Speaker, this failure did not begin at Bondi. For more than 2 years, despite repeated warnings from the Jewish community, intelligence agencies and law enforcement, and despite a clear and alarming rise in anti-Semitism, the government sat on its hands. Rather than confronting anti-Semitism when it mattered, the government appeased extremist protesters, abandoned the State of Israel, left Jewish Australians feeling isolated, and then sat on the recommendations of its own special envoy to combat anti-Semitism for almost 6 months without implementation. When legislative action finally came, it did not come from moral leadership. It came because the government was dragged into action under sustained pressure from the community, grieving families and this parliament. And that is why we are here today, dealing not with a comprehensive or considered response, but with a narrower bill salvaged from that failure. Speaker, I now turn to the criminal law provisions that remain before the House, and which we support in principle, subject to the safeguards and amendments we've sought to ensure these measures are targeted, proportionate and lawful. Schedule 1, Part 1 introduces new aggravated offences for religious, spiritual or other leaders who provide religious instruction or pastoral care, applying to the existing offence of threatening force or violence under Part 5.1 of the Criminal Code. Religious leaders occupy a position of trust and authority. With that influence comes a higher duty of care and a greater responsibility. This is a sensible and overdue deterrent, particularly against radical Islamic preachers and other figures who exploit religious settings to radicalise, groom and incite violence. The message must be unmistakable. Abusing religious authority and using the pulpit to threaten force or violence will attract serious criminal consequences. Importantly, we ensured this provision captures anyone who stands up in a religious setting and promotes extremist violence, whether or not they hold a formal religious title. Part 2 increases penalties for using postal or similar services to menace or harass from 2 to 5 years, another common-sense measure that recognises hate does not always occur in person. Part 3 introduces a sentencing principle requiring courts to treat hatred based on race, national or ethnic origin as an aggravating factor. This sends a clear signal that crimes motivated by anti-Semitic hatred will be punished more severely. Part 5 introduces aggravated grooming offences, targeting adults who radicalise or recruit children, including through online platforms. Radical Islamic extremism does not emerge overnight. It is cultivated through grooming, indoctrination and manipulation. Addressing that reality requires a proportionate and necessary response to people who abuse their special position of authority as a religious or spiritual leader, or those who target minors. Part 6 strengthens hate symbol offences by lowering the fault element to recklessness, extending prohibitions to symbols of prohibited hate groups and providing police with powers to seize symbols and order their removal online. These changes reflect reality. Hate symbols are not neutral expressions. Supporting these measures is entirely consistent with the Coalition's long-standing position, but it should not have taken Bondi for the government to act. Part 4 establishes a new regime for listing prohibited hate groups who engage in, prepare for, assist or advocate hate crimes relating to race, national or ethnic origin. This regime is designed to address a real gap in Australia's national security framework. Groups like Hizb ut-Tahrir glorify terrorism and act as incubators for Islamic extremist radicalisation, yet have not met the threshold required for terrorist listing. That gap has also been exploited by neo-Nazi organisations, allowing them to operate openly, recruit, fundraise and radicalise supporters while remaining technically lawful. The prohibited hate group regime is designed to close that gap. While Hizb ut-Tahrir has sought to portray itself as a non-violent ideological movement, its record demonstrates a very different reality. That includes consistent promotion of anti-Semitic hatred, public praise for the October 7 attacks, and a well-documented role in acting as a conveyor belt to terrorism worldwide, with former adherents or supporters progressing into terrorist organisations. Hizb ut-Tahrir has been banned or restricted in multiple jurisdictions, including being terrorist listed in the UK, and following Bondi, there is a pressing need for Australia to act. These groups have contributed to the climate of hatred and radicalisation that resulted in Bondi. The regime provides a practical and immediate mechanism to act where inaction is no longer acceptable. In that context, it is a necessary response to the clear and present threat of radical Islamic extremism to the peace, order and good government of the Commonwealth. Turning to the migration amendments, Schedule 2 makes amendments to the Migration Act to expand the character grounds on which the Minister for Home Affairs may refuse or cancel a visa. These new grounds relate to hate-motivated conduct and offences involving the spread of hatred and extremism, where the Minister is satisfied of the relevant considerations. Part 2 provides that a person whose visa is refused or cancelled on these grounds may also be subject to a permanent exclusion period unless the decision is revoked or the Minister personally intervenes. Speaker, these amendments are sensible in principle. They give the Minister clearer authority to refuse visas to people who pose a genuine risk to public safety, including radical extremists. But there is a glaring omission. The provisions do not expressly refer to radical Islamic extremism or anti-Semitism, despite this being the stated focus of the bill. While these measures are an improvement, we cannot ignore the government's record. This is the same government that allowed individuals from Gaza to enter Australia without adequate vetting, while cancelling the visas of democratically elected Israeli members of parliament. That sent a deeply troubling signal about what conduct is tolerated and what views are punished. These powers must not become a political weapon used against our allies or against voices the government simply disagrees with. They must be confined to their stated purpose, dealing with radical Islamic extremists and those who promote anti-Semitism, not punishing lawful political expression. Speaker, the measures before us today are ones that could and should have been taken after October 7, 2023. Instead, the government delayed, it dithered and ultimately produced a failed omni-shambles bill that had to be dismantled. There is much more to do if we are to stamp out anti-Semitism once and for all, and no one in this place would suggest that what we are putting together today is a set and forget, nothing further to do. While it's prudent to await the Royal Commission's findings, that has never been an excuse for inaction, particularly when clear recommendations already exist. Within days of the Bondi attack, the Coalition's Task Force on Anti-Semitism, Extremism and Counter-Terrorism put forward targeted practical measures including implementing the Special Envoy's plan, strengthening counter-terrorism laws, stripping citizenship from terrorists and hate preachers and ending Labor's reckless policy of self-managed returns for ISIS brides. Taking those steps earlier would have reassured Jewish Australians and strengthened the safety of all Australians. It is time for the government to put politics aside and confront anti-Semitism and radical Islamic extremism with seriousness and resolve. The Coalition will continue to fight for the safety of Jewish Australians and for all Australians, and I call on the government to finally do the same.
The question is the bill be read a second time. I give the call to the member for Bennelong.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today to speak in support of the Combating Anti-Semitism, Hate and Extremism, Criminal and Migration Laws Bill 2026, and I do so not just as a member of this government but as a local MP who has seen at close range what hate is and what hate does to members of my community. Bennelong is one of the most multicultural electorates in the country, a community where people of different faiths, cultures and backgrounds live side by side and contribute to our shared Australian story. But despite our diversity and despite our prosperity, from time to time hate emerges, and these laws today are designed to target that hate. Because when hate and extremism emerge in a community like mine, they are felt immediately. They divide my community and they make communities feel unsafe. Over recent years, I've spoken directly with Jewish Australians in Bennelong who are feeling increasingly unsafe in ways they never expected to feel in this country. Parents have spoken about their children being targeted, young people have spoken about hiding their identity, and students have spoken about feeling isolated and unsupported. This reality must be named clearly. Anti-Semitism is not vague, it is specific, it is persistent, and it causes real harm. And yesterday, members of Parliament from all sides named that hate clearly in this House. And I'll single out a contribution from my friend and neighbour, the member for Barara, who spoke very powerfully about the need to confront these threats head-on. And on many elements of his speech, I agree with him. Taking on Nazis and Islamic fundamentalists is something this Parliament must do with conviction and with haste. And that is what this law intends to do. Because even in Bennelong, beautiful, diverse and safe Bennelong, we have seen the real-world impact of hateful activities where too regularly white supremacist material find its way into local letterboxes. Deputy Speaker, too often in my community where I live and I raise my family is targeted not because of chance but because of what they look like and because of what they believe in. In Marsfield, more than half of residents speak a language other than English at home. In Eastwood, nearly half the community identifies as having Chinese heritage. They received vile material, not distributed to persuade or to debate. This material was distributed to threaten, to signal that they were not welcome in their own home, because that is how organised hate operates. It seeks to fracture social cohesion by creating fear across communities, normalising division and emboldening those who thrive on hate. And this is where the real risk lies, Speaker. Hate cannot be allowed to organise because it will be normalised. The more it becomes organised, the more it becomes visible. And when that happens, it's not institutions that absorb that damage, it is people. Hate does not begin with violence, but all violence begins with hate. On 14 December last year, Australia was forced to confront that reality of hate-inspired Islamic extremist violence when the deadliest terrorist attack on our soil occurred at Bondi Beach. It's a place associated with everyday life. Our community and joy became the site of a devastating loss. That moment shattered any lingering belief that this kind of violence and hate could not happen here. And disgustingly, in the weeks and days following Bondi, more hate was distributed in my community in Bennelong. Material again designed to threaten and divide. It was redacted and shared on our local Love Gladesville group, Speaker, and I'm so proud that my local community called it out. Sarah said, "These views are not welcome in my home or my country." Aidan said that these groups are an enemy of peace. And Martin hit the nail on the head when he said, "We need to send a very strong message that their BS and lies are not tolerated and these drop kicks are not welcome in our community." To Martin, Sarah and Aidan, this bill is that strong message. This legislation strengthens penalties for those who incite hatred and violence. It provides law enforcement with a clearer tools to intervene earlier. It criminalises organised hate groups that exist to radicalise, recruit and intimidate. It holds leaders and authority figures to account when they abuse positions of trust to spread hate, and it recognises and criminalises the serious harm caused when adults deliberately radicalise children. I support this legislation, as should everyone in this place.
The question is the bill be read a second time, and I give the call to Member Barrera.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Yesterday I stood here and said that the Bondi terrorist attacks represented a moment of choice, a choice about the type of country we are and the type of people we want to be, a choice about whether we'd stay in the political cul-de-sac that we've been in for over 800 days or instead tackle the sources and causes of anti-Semitism in this country. A choice whether to continue to treat anti-Semitism as just another political issue or to treat it as the moral and cultural problem it is. A choice made by people in this place about whether to drag heels or to deal with the issue with priority, alacrity and zealous determination. A choice by each member of this place about whether to change, because the sad reality, if we don't change, then Bondi won't have changed anything. Until recently, Australia had an exceptional and unique story to tell about its Jewish community. Jews have been part of the story of Australia since the First Fleet, and Australia came to be seen as a unique place good to the Jews. In turn, Jewish Australians have contributed to their country. Famous names like Monash and Isaacs, Lowy and Jessica Fox, and everyday people with acts of service and gratitude that come from people living in lives of peace and security. And so the grief from Bondi is twofold. Not just for the innocents, not just for the families broken and the children scared and afraid, but the grief at the loss of the precious truth that Australia is good to Jews. And the bitter sense that Bondi was predictable. We were warned. There were 800 days of warning signs between October 7 and December 14, starting on October 8 in Sydney with the public rally where the kidnapping, murder, rape and torture of Jews was called a day of pride and a day of victory. Exemplified in the occupation of the Opera House the next day with the chants of "Gas the Jews," in the incidents where people drove round Melbourne looking for Jews to kill, in the countless acts of graffiti on our capital cities calling for Jews to be gassed and murdered, in the encampments at our universities where Jewish students and staff were harassed, in the endless week after week protests in our cities calling for the destruction of Israel and occupying our landmarks, in the sophistry and lies of the academic and intellectual class who justified abuse in the name that it wasn't anti-Semitism, just anti-Zionism, and they weren't enabling anti-Semitism, just arguing for peace. In the doxing and deplatforming of Jewish artists and creatives, in the smashing of Jewish shops and businesses, in the physical assault on identifiably Jewish people, in the firebombing of cars, in the attacks on the synagogues, at East Melbourne, at Caulfield, at Perth, at Hobart, at Newtown, at Alloa, and of course at the firebombing of the Adass Israel synagogue. The Jewish community has seen this movie before and we know how it ends. It ends in murder at Bondi after 800 days of failure. Anti-Semitism is an old hatred that wears different masks. First it was about religion, then it was about race, now it is about the Jewish state. But the hatred is always the same and the result is always the same, and now that hatred has come here to our country. The government has been warned about these things by its own anti-Semitism envoy, whose report was untouched for 6 months. We know that anti-Semitism is found in 3 groups: among neo-Nazis who revel in the atrocities of the Holocaust, in the radical Islamists who take pride in October 7, and on the cultural left who foster and enable breeding grounds for hatred in our writers' festivals, artistic circles, on university campuses and in the so-called progressive organisations, usually pretending to be about Zionism, but mixed in with platitudes about human rights. As I said, Bondi represents a moment of choice, and the choice the Liberal Party makes this morning, as we have always done, is to stand with the Jewish community and law-abiding Australians. It's the choice to be constructive, to pass this legislation as a step in the right direction. That's the choice the Liberal Party has made. But the choice for the government of the day does not end today. The choice for the Albanese government is in the implementation. The test for the government is how it uses these new laws. It must expel or jail hate preachers. It must list Hizb ut-Tahrir in its prayer halls. It must protect our borders from radical Islamists and the insidious propagandists who use Jews as a way of attacking Australia. And it's a choice that doesn't end with these laws. The government must root out anti-Semitism from our schools, from academia and the universities, from the arts, from the trade union movement and from its own political base. Because unless we do that, Bondi will not be the end of the story. It will be the midpoint of a story that gets so much worse.
The question is that the bill be read a second time, and I give the call to the member for McNamara.
Thank you, Speaker. And I listened carefully to my friend, the member for Barrowa's speech. And for all of us who have lived anti-Semitism over the last 2 years, it is an incredibly difficult moment in our country's history and for our community. And I take the words that the member for Barrowa said seriously, and I would also say that this is a moment where I have never sought to politicise anti-Semitism, and I will work and stand by anyone on any part of this House, in any part of politics, in order to get things done to protect our community. But the bills that will pass this Parliament, hopefully, with the support of the Coalition, are not the full set of bills that should have passed this Parliament today. And the member for Barrowa is quite right in saying that anti-Semitism should be confronted in more than just the way in which these bills present today. But the truth of the matter is that the vilification clauses that should have been originally attached to these bills had to be taken out because the Liberal Party refused to support serious vilification laws in this place. And it comes after the Leader of the Opposition came to my electorate last week and stood up in a synagogue and said that hate needed to be confronted and there needed to be consequences, and if she was the Prime Minister, it would be. And only within hours, the Liberal Party refused to support laws in this place that would do exactly that. And imagine if you break down actually what the Leader of the Opposition said, that if she was the Prime Minister, there would be consequences for hate. Well, there's not going to be an election for over 2 years. And so the Leader of the Opposition is actually saying that she's not going to look at tackling hate in Australia or anti-Semitism for 2.5 years while we are in government and before the next election. The Jewish community shouldn't have to wait that long so that the Leader of the Opposition can do what she actually said she wanted to do inside a synagogue last week. And the Leader of the Opposition and the Liberal Party, after Bondi, were very quick to stand up and do press conferences talking about how the recommendations of the Special Envoy combating anti-Semitism should be adopted in full and that the Liberal Party supported them in full. Well, let me read Recommendation 3.2 by the Special Envoy. And with the support of government, the Envoy will review and, where appropriate, strengthen federal, state and territorial legislation addressing anti-Semitic and other hateful, intimidating conduct, including with respect to serious vilification offences and the public promotion of hatred and anti-Semitic sentiment. You cannot claim to support the Special Envoy and then refuse to support the very recommendation that the Special Envoy put forward in her report. But that is exactly what the Liberal Party has done. And make no mistake that as a result of the Liberal Party's refusal to support the serious vilification laws, hate will not have consequences, and instances of hate will not have the consequences that we wanted to put into legislation today because of the Liberal Party, and they will be the ones that will have to answer to the community. Now, I completely accept that more could and should have been done, and I accept responsibility for the way in which our country and the community has felt, and I am deeply, deeply sad about the state of Jewish life in Australia, but it is not an excuse to then not get up and try and do everything in our power to confront it today and tomorrow and into the future. And we all have to be humble about this. But the fact of the matter is that even this morning or late last night, a bunch of Jewish kids in my electorate who were dressed in religious Jewish garb were chased down the street and screamed at just for being who they are. Incitement, vilification and hatred, all of which would have been criminal offences if we had the Liberal Party willing to say what they are willing to support, what they were willing to say inside a synagogue. You know, it's all very good and well to be strong in a press conference, and it's all very good and well to call our political opponents weak. Well, what actually matters is that we are strong in this place and that we actually put the legislation in place in order to protect the communities who are affected by it. The Jewish community also has said that the vilification clauses shouldn't just be around race and that they should go to everyone because everyone deserves equal protection before the law, and of course that is true. No one should suffer vilification. No one should suffer hate. No one should suffer incitement. And it is just an absolute shame that we came here today and the full suite of laws aren't what they should be because the Liberal Party refused to support the very things that they said they did. But these bills, as they stand, will have a significant impact, and I recommend them to the House.
The question is the bill be read a second time. I give the call to the member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Speaker. The terrorist attack in Bondi on the 14th of December 2025 shocked our country and it utterly traumatised the Australian Jewish community. In its wake, our country needed our leaders to stand together with resolution and unity. Instead, our leaders have largely failed us in the last 4 weeks. The immediate politicisation of a mass murder by the opposition, which attacked the Prime Minister and which immediately chose to punch down on immigrants, disgusted many people in the community that I represent. The opposition's strident calls for an immediate return of Parliament, followed very soon after by complaints about the early return of Parliament, were confounding. The government initially vacillated on the need for a Royal Commission, then has proposed broad sweeping legislation on critical areas, the Criminal Code, migration law and gun control, without the judicious consultation and review that would ensure the confidence and support of our constituents. Civil liberty and community groups were given 48 hours to provide submissions to the Parliamentary Committee on a 144-page bill, with the final report being released just this morning. While I consulted constituents on the bill last week, the government then decided to fold to pressure over the weekend, announcing wholesale changes without including our communities. The legislation now before the House was first seen by us less than an hour ago. We have been given 5 minutes to speak to it. This is unacceptable. Australians want us to get this right. Poor policy making will not reassure our electorates. It won't make our constituents safer. Terrorism is not just an attack on our lives, it is an attack on our confidence, our idea that the democracy that we live in can remain both secure and free. Legislation on the run will never engender confidence in our processes or our government. In the last week, I've heard from many constituents who are rightly concerned that this legislation has been introduced and moved too quickly, with insufficient opportunity for community consultation or parliamentary scrutiny. They want us to undertake careful, rights-based, non-reactive lawmaking, and they want clear definitions, robust scrutiny and protections for democratic freedoms, including those for protest and advocacy. The concern from many of our community and the findings in the parliamentary report that was released this morning is that the speed with which this bill has been drafted and the potential broad application of many of its provisions could have a chilling effect on legitimate debate on political, social and religious issues. The speed with which this legislation has been developed means that legal inconsistencies and unintended consequences seem inevitable. The bill does include measures that I and my community support. I support the government's move to include tougher penalties for hate crimes. I commend the government on taking action to constrain the radical hate groups that divide and harm us. I welcome new aggravated offences for community leaders who choose to incite violence. And this morning, I supported measures to improve control of firearms in this country. But there are things that we're not debating today that we should be talking about. We're not protecting all Australians from serious vilification based on race, religion, gender, sexual orientation or other characteristics. Hatred doesn't discriminate on those characteristics and neither should the law. The need for these protections was agreed on by the Jewish community, Human Rights Commission and Equality Australia, but the government has caved on this issue to a coalition which is in ethical and political freefall. The removal of racial vilification elements from this legislation renders it less likely to be effective in its aim of banning hate groups. The government has further watered down the bill overnight to ensure it can be passed today, but we don't have to pass this law today. We could consult with our communities, with faith groups, human rights and legal experts, and we could get this right. The government is letting politics be the enemy of policy. If the legacy of Bondi is a memory of division and inadequacy, then we will have failed this country. Yesterday, so many of us spoke in this House of our great sadness at the tragic loss of 15 Australian lives. We have a unique opportunity with this legislation to make the greatest of differences on their behalf. If we don't do that, it will be a moment of darkness for this country, and it will reflect poorly on us all.
The question is that the bill be read a second time. I give the call to the honourable member for Barton.
Thank you, Speaker. It is no secret that we are seeing the rise in anti-Semitism, hatred and extremism in this country. And more recently, the nation experienced its darkest day in recent years at Bondi Beach in December last year. And this bill is part of our response to this horrific event and a piece in the puzzle of restoring social cohesion in our wonderful nation. There are key reforms presented in this bill that I want to highlight because a few constituents have reached out to me with claims about its effects that are untrue and inflammatory. And such claims stem from online disinformation and those across the chamber sometimes. And I'm glad that we've come together as a parliament to make these changes. And let's be clear about what they do and not fall into this dangerous echo chamber that only seeks to divide this nation. Firstly, the introduction of a new aggravated offence for preachers and leaders and for adults radicalising children, where these actors advocate for violence against others and they will face penalties up to 12 years of imprisonment. Secondly, this will significantly increase penalties for hate crimes. These captures offences involving advocating or threatening force or violence against protected groups, member of groups, their close associates and their property. Penalties will increase them from 5 to 7 years for base offences and from 7 to 10 years where there's an added threat to a public order. Thirdly, the bill will amend the Crimes Act 1914 to introduce a new general sentencing principle that will require the courts, when sentencing a person for a Commonwealth offence, to consider an offender's hate motivation based on race or national or ethnic origin as an aggravating factor. This will encourage judges to apply a higher penalty within the maximum penalty range where hate motivation is a factor in the commission of crime. Moreover, this bill will establish a new framework with the criminal code to enable the listing of organisations as prohibited hate groups. Once an organisation is listed, it will be a criminal offence to direct the activities of or be a member of, recruit for or give funds to or participate in training involving the organisation. Amongst other tests, and before a group is listed, the AFP Minister must also obtain the Attorney General's agreement in writing and arrange for a briefing for the Leader of the Opposition. On top of this, the bill will strengthen and expand the prohibited hate symbols offences in the Criminal Code. It will mean that symbols of these hate groups will be listed under the new regime. And finally, the bill will amend the Migration Act to enable earlier, clearer and more defensible refusal and cancellation of visas where a non-citizen poses a risk to the Australian community through conduct that promotes hate, vilification or division, while ensuring consistency with constitutional constraints and existing character powers. The proposed changes in the Migration Act will strengthen the existing character powers to better protect the Australian community from non-citizens suspected of engaging in hate-motivated conduct or extremism. And Speaker, I had the opportunity to listen to a number of members of the House who spoke on the Firearms and Customs Laws Bill this morning. And I think the reality is you don't need a Royal Commission or some investigation. We can all watch that footage, what happened on that dreadful night of the 14th of December last year. The gun didn't fire itself. The gun was in the hands of individuals who were holding hate and extremism in their heart. The reality is that this particular bill shouldn't be only addressed on its own. I mean, this legislation came as an omnibus bill, and it should be seen in its entirety. And I ask those in the chamber to really seek and look at the way this legislation is being presented to us today. The reality, it was hatred and extremism that pulled the trigger.
The question is the bill be read a second time. I give the call to the member for Indi.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to speak to the Combating Anti-Semitism, Hate and Extremism, Criminal and Migration Laws Bill. The horrific attack on Jewish people celebrating in peace on the 14th of December ignited demands for strong and decisive action in response to this act of hate driven by violent extremism and carried out with firearms. There is much I wish to say about these reforms, and while I welcome the government's decision to split the bills and allow each to be debated on its own merits, we have in fact been given very, very little time as a parliament to speak on them. There are deep concerns being flagged by constitutional experts, civil society, faith leaders and the public, not only about the substance of these reforms, but about the process. In his submission on the bill, the UN Special Rapporteur on Human Rights and Fundamental Freedoms while Countering Terrorism, Greg Barnes, raises concerns that elements of the bill are inconsistent with Australia's international human rights obligations and observes, in relation to the rush process, and I quote, "It is the experience of the Special Rapporteur's mandate worldwide that hasty lawmaking is prone to lead to overreach, unintended consequences and violations of human rights law, which does not serve well the victims of terrorist attacks or protect society." End of quote. Speaker, there is widespread confusion and misinformation about what these reforms do and what they don't. Rushing the legislative process only deepens that uncertainty. These reforms carry far-reaching consequences. As legislators, we must hold ourselves to the responsibility that poorly drafted or poorly examined laws may not actually make Australians safer. I welcome the increased penalties for threatening force or violence which appropriately reflect the seriousness of these crimes. I also welcome the new aggravated offences for hate preaching and grooming, which recognise that hate crimes are especially abhorrent when they're committed from positions of trust and influence. I agree with the intent of the new aggravated sentencing principle, but it should not be limited to a small subset of attributes, and I support the member for Wentworth's proposals to ensure that all forms of hatred are treated consistently. Unfortunately, we have had limited opportunity to build consensus about the balance and proportionality of these laws. The hate speech provisions are technically complex and a wide range of concerns have been raised about the way they are drafted and how they will operate, including the kinds of speech and conduct that may be captured. There are legitimate questions about things like procedural fairness, constitutional validity and the potential for unintended consequences. In addition to criminal amendments, the bill amends migration law to significantly expand the minister's powers to cancel or refuse visas. And we have not been presented with compelling evidence about why this is needed or how the current framework falls short. The statutory review of these reforms are essential to making sure they ultimately work as intended. Speaker, in many respects, I can live with the haste of this. I did not come here with the intention of standing in the way of immediate action on the serious issues this bill is intending to address. But the reality is that the inquiry into this bill was only tabled this morning. And the consequence of haste, as a legislator, is the missed opportunity to carefully consider and improve this significant legislation. That leaves me with considerable concerns. It truly does. Speaker, I recognise that acts of anti-Semitism have left the Australian Jewish community living in terrible fear. I've spoken with Jewish leaders and understand the urgency of the Parliament acting. I take my responsibilities as a legislator very seriously. I do have genuine concerns, but I have heard the call for urgent action.
The question is the bill be read a second time. I'll give the call to the member for Deakin.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I commend this bill to the House, knowing that we could and should have done more as an institution. We had the opportunity to stand up to hate speech, vilification, and we fell short. Sadly, the political reality of this parliament means that we couldn't get everything we thought we needed to done. However, this is an important step. It should be uncontroversial that hate groups should not be given the capacity to spread that vile across our community, to undermine social cohesion in some of the most heinous of ways. It should be uncontroversial that people in positions of power should be prevented from spreading that hate to vulnerable young people and and using their positions to inflict the worst of pain on fellow members of our community. It should be uncontroversial that people who come into Australia as guests be expected to conduct themselves in a way that does not undermine social cohesion or act as a direct attack on our nation's values. We need to ensure that we are addressing opportunities and loopholes that exist in the current law that have enabled organisations that have preached hate for a very long time to fall just under the criminal thresholds. It's time that we stand up as a parliament and address these obvious evils in our society. These are sensible reforms. I appreciate that these have happened at a greater pace than some are used to, but there has been sufficient time to get across the detail. We do not have a lawyer shortage in this building. We do not have a shortage of people who can understand and comprehend legislation. For those that needed support, there are plenty of people around who can explain things. I get that it's complicated, but now that we're facing two bills that are less complicated, there really is no reason for us not to pass these important reforms. When we're talking about rights, yes, there is often a balancing act. Hate speech will almost inevitably, to some extent, impact on the freedom of speech. The balancing act is the subject of legitimate discussion, but it's not intellectually complex. It's a choice that has to be made. And leadership is about choices. What do you do to stand up to the challenge of anti-Semitism in our community at this moment in time? Do we sit by and allow it and pretend that the status quo is acceptable, or do we take meaningful and substantive action to address this social ill, one that has reared its ugly head in ways that we have not seen before in this country since October 7. It's appropriate for this parliament to stand up for the values of Australia, for the things that we hold dear, and this bill does just that. We're hoping that this can be a moment of national unity. We've split the bill that a lot of us on this side of the House think should have remained as it was before, to get rid of the roadblocks that prevented real action from being taken by this parliament. It's hoped and expected that this can be a moment of national unity, where people on both sides of the House can stand up for foundational principles, where we can at least agree that groups dedicated to spreading hate are not acceptable in our community, that lines that we were previously unsaid, understood by all, have been crossed, and that lines need to be drawn in the sand to make sure that hate is denounced, that it is considered unacceptable, and that the promotion of it is dealt with under law. It's also important that these sentencing factors be changed. It is a more serious affront to the community and our society if a criminal offence is done with racial hatred as its motivation. It is a legitimate sentencing factor. It goes to the seriousness of the offence, it goes to its repugnance, and it goes to the importance of ensuring that that denunciation and punishment reflects the severity of what's been done. These are sensible, pragmatic reforms. They reflect the values that we should really all share. They balance rights of freedom of association. There are existing defences under the criminal code that protect legitimate expressions of political discord, legitimate arguments, artistic expressions, and all of those things. These bills can't be seen in isolation. They form part of a criminal code which contains defences around good faith. It is just a shame that we couldn't come together to deal with vilification. It's something that I hope that we can revisit another day. But these, hopefully, going to the key concerns of many in the Jewish community around these hate groups just openly and unashamedly spreading hate in ways we have not seen before, is something we can at least get behind. I mean, one would hope that when neo-Nazis are calling for this bill not to be passed, that we take the clue. Perhaps it's best not to be on their side. Perhaps it's best that we stand up and address these hateful organisations without delay and stand up for our nation's values at this horrible time. This is a sensible bill. I commend it to the House, and I hope it receives support from across the Parliament.
The question is that will be read a second time. I'll give the call to the member for Wentworth.
Speaker, I rise today to speak in support of the Combating Anti-Semitism, Hate and Extremism Criminal Migration Laws Bill 2026. These are modest changes in this bill, but they are necessary. But let us be completely honest, this bill, nor any of the actions of the Parliament to date, will eradicate anti-Semitism or will keep the Jewish community safe in the future. There is much, much more work that needs to be done. December 14 is one of the darkest days in modern Australian history, and it is a day that my community, Jewish, non-Jewish, will never, ever forget. 15 innocent people were violently murdered while celebrating their Jewish faith, customs and community. it was an attack on Jewish Australians, and it was an attack on all of us as a country and all of our Australian values. We know that violence does not start with weapons. It starts with words. It starts with hate. And in this bill, I acknowledge that there are some important steps to deal with the spread of hate, which leads to the spread of violence. I support the bill. I support the aggravated offences, particularly for hate preachers. I support the strengthened measures in relation to hate symbols. I support the actions in relation to hate preachers, and I do support the opportunity for the Home Affairs Minister to has now the framework to prescribe certain groups, which should include, in my mind, groups like the National Socialist Network, the neo-Nazi and Hizb ut-Tahrir, who spread and promote openly virulent anti-Semitism as well as vile hatred against other groups in our country. These groups do not merely offend. They normalise dehumanisation and incitement. Their rhetoric corrodes our social fabric and creates the condition in which violence becomes possible. But, Speaker, let's be honest, this bill does not get to the heart of what I believe we need to do as a country. There is extremism in Australia. There is Islamic extremism. There is neo-Nazi extremism. These ideologies are a direct threat to Jewish Australians, and they are a threat to all of us. But this is not only a question of their immediate security, it's also a profound challenge to our social cohesion. When Parliament fails to address the direct causes of extremism and hatred, entire communities end up carrying the blame for the actions of a violent extreme minority. This is what deeply concerns me about the current trajectory of our national conversations. Muslim and migrants are increasingly made to feel suspect by association. By failing to confront hateful individuals and ideologies directly, we drift towards a culture of guilt by association rather than accountability. We know that radicalisation thrives in environments where blameless people are persistently blamed, excluded, or treated as inherently suspect. And this is the consequence of a parliament that has failed to legislate clear standards of behaviour, failed to draw strong lines between what is offending and what is disagreeing to what is directly promoting and inciting hatred in our country. Now, I talk to the Coalition here because the Coalition has rightly spoken up on anti-Semitism for the last 2 years very strongly, and I commend it for that. But when it comes to actions, it has not followed through. And the Coalition could have and should have supported laws against vilification that the Jewish community has called for before December 14 and has called for even more strongly now. Because we do need to protect the Jewish community. Because I have had people come up to me constantly say, how is it possible, Allegra, that somebody can call for the final solution to the Jews and this not be an offence in this country? How can people hatefully target the Jewish community in their words when we know that words lead to action and this not to be offence in our country? Now, we do have stronger laws, but it is a patchwork across our country, and this is the opportunity for the federal parliament to lead. But I do believe that the Coalition has really stepped back from what the Jewish community has deliberately asked you for in this case, and that is a terrible shame. And so when I hear the words, and I hear them constantly, and I think they are well meant, where you say there's no place for extremism, we need to stamp this out, my question is, what are the mechanisms you are saying that we can use now, because you have rejected something that the Jewish community has been calling for a long time, which I put forward in the previous parliament, which you also rejected then. The final thing I want to say is that we have a long road ahead of us. The security of the Jewish community is absolutely critical. The anti-Semitism envoys, packages and the actions taken there are absolutely critical. The Royal Commission is critical. But we also need to lead a better conversation in this country about how we disagree well, and I think that means drawing bright lines against hatred.
The question is the bill be read a second time, and I give the call to member for Moreton.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And Mr Speaker, on the 14th of December 2025, I was at home. I was at home and having friends over for dinner. They were old school friends. And when we were around the table, we were breaking bread, we were talking about our families, we were talking about our aspirations, our hopes, our dreams, and sharing old memories. And as we were having that dinner, there were people in Bondi being murdered. People who will never again be able to sit around the dinner table talking about their hopes and their aspirations and their dreams and their memories. And those people are no longer with us because they were targeted as Australian Jews. This is an absolutely appalling and horrendous attack, not just on the people who were involved that day, but on every Australian. And in these last few days in this chamber, what we have remembered is who we are and what we stand for as Australians. Because our fundamental principles, our fundamental values as Australians are of mateship. They're of caring about one another, and they're of the fair go. None of these values are underpinned by the hate that led to those murders. And we need to do something about that. It's our collective responsibility as a parliament to do something about that. And we know that there is not but one solution, but many, to tackle this and to ensure that it never happens again. Mr. Speaker, this bill is about combating anti-Semitism. It's about combating hate. It's about making sure that we have legislation that backs in those Australian values that we hold so dear in this country. And these reforms are about making sure that another piece of the puzzle is put in place so that this never happens again. It's a bill that will introduce new aggregated offences to ensure that very serious penalties apply to those in positions of influence and authority who commit hate crimes. It's a bill to ensure that we have increased penalties for the offences involving advocating or threatening force or violence against protected groups, members of groups, and their close associates, and their property. It's a bill that will amend the Crimes Act to introduce a new general sentencing principle that will require courts, when sentencing a person, to consider an offender's hate motivation based on race or national or ethnic origin as an aggravating factor. Because in this country, it shouldn't matter what the colour of your skin is. In this country, it shouldn't matter what God you pray to. In this country, it shouldn't matter what your religion is. You should never be the victim of hate. And we know what hate can lead to. It's about making sure that people in our community are held responsible and that hate is something that is outlawed, because we cannot afford to go down this road again. And Deputy Speaker, particularly, it's about making sure that our young people in this country are not infected by hate, that our most vulnerable people in this society can live and grow up free from hatred that leads to tragedy. This bill is at its core about Australian values. It's about who we are as a nation. It's about who we want to continue to be as a nation. It's about taking the step to ensure that what happened in Bondi will never repeat itself, there or anywhere else. And for so many people's communities, for so many people's children, for so many people's families and loved ones, it is a tragedy that we wish will never happen again. Deputy Speaker, for me and everyone in this place, this is a serious issue. It's not one to be politicised. It's one for action, and it's one for unity. And this bill is about taking that step towards unity and healing after such an appalling and anti-Semitic attack on Australian soil.
Question is the bill be read a second time. We'll give the call to member for Curtin.
Like everyone else, I'm disappointed by the short time frames provided to engage and consult on complex and important legislation. This bill was introduced an hour ago. The committee inquiry was way too short, with the report only tabled today, and this bill will be passed tonight with debate curtailed. This makes a mockery of parliamentary scrutiny. In the time available, I've looked at whether the bill would do 4 things: address the unacceptable normalisation of anti-Semitism, reduce the likelihood of hate-motivated terrorist attacks, deal with the rise of hatred and violence against all groups fairly, and strike an appropriate balance against important freedoms. Firstly, the normalisation of anti-Semitism. Well, this bill is a step forward. In the year to September 24, anti-Semitic incidents increased by more than 300%. This is not who we are, and it's important that the law shows that anti-Semitism is unacceptable in Australia. No matter what you think about the actions of a foreign government on the other side of the world, demonising someone for their race or culture in Australia is not okay. This bill tries to send this message by making racial hatred an aggravating factor in sentencing in a number of Commonwealth crimes, by increasing penalties for existing offences about promoting violence, by creating more serious offences for preachers and spiritual leaders and for people trying to radicalise children under 18, and by making it easier for the Minister for Home Affairs to cancel or refuse visas for people intent on spreading racial hatred. Bigger penalties will not stamp out anti-Semitism. In fact, no change to the law can. Although the vilification laws that have been removed from this bill would have been a good addition and went no further than the current WA law does. But even without them, this bill does send a message. Secondly, will the bill reduce the likelihood of hate-motivated terrorist attacks? Well, possibly to a small extent. We will never be completely safe from terrorism, but we can address the means and the motivation. The gun reform laws passed this morning are an improvement, limiting the means. Dealing with anti-Semitism is also an improvement to address motivation. The bill also aims to deal with groups that organise and facilitate hate and violence by allowing the Minister to list organisations as hate groups if they prepare, plan or advocate for hate crimes related to race, national or ethnic origin. It'll be a criminal offence to be associated with such a group. But these are limited steps forward and they come at a cost. Criminalising organisations is a big step. Thirdly, protection for other groups. Well, this bill does little to ensure that we make Australia safe for other at-risk groups. Many of the new provisions relate to race, national or ethnic origin, which won't address Islamophobia or threats to the LGBTQIA community. This is why I strongly support the amendment that will be put forward by the member for Wentworth to expand protections to other protected groups defined by sex, sexual orientation, gender identity and sex characteristics, disability and religion. If we're going to deal with the fraying of social cohesion, we should be protecting all groups from those who seek to spread hatred. It makes no sense to have different levels of protection for different groups. Fourthly, does it strike an appropriate balance against important freedoms? Well, the speed with which we've had to review these laws and the lack of time for serious public consultation means there is some risk here of unintended consequences. For example, I can see that there could be circumstances in which the Minister wants to act quickly, but criminalising organisations with the right to be heard specifically exempted and no merits review is a significant power that could be misused in the future. With the democratic backsliding we're seeing in the US at the moment, it's not too hard to imagine. That's why I'll be proposing an amendment to ensure that a decision made to list a group as a hate group is subject to a merits review. In conclusion, the process of passing this bill is very poor. But despite it not extending protections to other groups and lacking some important safeguards, I will be supporting it because it sends a message to arrest the normalisation of anti-Semitism and it may reduce the likelihood of future terrorist attacks by criminalising the structures that could support these attacks. Building social cohesion will require more than a change of law, but this is a start. Importantly, I'm glad to hear that an amendment will be agreed in the Senate for a 2-year review of this rushed legislation. I will drop my proposed amendment to this effect to ensure this review because it will happen in the Senate. It's essential that we review the impact and adequacy of this bill after the conclusion of the Royal Commission. Thank you.
The question is that the bill be read a second time. I'm going to give the call to the member for McPherson.
Speaker. Mr Speaker, like 9/11, we all remember where we were on the 14th of December last year. For me, I was at a Gold Coast Hanukkah celebration at the exact same time that the Bondi attack went down. And it was a really good opportunity to have the Jewish community on the Gold Coast come together for what was supposed to be a very joyful, positive, light-filled celebration. And halfway through the ceremony, I was tapped on the shoulder and informed about the tragedy that was unfolding in Sydney. And I looked around at the families, at the kids, the parents, the grandparents, and the beautiful community that we have on the Gold Coast, the beautiful Jewish community that we have on the Gold Coast. And it hit me that what has unfolded in Sydney could well and truly have been something that had unfolded in that crowd. Mr. Speaker, I've been speaking about the rise of anti-Semitism in this country since I entered the Parliament mid-last year. It's something that has to be stamped out, and it's something that as a country we should have taken a tougher stand against. It's something that the Jewish community has long been calling for us to do. What happened at Bondi, let's be clear, was the result of two things: anti-Semitism and radical Islam. These were the root causes. Hatred and extremism have no place in Australia, and from day one, we as the Coalition said that we would work constructively with the government to address this. But instead what we saw was that the government delayed Parliament, resisted calls for a Royal Commission, and produced what was unfit legislation that not only failed to address those root causes that I've spoken about, but they also severely threatened free speech. And can I just say that over the last couple of weeks, I've spoken to many people in my electorate, and I've received countless pieces of correspondence from them who express those concerns, and they're very real concerns that we in the Coalition listen to. The former bill, as I said, was so unfit for purpose that even the government conceded failure. They scrapped their racial vilification laws and have left the Coalition to clean up the wreckage. Now, this new bill, which is before us now, it creates new and tougher penalties for crimes motivated by anti-Semitism and radical Islamic extremism, and it supports tougher action on radical Islamic extremists in positions of influence, specifically targeting those who radicalise or recruit people toward violent or extremist conduct. It also establishes a prohibited extremist group listing regime. Radical Islamic extremist groups like Hizb ut-Tahrir have long operated as conveyor belts to extremism. And internationally, they're banned or restricted. In Australia, they have operated without consequence and have fuelled anti-Semitism. This new bill expands the Migration Act to allow visa refusal or cancellation for spreading hatred and extremism, including for involvement in hate crime conduct, hateful public statements or links to terrorist prohibited hate groups. And this includes those who glorify violence, fuel anti-Semitism and radicalise individuals. It's in our national interest that the laws relating to cancellation and refusal of visas be strengthened to ensure that the Australian government of the day has the powers to protect the Australian people. The amendments proposed are reasonable and proportionate by the Coalition, and they will enhance the ability of the government to cancel the visas of those who engage in anti-Semitic rhetoric, Islamic extremism, which is the extremism underpinning Islamic State and other terrorist organisations, and other extremist ideologies which pose a risk of harm to the Australian government. This is not about politics, it's about community safety, confidence in the rule of law, standing with Jewish Australians and confronting Islamic extremism honestly and directly. Australians expect their parliament to name the problem and tackle it properly, and I'm confident that we can do that today.
The question is the bill be read a second time. I'm going to give the call to the member for Dixon.
Yeah. Thank you, Speaker. I rise to speak on the Combating Anti-Semitism, Hate and Extremism Bill 2026. Some of us here in this place know loss, know trauma and know grief. The grief of losing a child or a family member. We know that gut-wrenching feeling, visceral feeling of coming home and they are no longer there. But what I don't know and can't begin to know is racially motivated terror and the loss, trauma, grief and fear that derives from that. I know what it is like to see danger and to put your body in front of your child to give them every chance of living. I know it because I did that as an out-of-control car came towards my 4-year-old in a pram in 2011. That day never left me. It is seared into every breath I take. It is fear that I never knew before the accident. And it means the management of never-ending anxiety that at any moment, anywhere, life can end. What I don't know and have never lived with is racially motivated terror, anxiety and fear. Deep fear that you might be purposefully targeted by another human because of your faith, the colour of your skin, where you were born or where your parents or their parents were born. That while doing your grocery shopping, another human will whisper under their breath. That while dropping your child at school, another parent will say things about the way you might be dressed or what's happening in your country of birth. That your family members, your children, may be abused, shunned and targeted. That while attending a celebration at our iconic Bondi Beach with your friends and family, that other humans would plan a mass murder event targeting you, your friends and family on that beach. I don't know that, and nor should any Australian. That is not living. What I do know is the horrific loss of a child. I know some of the grief that Charlotte's parents are going through. It is a particularly cruel existence, living while your child no longer walks with you. What I don't know is the intentional murder of a child, that another human chose that, planned that, and was motivated by hate to do that. Cancer chose my boy. Leukemia took him. No human took him. I can't imagine the grief, the anger and resentment that that would trigger. Anti-Semitism, hate and extremism have no place in Australia, and I certainly support any changes that will help ensure that no parent or family experiences the trauma of Bondi again. This bill is about confronting extremism, protecting social cohesion and safeguarding our communities. It is about protecting the loss of life, preventing violence and hate. This bill, together with related firearms and customs law reforms, delivers strong, targeted action against those who spread hate and violence. The bill strengthens hate crime laws by introducing aggravated offences for those in positions of influence, including religious leaders who advocate violence and adults who radicalise children. These provisions reflect the serious harm caused when an authority is being abused. Penalties for hate crimes will be increased to ensure they reflect the gravity of these offences. These laws send a clear message that crimes driven by anti-Semitism and racial hatred will attract strong consequences. This bill is about protecting innocent lives. It is about honouring 15 beautiful people who left us too soon. Bondi must never occur again.
The question is that the bill be read a second time and give the call to the honourable member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And Deputy Speaker, since the 7th of October 2023, Australia's anti-Semitism crisis slowly evolved from words to protest to intimidation, harassment, firebombings and ultimately catastrophe on the 14th of December 2025. Throughout this whole period, Australia did not have a problem with laws. It had a problem with enforcement. That was missing. There's always room for refinement, but what was missing more than anything else was leadership. This government is seeking to use the law to fix the problems of absent leadership. After this tragedy, Australians want our leaders to unite our country and elevate the nation. But it was not to be. Instead, we've had an omnibus bill that brought together new speech laws, firearms regulation, migration amendments and the creation of new prohibited hate groups that was floated, and we were told, take it or leave it and decide in record time. This is not how a mature democracy nor mature government behaves. In response to the Bondi terrorist attacks, Jewish Australians have said the answer is to be more Jewish. And in response to a terrorist attack, attacking our way of life, a government that is dismissive of our democratic processes, our parliament has rightly reasserted itself and our democratic processes and lived out the best of our democratic institutions. The bills have now been split. The response from Goldstein constituents, Jewish and non-Jewish, to the government's so-called hate speech provisions was visceral. No one would be surprised I raised my own concerns about how these sections were drafted. The government has now withdrawn them. The Jewish communities expressed their anger that the firearm provisions were a deliberate distraction from the broader issue. And I'm happy to support the migration amendments, but the minister already has wide-ranging powers. The minister has been using them, of course, and we know he's been using them against Israeli migrants. Or Israeli visas. My hope is he will use them to keep those who preach Islamic hatred and extremism instead. Finally, my liberal instincts teach me to be wary of some of the new prohibited hate group powers, and I am wary of them. After reading the bill and having looked at the referral, oversight, transparency and renewal obligations, I think it's fair to say that I'm alert but not alarmed. The need for vigilance to oversight these new powers will be very important in protecting the community, but also our liberal democratic norms. I note some members in this debate have already talked about how these laws have been rushed through the parliament and normal processes have not been followed, and I agree with some of those concerns. But then I find it odd that they're seeking to move amendments to expand those powers without any proper process to be able to understand the consequences, and I caution them to do so. We know the evil that we are seeking to target, which is those people who preach hatred and particularly extremism and the radicalisation pathways that promote violence against Australia's community of Jewish heritage. And we should understand that's the specific nature of the cause that we're focused on now. Anyone who thinks today's bills will cage the anti-Semitism threat that has been unleashed misunderstands the challenge and the necessary effort to contain it, just as the government misunderstood the consequences of leaving it unchecked. Inaction will be judged as lacking the moral clarity and courage when they were warned. They knew what was right and they refused not to act. Now is the time for good people to stand up, and it will not be demonstrated in our words, but of course in our deeds. When we tolerate extremism against Australians of Jewish heritage, it does not end there. We have already seen an uptick in homophobic violence because we know that the equal and opposite reaction of one form of extremism is other varieties of the same. Our social cohesion is essential to the type of Australia we want, not just for Australians of Jewish heritage, but for every Australian. It will decide whether we honour our inheritance and hand a nation to the next generation that makes us proud, or whether we knowingly blink in the face of those who sow discord. Goldstein constituents have lived the cost of inaction as many others have. They see the scale of the problem with clarity, and they can see that too often our nation leaders have blinked. They are now looking to this parliament to elevate, to lead, and to give them hope that once again we can rebuild the safe and free nation we want it to be and it should be, and that they desperately need it to be.
The question is the bill be read a second time, and I give the call to the honourable member for Latrobe.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And going back in time, Islamic terrorism is nothing new. We go back to September 11, 2001 with the awful events in America. And also, too, there was another incident, the bombing in Oklahoma by Timothy McVeigh and Darren Nichols, and they were two hard-ring white supremacists. So these laws here today must target both those Nazi sympathisers and also Islamic extremists. We go back here in Australia in 2008 when Abdul Banbrika was convicted of directing terrorist attacks, planned terrorist attacks for the MCG and also Crown Casino in Melbourne. And he was a person who'd been removed from his mosque because of his radical beliefs, but went out there to use his influence to target young people. And that's something so important about the need to target hate speech. And I was out back in, I think it was 2008, saying we need to target hate preachers. And the reason being that my background was with Victoria Police. So when I look at laws and legislation, I'm looking at how can the police find a conviction on this. And the concerns I've had in the past is, for example, going back to September 11, where you had radical preachers out there talking about the September 11 attacks were justified and it's a good thing when the infidels die. And it's not actually going far enough as incitement or threats. And that's why this legislation here today is very important, to make sure we capture those people who are trying to, in particular, influence younger people to commit hideous attacks. We look at what's happened in recent times, and even, can I just say, it's been reported in the news overnight that again our Jewish Australian community has been targeted. Young Jewish teens had to escape trying to have been hit by a ute, I believe, in St Kilda East as the offenders drove away doing Nazi salutes. And can I say the anti-Semitism has got much worse since October 7, those awful attacks in Israel, and then 2 days after we saw statements made in the Sydney Opera House by pro-Palestinian demonstrators making these awful chants. Then it's gone further when it's been weekly protests, again chants targeting the Jewish community, and then through universities. And it really did take action at the time, and that action failed to take place. So you then have these, you look at the neo-Nazis where they think, you know what, you can go out there and make chants and make your salutes and try to get more members to join, and it just keeps breeding hate, and it's like anything can go. And we've seen the hate escalate against the Jewish community from the chants to the bombing of a synagogue in Melbourne, the terrorist attack, and also that plan from overseas authorities, which is quite unbelievable. And then now we've had the awful atrocity of the Bondi attacks. My thoughts and go out with the victims there. So I'm very much in support of targeting hate speeches and also the hate groups. So just know when you've got all the advisors here today, the one thing I'm putting my detective hat on, when it comes to social media, and I notice it's going to be public social media comments when it comes to targeting or trying to encourage those to get involved in hate speech. What about these private WhatsApp groups when you can, for example, I've got one with 200 members when they get invited. So I just say when it comes to this legislation, and I've heard this before, the government has really rushed this through. I know we've been calling Parliament back, but to get here and actually be having members trying to work out is just going to go far enough, for example, when they're targeting those using social media for hate purposes. It really needed a lot more time and effort. And you look at our Intelligence Committee only kind of given a very short time to make a report, and even the legislation we only got to see the this morning. So I'll leave it there and again our thoughts with all the victims of Bondi Massacre. Thank you.
Call to the honourable member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Australia is one of the most successful multicultural nations in the world. And that success rests on a simple foundation, a strong, fair and orderly immigration system. Australians are generous people. We welcome migrants, we value contribution, and we are rightly proud of our multicultural society, but Australians also expect their government to manage migration responsibly, to uphold the law and to put community safety first. That is the standard against which the migration section of this bill must be judged. Immigration is not just an abstract policy debate. It affects real people, families trying to find housing, workers competing for jobs, communities relying on already stretched services and migrants who have followed the rules and played by the book. Views on immigration are strong in outer metro electorates such as mine, where infrastructure is under pressure. Western Sydney has a wonderful multicultural community, and concerns around immigration levels are not about race, but about services and quality of life. In late 2025, results from a local survey show that many of my constituents believe immigration is too high and impacts roads, hospitals, schools and housing. 82% said that immigration is important to them, 91% saying it's placing significant pressure on our services and infrastructure such as our roads, our schools, our hospital, and 90% want us to decrease the level of immigration. It's not just about the pressures. Migration concerns are about the safety of our citizens. Today I received hundreds of emails from concerned people in my electorate, as well as hundreds more from across Australia who are deeply concerned about this bill. I say this, I have heard you, I have read your emails and your opinions matter. Shane from Orchard Hills shares that immigration is having a negative impact on the community. Housing, infrastructure and schools, his biggest concern. Louise from Claremont Meadows says this successful society is based on social cohesion. Immigration in Australia is a failed experiment that has led to high crime rates, lower standards of living and lower social cohesion. At its core, our communities deserve a migration system built on integrity. That means clear rules, consistent enforcement and decisions that are made in Australia's national interest. Measures that strengthen the government's ability to deal with serious criminal conduct, protect the community and enforce visa conditions are necessary. Australians should not be asked to accept a system that allows dangerous individuals to enter and remain in our country because of weak laws or administrative failure. Integrity cuts both ways. Strong powers must come with strong safeguards. Ministerial discretion must be exercised transparently and responsibly. Decisions that affect people's lives must be lawful, proportionate and subject to proper scrutiny. The rule of law is not optional and it must apply to government just as much as it applies to everyone else. This parliament has a duty to get it right, and the coalition has been focused with very little time. We've been working hard to ensure that it targets genuine threats. We are working through what's left of the bill to make sure it does work and deal with hate and extremist groups. This enables the Immigration Minister to deal with Islamic extremists who we want to stop coming into this country. These groups are a genuine threat to our safety and to our way of life. The revised legislation no longer includes provisions that sparked free speech concerns across the parliament. Although, even with the changes, we must ensure that it does not impinge on freedom of expression or freedom of association. Instead, it must focus on the tougher penalties for existing hate crimes, expanded powers to list hate organisations, and stronger visa cancellation and refusal powers for non-citizens engaged in extremist activity and online extremist views and ideology. The migration amendments in this bill sharpens the focus of existing character powers so that they clearly capture extremist advocacy and anti-Semitic behaviour, including where that conduct occurs online offshore. Anti-Semitism today is often transnational in nature, spread through digital platforms, imported through overseas networks and amplified by individuals who have no permanent stake in Australia. And the Coalition supports clearer grounds for refusing or cancelling visas where a non-citizen has demonstrated that they promote racial or ethnic hatred. We have pushed for additional safeguards to address the risks, and we have worked to ensure that there are additional protections contained in the legislation. We need to remember why we're here, to tackle extremist groups and better protect Jewish Australians, all Australians, so terrorism does not continue. We must ensure that the bill is strong and the integrity of this bill is strong and that Australians can have confidence in it.
The question is the bill be read a second time. I give the call to the honourable member for New England.
We have been absolutely jammed in consideration of this. The first bill that was part of the omnibus bill arrived 7:09 in the morning and was guillotined at 10. This arrived sometime later and it's substantially different to what was in the omnibus bill, and now we're about to be guillotined again. I might just take you to one section of it that really concerns me. It concerns me that a hate crime would constitute an offence against provisions of a law of a state or territory. So what we are now relying on, and this is very concerning, that you will come under the remit of a Commonwealth hate crime under aggravated circumstances is punishable by up to 15 years in jail, premised on what a state or territory might deem as a hate crime. We're starting to get an awfully wide net on what was supposed to be a succinct dealing with an issue about anti-Semitism. If we had had a clarion focus on anti-Semitism, that is the hatred, the attack of the Jewish people, and has been done in this instance by fundamental Islamic terrorism, then this would be so much cleaner. But you have broadened this in such a form that stapled to a very noble cause is a whole range of peripheral issues that really causes great concern. Now, when people vote against this, and they will, it has got to be understood that it is by the mischievous nature of attaching other circumstances to this bill that it has to be voted down in bulk. This bill, Mr. Speaker, has not been to a committee. This one has not been to a committee. There's an omnibus bill that has. This section of that omnibus bill is substantially different. It has not been to a committee. It has not had the proper transparency, and a bill that has not been to a committee is nonetheless going to be guillotined. Why are you voting for something, might I suggest, that you haven't even read? What are other things you're going to now vote for that you haven't read? You definitely haven't read the 89 pages of this. I have to admit, there's not a lot of differences in this, but there certainly is in this one. There certainly is in this one. So if you want to have the jurisdiction of a Federal Crimes Act being administered by the act of a territory, and in the act of a legal act of a territory determining the penalty you will have under the Commonwealth Act, then this is the bill you'd be...
In accordance with the resolution unanimously agreed by the House yesterday, the second reading debate shall conclude at 1 p.m, with questions being put on any amendments moved to the motion for the second reading and on the second reading of the bill. So I put before the House now that the House deal with this bill. All those opinions say aye for the second reading. Say aye. Aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. No, that's right. I'll call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend legislation relating to criminal and migration laws and for related purposes.
The House will now consider the bill in detail. In accordance with the resolution agreed to on 19 January 2026, the bill will be now taken as a whole. The question is the bill be agreed to, and I give the call to the honourable member for Herbert.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move the amendment circulated in my name. The Australian national flag is far more than stitched fabric fluttering in the wind. It is woven into the very fabric of our nation. It is a living symbol of who we are, the values we hold, and the price that has been paid in blood, service and sacrifice to preserve our way of life. For generations of Australians, the flag has stood as a unifying emblem, raised in the moments of triumph and lowered in the moments of profound national grief. It is worn with pride on the shoulders of our Australian Defence Force, and it is draped with solemn honour over the coffins of those who never came home. I have buried friends, my brothers beneath that flag, mates killed in combat, died in training, and taken by the battles that followed them home. I have stood at gravesides where the Australian flag was the final gesture of gratitude a nation could offer. That flag does not represent an idea alone. It represents lives given, families broken, and a debt that can never be repaid. And that is why the growing scenes of flag burning and flag desecration on our streets strike such a raw national nerve. Over the past year, Australians have watched protesters deliberately desecrate and torch our national flag. For the overwhelming majority of Australians, this is not political expression, it is contempt. It is a deliberate act of disrespect from those who seek to undermine the very values upon which our nation is built. National polling shows that 77% of Australians believe burning the Australian flag should be illegal. That is not a fringe view. It is the clear and overwhelming voice of the Australian people. The symbols on our flag, the Federation Star, the Union Jack and the Southern Cross, tell our national story. They represent the unity of our states and territories, the rule of law, foundations of our democracy and our place beneath the southern skies. These are not abstract concepts. They are the values that underpin our freedoms, our institutions and our national identity. Yet our laws are silent. The Flags Act 1953 offers no protection against desecration unless it involves damage to private property. That is an indefensible gap. If we accept that the Australian national flag represents our nation, then it must be protected in its own right by this amendment. Some argue that criminalising flag burning infringes freedom of expression. That argument fundamentally misunderstands both freedom and responsibility. Freedom of expression has never been absolute. We already draw lines where conduct incites violence, promotes hatred, or desecrates sacred and culturally significant symbols. Protecting our national flag is not censorship. It is an affirmation of national unity and mutual respect. Desecrating and setting fire to the Australian flag is a disgusting act designed to divide, demean and inflame. This amendment sends a clear and unequivocal message. We stand united under our flag, the Australian flag. Introducing a maximum penalty of 2 years imprisonment is a proportionate and necessary deterrent to this hateful and disgraceful act. Every time another grub on the street puts a torch to our national flag without consequence, it is an insult to every Australian, especially those who wore the flag on their shoulder while protecting our nation and those who were buried beneath it. I commend this amendment to the House.
The question is the amendment to be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. Ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes.
Sometimes where you're going to be. Yeah.
Lock the doors. The question before the House is the amendment moved by the honourable member for Herbert be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Capricornia and Bowman as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Bean and Werriwa as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 45, noes 94. The matter was resolved in the negative. Members can return to their seats quickly and quietly. We'll proceed with the consideration in detail. Order. If members can return to their seats quickly and quietly or leave the chamber. I'll give the call to the Attorney-General.
Speaker, I present two supplementary explanatory memoranda to the bill. Sorry.
Give a call to the Attorney-General.
I ask leave of the House to move Government Amendment 1 on sheet JA104 and Government Amendment 1 on sheet JA105 as circulated together.
Is leave granted? Member for Herbert.
Leave's granted.
The Attorney-General may proceed.
I move Government Amendment 1 on sheet JA104 and Government Amendment 1 on sheet JA105 as circulated together.
Give the call to the Attorney-General.
Mr Speaker, the Government's amendment will require the Senate Legal and Constitutional Affairs Legislation Committee to conduct a review into subdivision CA of Division 80 of Part 5.1 of the Criminal Code as soon as practicable after the second anniversary of the commencement of this item. In doing so, this review will ensure there is an appropriate assessment of the effectiveness of these provisions with a report tabled before the Parliament. The Government's amendment would insert a legislative note to clarify the remit of subsection 5 of section 114A.3 to explain that it does not seek to capture lawful debate, robust criticism, religious discussion, genuine political advocacy or target legitimate comedy, satire or artistic expression.
The question is the amendments be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. We'll move to the next. Yes, just for the Leader of the House.
So just to advise the House in terms of speeches, I've got a procedure that I'm hoping to not move, that basically we deal with all remaining amendments without debate. If we can get through this relatively quickly, then we'll be able to make sure that everybody gets to present their amendments properly. But I'm just sort of flagging, if people can be conscious of the time, that'd be great.
Thank the Leader of the House. We'll move. All right, thanks. No, he's not guillotining the member for Kennedy. He's just saying if everyone can be brief, we will not need to go down that path. So that means short and sweet. Give the call to the member for McKellar.
Thank you, Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move amendments 1 to 3 as circulated in my name together.
Is leave granted?
Leave is granted.
The Attorney-General's granted leave. The member for McKellar may proceed.
I move amendments 1 to 3 as circulated in my name together. All Australians, including Jewish people, have the human right to feel safe in Australia, and over the last 2 years we've witnessed a deeply troubling escalation in anti-Semitism that has left many Jewish Australians feeling vulnerable to violence in their own communities. This bill seeks to respond to that reality. And whilst I fully support efforts to criminalise the incitement of racial hatred and to prohibit organisations that actively promote or encourage such hatred, these are important and necessary steps. But as we seek to protect one right, we must ensure we do not erode others, and our response must be proportionate, well-calibrated and firmly grounded in human rights principles. I note the rushed nature of this debate and the lack of timeline in being able to get across this bill adequately, and the compressed nature of the bill. I also note that I had a second reading amendment that I would have liked to introduce, but debate was curtailed, so I was not able to do that. That amendment noted that the Australian Human Rights Commission introduced a national anti-racism framework in November 2024, and the government has not responded. During the very limited consultation on the original exposure draft, numerous significant concerns have been raised, including by the Australian Human Rights Commission, and many of those concerns remain unresolved in the current version of this bill. One particular area of concern relates to proposed prohibited hate groups frameworks. As identified by the Australian Human Rights Commission, this framework is overly broad, lacks essential procedural fairness and risks criminalising people on the basis of association rather than on their conduct or their intention. It is this critical aspect of the bill that this amendment addresses. In criminalising a wide array of activities such as attending training or providing support after a group has been listed without clear evidentiary thresholds or fair listing processes, the laws could capture people engaged in an activity that had nothing to do with promoting hatred or violence. Under this bill, a person could be prosecuted simply for receiving training from a listed organisation, even if the training had no connection to hate-motivated conduct and the individual had no intention to be involved in hate-motivated conduct. The threshold is extremely low for offences of such gravity, remembering that this could result in a person spending several years in jail. This amendment clarifies that offences relating to training, funding or support would apply only where the conduct is intended to facilitate or is likely to materially assist the commission of a hate crime. This amendment responds to the recommendation of the Australian Human Rights Commission. It provides better balance, better targeting and better alignment with human rights principles, and for that reason I commend the amendment to the House. Thank you.
The question is the amendments be agreed to. I'm going to give the call to the Attorney-General.
I thank the member for her contribution and appreciate the intent of her amendment. The government will not be supporting this amendment. The bill is already appropriately limited to situations where someone intends for this conduct to assist the organisation to engage in hate crimes or to support the organisation to continue to expand or exist.
The question then before the House, the amendments be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. We'll move to the next item and I'll give the call to the member for Curtin.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I move the amendment circulated in my name.
The member for Curtin may proceed.
This amendment introduces a provision to ensure that the AFP minister's decision regarding hate groups is reviewable on its merits by the Administrative Review Tribunal. This bill introduces a significant power for the AFP minister, which needs safeguards against misuse or mistake. We have to make laws for bad governments, not assuming we will have good governments. And when we look overseas, we can see authoritarian figures are rising. Banning organisations is a typical strategy of authoritarian figures and frequently associated with democratic backsliding, so we need to ensure a power like this has sufficient safeguards. Some safeguards do exist: the agreement of the Attorney-General and judicial review of the AFP minister's decision about whether the proper process was followed, but it explicitly exempts the application of procedural fairness, so there's no right to be heard. If someone believes that their group has been wrongly designated a hate group, this amendment would give them the ability to seek an ART review of that decision on its merits. Thank you.
The question is the amendment be agreed to. Give the call to the Attorney-General.
I thank the member for her contribution. The government will not be supporting this amendment. The bill already contains robust oversight, including the ability for the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security to review a listing decision. The Parliament retains its ability to disallow a listing, and nothing in this bill precludes judicial review.
I'll put the question to the House that the amendment be agreed to. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. We'll move to the honourable member for Wentworth.
I ask leave of the House to move amendments 1 to 4 circulated in my name together.
Give the call to the Attorney-General.
Leave is granted.
Leave is granted. The member for Wentworth may proceed.
I move amendments 1 to 4 are circulated in my name together. I rise today in support of the bill, but also to put forward an amendment. I'm introducing an amendment to Part 3, the aggravated sentencing factor. This provision adds a matter which must be considered by the court when sentencing persons for federal offences if the factor is relevant and known to the court. This factor is whether the offender's conduct was motivated by a hatred of another person or group, and if so, whether that hatred was because of the person's belief that the target person or target group are distinguished by race or national ethnic origin. I support this provision. A federal offence which has been motivated by hatred, especially on the attributes which are inherent to an individual or group, is an offence which deserves additional punishment upon consideration of the court. In a time of unprecedented anti-Semitism, particularly directed to those in my community and across the country, and in the wake of the abhorrent attack on the 14th of December, we must take action to show that hatred is not acceptable and draw bright lines, and this is a fitting way to do so. However, I remain concerned that the groups designated within this provision are too narrowly defined. Consideration of this hatred should not be limited by race or national ethnic origin. Hatred can be enacted through violence and crime against members of our LGBTQIA+ community, for example, those with a disability and those from religious communities. As I've said previously, the Jewish community has not asked for special treatment in relation to these bills, and I think that is really relevant because given what has happened in my community, I wouldn't be standing in this space on this without having spoken to the Jewish community. But what they have said to me is that we need to protect all Australians from hatred and vilification. We need to draw bright lines across this country, and we need to make sure that everybody feels that they are equal in front of the law. And I really cannot understand why the government in this case would bring in what I think is an appropriate piece of legislation, but then in terms of this part of the bill, but then not apply it consistently. That is internally inconsistent actually with the rest of the Act. So from a point of view from just good governance, this is bad because we have laws applying to some in some ways and not in other ways. And it is not, I think, good for the message that we're trying to send to the country is that we are all equal in front of the law and hatred matters to everyone. And so while I very much, I have stood and fought for anti-Semitism protections for this, in the last Parliament and in this Parliament, but I have always done it in consultation with the Jewish community who have said, don't single us out, make sure that this is protection for everyone. And I raise this particularly because I represent the biggest Jewish community in the country, and I think I probably represent the biggest LGBTQ community in the country as well. And I'm going to read something that someone sent to me about this. For much of my life, I was a senior banking executive. Due to my public role, I attracted the attention of a man who sought to destroy my lives. I'm a gay man, and the hatred and homophobia he directed to me over a number of years was in the order that Chief Justice Lucy McCallum said she'd never seen. He sent thousands of emails to everyone I knew, family, board members, colleagues, associates, left multiple phone messages every day, came to my home and workplace, generated pornographic and other images of me, accused me publicly of all manner of terrible crimes, and so on. I was forced to sell my house, move jobs, resign from several boards, and more or less live as a hermit for some years with security guards accompanying me. That is the case for some people in our community. Now, I have been there and talked to Jewish community members who are afraid to go out in their country, who do not know if they will ever be safe again. And we have to, as a parliament, fight for that. But we need to fight for the safety of all Australians. And the targeting of hatred against any Australian should not be acceptable to this parliament. And the laws need to apply broadly and equally, so those people are not forced, to go through this and recognise that they're not that hatred against them doesn't matter as much. Now I think that is actually better for the social cohesion of our country rather than the worse. Thank you.
The question is the amendments be agreed to. Give the call to the Attorney-General.
I thank the member for her contribution and I acknowledge her constructive engagement with the government. The government will not be supporting this amendment. The government is focused as a priority on measures to respond to anti-Semitism, noting the Jewish community has been subjected to serious and significant harm, most recently with the deadly terrorist attack on Australian soil. Existing offences in the Criminal Code, including for advocating or threatening force or violence, already protect other groups, including those distinguished by religion, sexual orientation and disability. Those provisions will be further strengthened by this bill.
I'll put the question to the House that the amendments be agreed to. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. We'll go to the member for New England, who we've already dealt with. The House has already dealt with the First Amendment, his name, so we won't be dealing with that. So I'll go to the second amendments that he has now seeking to move. We'll give the call to the member for New England.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move amendments 1 and 2 on sheet 2 as circulated in my name together.
Is leave granted?
Granted.
The Attorney-General has granted leave. You may proceed, the member for New England.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I move amendments 1 and 2 on sheet 2 as circulated in my name together, and I believe that it is incredibly important that we understand that in the division and the bifurcation of this omnibus bill, we now have a complete change in what went before the Committee for Inquiry. As that is the case, I've seen an enlargement of the scope and the net of what this bill now brings about, entices. I bring your attention to this section and this amendment because a hate crime is also conduct, whether engaged in before or after this section commences, as would constitute an offence and provision of a law of the Commonwealth. Can understand that. We're in the Commonwealth Parliament and we have the authority, and that is our remit. But it also now goes on to say would constitute an offence against a provision of a law of a state parliament, constitutes a division of a law of a territory parliament, in force at the commencement of this section, and if engaged before a provision referred to in subparagraph 1 or 2 commence, would have constituted an offence against the provision had the provision been in force at the time the conduct was engaged in. Mr Speaker, this is getting awfully large. There seems to be an awfully large net here. We have a lot of policemen and a whole range of people who can now get caught up in this. We can have dueling, basically, views of what hate crimes are by respective parliaments and respective territories. They could basically take retribution against another person's view by deeming something a hate crime in their state parliament and then relying on the Commonwealth to enforce it. At the end, an aggregated form of this, Mr Speaker, has 15 years in jail. This is way beyond anything that was discussed at the inquiry that was rightly held. This issue has only just appeared. Now, Mr Speaker, if I had a little bit more time than having received this at around about, 10 o'clock and now having it guillotined, I suppose, in the next half hour, we could probably go into this in a little bit more depth. Now, Mr Speaker, I don't intend to divide on this, but I will be calling a division on the third reading and to vote against the bill, because this is incredibly dangerous and goes way beyond what we were supposed to be doing. We're supposed to be dealing with anti-Semitism, the hatred of Jews, people who murder people of a Jewish faith, and that was where it was supposed to be. It could have been succinct, it could have been clear, it could have been focused, but we've now opened this net up so wide that it has become quite dangerous. I think it's hard enough that you have to come up with legislation in this chamber which we know a future parliament may change or do as they wish. But we're actually now saying we're willing to take on the risk of not only future federal parliaments, but future state parliaments and future territory parliaments. And that is just beyond the breadth of something that can be tolerated. So I asked my colleagues here to truly consider how wide do you want the police force to go? How far do you think this legislation should reach? And I think you say, well, this will favour me on a certain area, but just imagine the person who's on the political polar opposite of where you are and the fun they could have by being able to go to a state parliament and bring forth a section which they deem to be hate legislation and then taking you off to court, which if they prove, it won't be too hard. They've got their own state legislation. You'll definitely have a criminal offence. If they can find it's aggravated, there is the potential that you go to jail for 15 years. How did you come up with that complete lunacy of legislation?
The question is the amendments be agreed to, and I'll give the call to the Attorney-General.
I thank the honourable member for his contribution. The legislative package before the parliament is appropriate and the government will not be supporting this amendment.
I'll put the question that the amendments be agreed to. Those opinion say aye. Against no. Let the noes have it. Move to the honourable member for Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move Amendments 1 and 2 as circulated in my name together.
The Attorney-General.
Leave is granted.
Leave is granted. The member for Bradfield may proceed.
I move Amendments 1 and 2 as circulated in my name together. Mr Speaker, I want to be really clear about my approach to my role in this place. I'm committed to doing everything that's necessary and appropriate to rid this country of the scourge of anti-Semitism. The murderous terror inflicted on the Jewish community and on Australians more broadly on the 14th of December must never be allowed to happen again. And it's precisely because of that desire to get our response right that I've been so disappointed at the haste with which the government has approached this task, severely truncated inquiry, the lack of meaningful consultation, and the limited time given to parliamentarians to review and understand the legislation, let alone an opportunity to work with the government on behalf of my constituents to try and improve it. After all, these are very significant changes being proposed. We're talking about new criminal offences with penalties of imprisonment of up to 15 years. And as a lawmaker new to this place, it is utterly confounding to me that in what is supposed to be one of the most robust parliamentary systems in the world, I'm being asked to pass a law today, and vote on it I should say, which could result in someone being sentenced for up to 15 years in prison the very same day as I'm receiving text of that law. Now, I completely understand, I respect and I support the need to act swiftly to protect people. Indeed, it's the duty of this government to do so. But what if acting swiftly to enact laws which trade off people's rights without being sure that they will even achieve desired results? Expert after expert have expressed their deep concerns about not only the substance of the laws but the process by which they will make their way through this parliament. In its submission to the inquiry conducted by the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, held hastily over a couple of days last week, the Law Council reminded us that the rule of law requires that laws be readily known and available and certain and clear. It was in that context that the Council criticised the lack of clarity and precision in those laws before us, and that they couldn't even be certain of just how unclear and how imprecise these laws are because they haven't had enough time to review them. Look, this is both disappointing and frankly outrageous. The sentiment was echoed by eminent constitutional lawyer Anne Toomey, who said that the time given to submissions to the inquiry and the time given for the committee to produce its report were manifestly inadequate. She went on to outline some possible outcomes of the application of the laws, outcomes which deserve due consideration as they concern all of us. And it's for this reason that I have moved an amendment which introduces a sunset clause to this bill. My amendment means that the bill would automatically be repealed after 2 years. Now, this is one step beyond a mere review clause, which must happen, It will enforce the government to go back to the people and say, this has worked and it is still necessary. And if that is indeed the case, passing the laws again will be a simple matter. It's also relevant to note that the offence of publicly inciting racial hatred was introduced to New South Wales by the New South Wales government last year, contains a 3-year sunset clause. And very briefly, the second amendment I move today relates to the definition of hate crime for the purposes of banning hate groups. As currently drafted, it is not possible to ban a hate group for advocating terrorism or advocating genocide. This is an illogical aspect of this bill, especially given that we are attempting to combat terrorism. I seek to amend the bill to ensure that the crimes of advocating terrorism and advocating genocide can cause a group to be banned. And the reason I give for this is that we want to stamp out hate against targeted groups. The intentional exclusion of these worst types of hateful conduct is completely irrational. I commend these amendments to the House.
The question is the amendments be agreed to, and I give the call to the Attorney-General.
I thank the member. The government will not supporting these amendments. The provisions respond strongly to anti-Semitism, hatred and extremism. The consequence of supporting these amendments would, amongst other things, render them temporary, including the important listing regime for prohibited hate groups.
I'll put the question that the amendments be agreed to. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. Now move to the honourable member for Kooyong.
Thank you, Speaker. I move the amendment circulated in my name.
Member for Kooyong may proceed.
Speaker, it's clear that the Australian community has insufficient evidence-based information in relation to existing hate speech offences. There's been a lot of misinformation about these offences, how they operate and whether they're successful in the prosecution of serious instances of hatred within our communities. To have respectful, fact-driven conversations about hate crimes and about how well we are addressing them, we need clear and regular reporting about the incidents, nature and outcomes of those crimes in this country. That data can then guide assessment of the effectiveness of interventions, such as the legislation that we are debating today. Now, at the 11th hour earlier today, the government has agreed with the opposition to include reporting on new aggravated offences for hate preachers and listings of prohibited hate groups within this legislation. Those additions are welcome, but they relate to only 2 new hate provisions. They're too limited in scope and they won't take effect for 2 years. So the amendment that I put in front of the House now requires the government to provide annual reporting on the effectiveness of existing hate offences under the Criminal Code, those reported to the police, those referred to prosecutorial agencies, those finalised with and without court proceedings, and the details of any sentences imposed. With this, I call for anonymised reporting on the substance of those alleged offences or prosecuted offences and the reasons why some may fail to result in a prosecution. To date, the convictions, the prosecutions and sentencing of crimes committed under the hate regime of the Criminal Code have not reflected the broader community's view on the seriousness of these crimes. I expressed this concern in this place in February 2025. Since that time, the laws have been invoked to charge only a handful of people in the face of a very significant number of hate crimes that we know are ongoing within our communities. This is disproportionate. It's with the seriousness, but also the prevalence of hate crimes in our communities. So the reports that would be generated as a result of this amendment will provide a clear and accurate picture of whether our hate crime regime is effective or whether its thresholds remain too high to enable meaningful outcomes. The amendment is based on recommendations of expert groups, including the Executive Council of Australian Jewry and the Office of Australia's Special Envoy to Combat Anti-Semitism. Speaker, we need a better understanding of the effectiveness of this critical piece of legislation. This amendment would represent a constructive contribution to that effect.
The question is the amendment be agreed to. Give the call to the Attorney-General.
I thank the member for her contribution. The government will not be supporting this amendment. The bill contains robust oversight of the provisions. There are other means through which this information can be obtained, including through parliamentary processes.
I'll put the question that the amendment be agreed to. Those opinions say aye. Against no. The noes have it. Give the call to the member for Warringah.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I ask leave of the House to move amendments 1 to 3 on sheet 1 and amendment on sheet 2 as circulated in my name together.
Give the call to the Attorney-General.
Leave is granted.
Leave is granted. The member may proceed.
As circulated, and on amendment 1 on sheet 2 as circulated in my name together. It's impossible to properly scrutinise this legislation when it's provided to members only hours before debate. It makes a mockery of our responsibility to carefully scrutinise laws. Despite this and my serious concerns about this bill, an extremely limited amount of time, I've been able to at least draw out these 4 amendments of areas that are contentious and incredibly concerning. In seeking to act quickly, this bill grants the minister broad discretion with inadequate safeguards, weakens procedural fairness and sets a dangerous precedent that future governments could exploit. My concerns and amendments address 3 areas: the breadth of ministerial power, the lowering of visa cancellation thresholds and the narrow, incomplete definition of hate crime and consequently prohibited groups to which that applies. As drafted, it enables a significant overreach of ministerial power, weakens procedural fairness and sets a dangerous precedent that may be exploited. Now, in relation to my amendments, the revised bill circulated just recently is intended to combat anti-Semitism, hate and extremism. That is something I would hope we are all united about. But the execution is flawed and unacceptable. The bill continues to define hate crimes narrowly, focusing on race, nationality and ethnic origin, which I certainly welcome that. But it is clear that we have hate crimes that are done on the basis of faith, that are done on the basis of sexuality, gender and sexual orientation and disability. And why these are not included in the definition of hate crime for the purpose of prohibited groups, I do not understand. And I know many in Australia, in such a multi-faith country, why on the basis of at least religion is not included is really quite astounding. So one amendment seeks to broaden the definition of hate crime, to expand it to include targeted people on the basis of religion, sex, sexual orientation, gender identity, intersex status or disability. We know hate does not stop at race or ethnicity. There is no justification for excluding those other communities. I know they are quite distressed at the moment at hearing the debate in this place and in hearing that the government is not caring about the hate that they face. Narrowing the definition of secular pastoral leadership. As drafted, the bill criminalised conduct by anyone providing religious or secular pastoral care. Secular pastoral care is not defined. That term has no clear legal meaning and no settled boundaries. The amendment, and I have consulted with academics and legal experts in relation to this. The amendment removes the concept of so-called secular pastoral care leader entirely and limits the offence to genuine religious officials or members of prohibited hate groups. With this change, the risk of unintended consequences, and I would say a constitutional challenge that will be an embarrassment for this government, is important. Finally, the visa cancellation threshold. This bill changes the legislation in relation to the discretionary power of the minister that can cancel a visa on the basis of a concern that someone would commit an offence to might. Now, that dramatically lowers the threshold for cancelling a visa and for consideration. Might is entirely speculative. On a balance of probability, you could say that on the basis of a chance of 1 out of 100, that is a might. Would requires already slightly higher consideration. My amendment seeks to include that where a minister seeks to cancel a visa based on speculation about what a person might do, should at least make clear that there must be a demonstrable and reasonable risk. That is not an objective test. It invites an arbitrary decision-making and broad discrimination. The amendment seeks to make clear a defensible standard, one that respects the rule of law while maintaining public safety.
The question is the amendments be agreed to. Give the call to the Attorney-General.
I thank the member. The government does not support these amendments for the reasons provided in response to the amendments of the member for Wentworth. In addition, leaders of prohibited hate groups would already be subject to penalties of up to 15 years under this bill, and so it is unnecessary to extend the aggravated offences for religious leaders, which carries penalties of up to 12 years to them.
The question is the amendments be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. The question now is the amendments. The question now is that the bill as amended be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. There's a division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is that the bill as amended be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I point the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes and the honourable members for New England and Flynn as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the divisions is ayes 116, noes 7. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. This bill, as amended, has been agreed to. I call the Attorney-General.
Mr Speaker, I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend legislation relating to criminal and migration laws and for related purposes.
Call the Leader of the House.
Mr Speaker, just a suggestion on arrangements, if I may.
Order. Members may wish to hear this.
First of all, because the resolution of the House says that there would be a suspension if we finish before 2 o'clock, I might suggest that shortly it might suit the convenience of the House if you vacated the chair and caused the ringing of the bells to happen at 2:05. Secondly, and then we'd have question time, the resolution of the House has us adjourning following question time. For the information of members, we now have a fair idea of the timing for the Senate tonight, and I know people have planes to get away, so the intention would be that we would reconvene tomorrow morning. So we'll have question time. So we'll suspend now, have question time, then suspend, and the bells will ring for us to return at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. And that way people who need to be on their way will be able to do so. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
I thank the Leader of the House for that advice. The chair will be resumed at the ringing of the bells. indulgence, I call the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Well, every summer in Australia, and often the period which is dangerous is getting longer and longer, our people face the challenge of extreme weather. In the last month, Queenslanders and Victorians have been hit hard. In Victoria, fires burnt through over 400,000 hectares of bushland. Authorities have been warning that the extreme conditions were the worst since the Black Summer, and the fires on the ground said the same thing. These fires were fast-moving, unpredictable and intense. Tragically, they claimed the life of Max Hobson. Max had come to cattle farming late in his working life, and he went about it with all his engineer's precision and with real passion. Our thoughts are with Max's wife Julie, his loved ones, his friends and his community. Over 1,000 farming properties were affected and nearly 25,000 head of livestock lost. More than 1,340 structures across the state either damaged or destroyed. The damage done to Ruffy, Alexandra and surrounds is devastating. In Ravenswood and Harcourt, which I visited, over 50 homes were destroyed. I saw where the Harcourt Co-op Cool store and its neighbouring cafe had stood. The power of fire was so evident standing right on that street. Over 90 small businesses used that Cool store, local winemakers, brewers, apple growers. Years of their hard work burned away. So much was lost, yet the bravery and dedication of firefighters and volunteers saved so much more. As we were taken in by police and emergency services into that town, you could see the fire that had devastated one side of the road, houses that were there reduced to a bit of a chimney or some sign that there was a dwelling there. And across the road, really a miracle, houses intact due to the extraordinary work of volunteers, rural firefighters, police and just locals, neighbours fighting for their properties. Quite extraordinary, and if you looked at it you would not think it was possible. At the Ravenswood Staging Centre, I had the opportunity to personally thank CFA members, not just from the local community, but they'd come from Rochester that had been devastated by those terrible floods just a short time ago. I visited, seemingly like yesterday, Keswick and Mount Macedon as well to help, including Darcy. He was a young 16-year-old volunteer on his first day in the job. Mr Speaker, as the member for Bendigo knows, who I travelled with there with the Victorian Premier, these are communities where people know each other and they care about each other as well. When fires took out the Mount Alexander ABC transmission tower, Phoenix FM, which is 100% volunteer, local community radio station, they switched over to carrying the emergency broadcast for 3 days, saving lives. One CFA volunteer, Tyrone Rice, was out fighting fires when his own home was lost. In less than a week, the community had raised over $65,000 for his family. In Queensland, the devastation has been different, but the courage and generosity has been the same. Monsoonal rain, exacerbated by ex-tropical cyclone Koji, has caused widespread flooding across North Queensland. Previously, I travelled to Cloncurry with the Emergency Management Minister and with the Treasurer, and we were in Cloncurry and Mount Isa. The Minister went on to visit Julia Creek and Richmond afterwards, looking at the extraordinary impact that those floodwaters had, and I thank the Mayor of Cloncurry and other community volunteers who were able to meet and thank for what they had done there as well. Tragically, one man died when his vehicle was trapped in floodwaters near Normanton. He and his loved ones are in our thoughts today. Primary producers have seen thousands of kilometres of roads and fencing destroyed, and around 50,000 head of livestock have been lost. at least. What I said to the remarkable SES volunteers in Hood's Lagoon and locals at the Claremont Bears Footy Club is the same message I took to Harcourt in Victoria. We have got your back. From response to recovery to rebuilding, we'll be with you every step of the way. In both states, we've made the disaster recovery allowance available, up to 13 weeks of support for people who have lost income. In Victoria, together with Jacinta Allen's government, we've provided $77 million in disaster recovery funding. This is support for emergency fodder, community recovery officers and primary producer grants up to $75,000, as well as assistance for personal and financial counselling dealing with power outages and clean-up. The Defence Force have made some of their accommodation available as well in Victoria, and in both states I thank all those in police and emergency services, fire services, volunteers, the SES, the extraordinary people who step up at difficult times. In Queensland, we're working with David Crisafulli's government, who I also met with last Thursday in Brisbane. But we travelled there to Claremont with the Minister. We've provided over $66 million in support to 30 different local government areas. This includes an $11.3 million primary producer support package, in addition to $21 million in disaster recovery grants. Almost $10 million for extraordinary disaster recovery assistance grants for small business, $7 million in emergency fodder for stranded livestock, and $11.5 million to repair the Cloncurry airstrip that's so important, vital, particularly for fly-in workers who work in the resources sector in the mines around Cloncurry as well. In addition to that, we've provided support for mental health support and personal hardship assistance. I know the whole Parliament cares about helping these communities get back on their feet. There's no politics in any of this. When natural disaster strikes, governments work to provide assistance, and I know that we always have the support of the Parliament to do so, and I thank all members of the House for doing so and for engaging. I'll continue to work with local members on what else can be done, and to say that, of course, this remains a difficult period, a difficult weather period in Sydney over the weekend and the central coast of New South Wales. There was a real impact as well on the impact of the extreme weather events and record rainfall in some of those communities, including in the member for Robertson's electorate and the member for Dobell's as well. This is a difficult period. I remind people as well, as a final thought, if it's flooded, forget it. We still, every time I go into a flood area, the police and people will tell you that people think that they can drive through and they know what it looks like. I know in the member for McKellar's electorate over the weekend as well, we saw examples of that. If you can't see the ground, you don't know what's under the water. You don't know if the road has slipped away. It is simply just not worth it. So please follow the advice. Our police, emergency services, volunteers, SES, they risk a lot in helping out their fellow Australians. What they ask for is that they get listened to on that advice, and that way we'll keep Australians as safe as possible, even in what are difficult times.
On indulgence, the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I'm pleased to join the Prime Minister in acknowledging the deep hardship being experienced by Australians across our country as they confront the devastating aspects and impacts of fire and floods. From communities facing catastrophic bushfire conditions along the New South Wales-Victoria border and in parts of South Australia and Western Australia, to families and businesses who are still reeling from widespread flooding in Queensland and northern New South Wales. Australians are once again being tested by a landscape that is both extraordinary and unforgiving. I'm always reminded of the beauty and the terror from Dorothea McKellar's iconic poem. In recent weeks, I've been on the ground in flood-affected communities across North Queensland, in Cloncurry, in Julia Creek, in Richmond and Mount Isa, speaking directly to families, to pastoralists, to local leaders whose lives and livelihoods have been just turned upside down. And I've seen the number one thing you see in their eyes is exhaustion, just fatigue, but behind it, great anxiety for what the future holds, and great pain for what they've gone through, and great shock. I've also spent time with emergency services on the New South Wales-Victoria border in the Upper Murray, where I spent 17 years of my life as a farmer and where my family and community still lives. So it was very close and personal, and to see the damage that was done there firsthand only recently reminds me that those communities are too soon going through something that they went through in 2020 in the Black Summer fires. Similarly, for North Queensland, 2019 was a time of dreadful flooding. And so I want to say that when the weather is at its worst, Australians really are at their very best. And the most important thing is to acknowledge those who are directly affected. And that includes families who are forced to evacuate. But when fires and floods have an impact like this, we must always put front and centre our farmers, the people who work the land, the people who care for their livestock, the people who will only leave their farm if they absolutely have to. And when I looked at the picture of Max Hobson, and I pass on our deepest condolences to his family who lost his life in the Longwood bushfire, you see a farmer, an iconic bloke from the bush, stoicism, fortitude, calm, common sense. You can imagine him leaning on the rails at the stockyards, coping with everything, dealing with the highs and lows of life on the land. And it's a life that he has now lost, and his family and community are devastated. Those who've lost homes, who've lost stock, crops, machinery, fences, businesses, or treasured belongings, and those who are trying to keep going while carrying the emotional weight of having been through it all before. I want to place on record the opposition's gratitude to those extraordinary Australians who respond on the front line, our volunteer firefighters, our SES crews, our police, our paramedics, our defence personnel, our council workers and the many community volunteers. A really big thank you. And as I met crews from the CFA, from Queensland, from the RFS in New South Wales, in the Tallangatta Incident Centre in northeast Victoria, it was quite clear how they'd all just dropped everything to be there, and that's what you always see. Whatever they've left behind, they have done so willingly to come and lend a hand. Can I particularly thank our aviation crews and pilots? I've seen helicopter pilots in outback Queensland flying mission after mission from dawn till dusk, as exhausted as the people they are helping, knowing that just to get that last load of hay, just to pick up that last stranded person, just to see some evidence of where stock might be gathering so that you can help them and support them the next day. We thank them and every person involved in the planning, coordination and logistics that support these efforts. Mr. Speaker, recovery is a long process. It takes time, it takes resources, it takes support. And it requires governments at every level to stay engaged, not just in the immediate crisis, but in the weeks and the months that follow. And in Richmond, I heard directly from local leaders and landholders about all those practical realities of recovery: restocking, rebuilding fences, restoring yards, managing animal welfare. It's always at the top of the list. The difference in anguish and heartbreak between a farmer who has lost his land and his fences but not lost cattle or sheep is a totally different experience from one who has. And the anxiety you have for your cattle as they recover is it's beautiful to behold, because it demonstrates that bond between those who manage the land and the spirit of Australia. But we heard something so important there that from the Mayor in Richmond. He said, in words that stayed with me, that disaster packages save lives, literally. In 2019, he said, support announced in the midst of the crisis changed the course of people's lives and gave hope to those who felt they could not continue. And hope matters in disaster recovery. It's not abstract, it's real. And it's often the difference between despair and the determination to rebuild. That's why it's so important that assistance is delivered quickly. The goal must be to help people back on their feet, not to add further strain through complexity or bureaucracy at a time of such profound loss. And I want to assure Australians, as I know the Prime Minister has in these affected areas, that they're not alone. And they often feel that a lot of attention is paid in the days after the disaster, as it should be, and then those communities can fade from our public consciousness. Now, I know everyone in this parliament is determined that that not happen, that we are there for those communities over the years ahead. And remember that they are Australians who don't ask for help, but they need a lot of help. And so we must make sure that they get it. And Australia has faced disasters before, we'll face them again. Every time we're reminded not only of the power of nature, but the resilience of the Australian people. And I know that spirit will carry communities through the difficult days ahead. And the opposition stands with all those in this place and the other place to support them in whatever way we can.
In accordance with the resolution agreed to on 19 January, I will call on questions without notice. The Prime Minister.
Away, the Aged Care Minister.
Oh, the Prime Minister with arrangements. That's right.
Thanks. I inform the House that the Minister for Aged Care and Seniors will be absent from question time today, and the Minister for Health and Ageing will answer questions on his behalf.
We shall now move to questions without notice. Are there any questions? And I give the call to the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Prime Minister. The families of the Bondi terrorist attack victims had to beg the Prime Minister through their grief and tears for a Commonwealth Royal Commission into anti-Semitism. The Prime Minister forced those families to juggle unimaginable grief with national advocacy. It was callous, it was unfair, and they are owed an apology. The Prime Minister dithered and delayed with a host of bogus excuses, citing nameless experts, saying it would take too long, arguing it would platform hate. Not once has the Prime Minister admitted to and said sorry for his mistakes. Can the Prime Minister just humble himself for once and simply say sorry?
Order. Order. We've dealt with this time question before. I hope it will be the same measure applied if any ministers go over time. The Prime Minister has the call.
Mr Speaker, what happened on the 14th of December was a targeted, evil, anti-Semitic terrorist attack on Jewish Australians. And my heart breaks for every person, every family, every community that has been made to suffer because of that senseless, hate-filled violence. I've attended homes, synagogues, private meetings, both in their homes, in my Sydney home for the moment, in my Sydney office with those families. I haven't had TV cameras with me and radio reporters. What I've done is engage respectfully with those people. I've said I feel the weight of responsibility for an atrocity that happened whilst I'm Prime Minister. And as I have said, I am sorry that this occurred. Sorry for the grief and pain that the Jewish community and our entire nation have experienced. Our responsibility is to channel that grief, that pain, that anger into meaningful action, making a difference. And that is what I have striven to do. I've said that we would implement in full the recommendations of the Anti-Semitism Envoy's report. Unfortunately, some of those recommendations, the most serious ones about vilification, did not receive the support of either the Coalition or the Greens in the Senate, and therefore were not able to be pursued. We did, in the immediate aftermath of the attack, our priority was unashamedly about the safety of Australians. If you look at what has happened with terrorist attacks overseas, what often occurs is that one attack leads to another coordinated attack somewhere else as part of planning. Our first priority, unashamedly, on the Sunday night, on the Monday, on the Tuesday, on the Wednesday, on the Thursday, was not to worry about politics. Our priority was, were these people part of a cell? Would there be another attack at another place in Sydney? Would there be a follow-up attack in Melbourne? Were Jewish Australians being kept safe? Were the leaders of those communities being kept safe? We upgraded the security measures around the track. Our priority was that. What were the gaps that were missed in security as well through the National Security Committee that has met on almost a daily basis every day since December 14. That was absolutely our priority, was to get that right. Our second priority was to make sure, not that we do something in a year's time or 2 years' time, but to do something immediately. And the Parliament, the House of Representatives, passed legislation, not as strong as we would have liked in tackling anti-Semitism just before question time, but what we could get through. That was our priority, and we called a Royal Commission. Once we had the Royal Commissioner in place, once we had consulted the Jewish community about the terms of reference as well.
Order. Give the call to the member for order. Asking all members to show restraint today, of all days. Give the call to the member for Isaacs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. After the tragic events of the violent anti-Semitic terrorist attack at Bondi Beach last month, how is the Albanese government working to combat anti-Semitism, extremism and hate and keep all Australians safe?
The call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Isaacs for his question and his commitment, not just as a member of the Australian Parliament, but as also someone who is very committed to helping his fellow Jewish Australians and who travelled to Sydney just in the hours after this terrible attack on the first night of Hanukkah, where 15 Australians were murdered at Bondi Beach. They, of course, wounded dozens more, men, women and children. It was an anti-Semitic terrorist attack aimed at Jewish Australians, inspired by ISIS, the deadliest that has ever occurred on Australian soil. It was also an attack on every single Australian because it was an attack on our way of life in which the Australian covenant is that if people have any prejudice or hate, that's left in the customs hall. And here in Australia, we respect each other, of different faiths, of different backgrounds, and we treat each other properly. Now, since the horror of that day, our priority has been to keep Australians safe, to combat anti-Semitism, extremism and hate, to bring an end to violence, to bring the nation together, and to wrap our arms around the Jewish community, to be with them in their profound grief. We've announced a Royal Commission into anti-Semitism and social cohesion, so people can tell their stories to inform meaningful action. Today, we have passed through this House laws to address both the motivation and the method of the anti-Semitic terror attack at Bondi, because the terrorists had hate in their hearts, but they also had high-powered rifles in their hands. We're taking action on both, tackling anti-Semitism, tackling hate and getting dangerous guns off our streets. On Thursday, we'll come together in a National Day of Mourning, honouring the victims and all those impacted by the violence at Bondi. The theme that the Chabad community have chosen is Light Will Win, a gathering of unity and remembrance. And that is what the local community, led by their spiritual leader, Rabbi Ullman, who I've spoken with again this morning, really want to see. A fitting moment for our grieving nation to come together and reaffirm our commitment that in Australia, light triumphs over darkness.
Give the call to the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. After Australia's deadliest ever terror attack in Bondi, the families of victims wrote to the Prime Minister and said, quote, "We have endured more than 2.5 years of relentless attacks. Our children feel unsafe at school. Our homes, workplaces, sporting fields and public spaces no longer feel secure. It is an intolerable situation that no Australian should have to endure. Prime Minister, I ask again, will you apologise to Jewish Australians because you and your government did not listen?"
The call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I certainly acknowledge very directly the pain that Jewish Australians are feeling and that they have felt for some period of time. The idea that anti-Semitism began with the election of the government in 2022 is just not right. The Executive Council of Australian Jewry on the 25th of November 2018 said that the 12-month period ending 30th of September 2018 saw a 59% increase over the previous year in total anti-Semitic incidents in Australia involving threats or acts of violence. Josh Frydenberg, the then Treasurer, said on 10th of May 2019, anti-Semitism is on the rise here in Australia and the number of incidents has increased quite dramatically. The member for Barara said on the 7th of May 2019, I find it hard to believe that in 2019 we are witnessing anti-Semitic incidents on an unprecedented scale. Senator Andrew Bragg at the same time, I believe anti-Semitism is a rising problem.
Order. We don't need those sorts of commentary. Member for Barara is entitled to raise a point of order.
Point of order, Mr Speaker, on relevance. The Prime Minister wasn't asked about the history of anti-Semitism in Australia. He was asked whether he apologised for his government failures not to do enough to deal with the anti-Semitism.
Prime Minister, order. As all members know, I can't direct any member to give a yes, no, or as the answer you would like. The Prime Minister is being directly relevant, giving information to the House about the exact topic he was asked about. The Prime Minister has the call.
Let me be very clear, Mr Speaker. All governments should have done better. That is my point. The idea that anti-Semitism began 2 years ago with the change of government is false, and it's declared to be false by the comments of those opposite in senior positions. Despite the surge in anti-Semitism on their watch, did the Morrison government appoint a special envoy to combat anti-Semitism? No. Did they establish a joint operation bringing together the AFP and ASIO to combat acts of anti-Semitism? No. Did they introduce Australia's first ever hate speech laws? No. Did they legislate a crackdown on preachers and leaders who promote violence? No.
That's right.
We also enacted a landmark ban on the Nazi salute and hate symbols. We criminalised doxing, something that those opposite voted against. We've appointed Australia's first national student ombudsman. We've created and launched a national hate crimes and incidents database. We've imposed counter-terrorism financing sanctions on the white supremacist terrorist network Telegram. We expelled the Iranian ambassador for their interference in Australia. We directed the E-Safety Commissioner to tackle the proliferation of hateful online content. And we have now established a Royal Commission on Anti-Semitism and Social Cohesion.
Order. Give a call to the honourable member for McNamara.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Deputy Prime Minister. What is the Australian government's response to combating anti-Semitism, and why is a bipartisan approach important?
The call to the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister for Defence.
Well, I thank the member for his question. Back in May of 2024, I visited Mount Scopus College, a Jewish school in Melbourne, with the member for McNamara, who is indeed an honoured old boy. And we attended there because the day before there'd been a horrible anti-Semitic slogan spray-painted on the school's wall. It was a clarifying experience for me. It's obviously terrible that kids have to look at that hate directed at who they are, but actually life at the school was an eye-opener. Security there is not unlike security here, but whereas we are adults who have made the choice to be in public life, these are kids who have no choice. And the idea that children are receiving their education, that they are learning to experience the world behind large walls protecting them from the world is just so sad. And that's not a reflection on the kids. That is, of course, a reflection on the world that is outside. That is a reflection on Australia today. Anti-Semitism has been around for a while, and in truth, that kind of security on Jewish community facilities has been there for many years. But anti-Semitism has become much worse since October 7, 2023, and the way in which life for Jewish Australians has been compromised is profound. It is not okay that Jewish students at universities feel uncomfortable wearing the kippah. It is not okay that Jewish artists have effectively been cancelled. Now, we understand that there is much more to do, but our government has acted against anti-Semitism. We have made more criminal more forms of hate speech. We have appointed an envoy to combat anti-Semitism, and we've now committed to implementing her report in full. And we would have liked to have done more in that regard this week, but we are grateful for whatever we can do this week amongst all of us, because it takes all of us, which is a point that is well made by the American Jewish Committee in its call to action against anti-Semitism, where it says, when considered only through a partisan lens, anti-Semitism is not being countered but instrumentalised. Anti-Semitism must not be a partisan issue used as a wedge within the Jewish community. Especially in advance of elections, we encourage candidates and elected officials to be mindful of politicisation and reach across party lines to address anti-Semitism. These are wise words. We are only going to rid the scourge of anti-Semitism in this country if we all rise above our parties and do it together.
Order. The member for Fisher is just going to cease interjecting because I'd like to hear from the member for Wentworth with her question.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Radical extremism, Islamist and other forms is a threat to Jewish Australians and all Australians, as we saw so devastatingly in Bondi on December 14. We have had de-radicalisation programs in place for many years, but extremism is still taking root. How does the government measure the current effectiveness of these de-radicalisation programs, and how effective are these programs at all? You know, we do have the Richardson Review and part of the Royal Commission coming up, but is the government planning to take any other actions in terms of de-radicalisation in particular before then? Thank you.
The call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Wentworth for her question, and I praise her unreservedly for her role as a local member in what has been a devastating time for her local community. And not just the Jewish community, but of course Bondi is such an iconic place, and the local member has shown extraordinary leadership and capacity in my view, and I thank her for that. I will ask the Minister to supplement, but I would say that radical Islamic extremism is a major problem. We know that that is the case. We know that hate preachers can cause a real problem in distorting Islam and creating a circumstance where people are full of hate. And we saw an expression of hate motivated by ISIS, an ideology that isn't about any state, is about an Islamic caliphate around the world. Often this is difficult, as the examples come from what is a father and son. It's much more difficult to detect, as the ASIO Director General has reported. A big threat is sole actors, an individual actor. In this case, the father and son discussing these things over the dinner table or in private quarters, not engaging in electronic measures, communication that can be detected, means it is much more difficult. But the government has a range of programs. That is certainly something as well that the Richardson Review will look at, and I'll ask the Minister to supplement.
The Leader of the House.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and thanks, Prime Minister. The counter-terrorism and violent extremism strategy was released again last year, where we renewed the different programs that we run. They're important programs, and there is regular measuring of them. The challenge that we have is terrorism itself is changing as well. If I give simply these statistics, as at January, as at a couple of days ago, we've had, since 2014, 189 people charged as a result of counter-terrorism operations. Right now we have 35 people who are currently before the courts. 18 of the 35 are children. And so what we used to have to monitor in terms of organised cells of people often in their 20s and 30s is very different now. And in terms of the ideology, we are getting mixed ideologies. We're getting seriously mixed ideologies. So you'll have someone, for example, whose ideology will be a mixture of Nazism, of the sort of radicalisation that you've just described, and environmentalism. And this will all be mixed up where the only common theme is violence. That does mean for our agencies the threat now is more complex. People are radicalising younger and faster and predominantly online.
We call to the honourable member for Macarthur.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Attorney-General. What is the Albanese government doing to strengthen our laws to combat anti-Semitism, hate and extremism after the Bondi terror attack?
Call to the Attorney-General.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. On the 14th of December 2025, the deadliest terrorist attack on Australian soil occurred at Bondi Beach. The terrorists had hate in their hearts and guns in their hands. Mr Speaker, let me be clear. Anti-Semitic, hateful and extremist conduct is unwelcome, unacceptable and has no place in Australia. Just 4 days after this abhorrent attack, the government announced a package of legislative reforms to target those who spread hate, division and radicalisation. The government moved with urgency and care, consulting with experts and stakeholders, most importantly, the Jewish community, to prepare legislation that deals with both cracking down on hate speech and taking sensible action on firearms. I thank my parliamentary colleagues for their engagement on this legislation. I also acknowledge the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security for its scrutiny of the exposure draft that led to this bill. These new laws being debated in the Parliament today specifically target those who seek to spread hatred, including those who seek to disrupt social cohesion in our community, and so critically, those who seek to radicalise our youth. As the Minister said previously, it is a shocking fact that since 2001, around 120 people have been convicted of terrorism offences, and of that cohort, 10 were children. However, today, of the 35 people before our courts, around half of them are minors. This unprecedented radicalisation of our youth must stop. We will not allow extremists to groom and brainwash our children into radicalisation, hate and terrorism. These new laws also create a regime for listing organisations whose leaders engage in hate speech or promote violence or racial hatred. The laws also amend the Migration Act to introduce new grounds, enabling the Minister to refuse and cancel visas on the basis of hate-motivated conduct and offences relating to the spread of hatred and extremism. Organisations that proffer these hateful ideologies must be outlawed, and their composite members must be held accountable. Indeed, Mr Speaker, some of the cowards who spread hate as part of one such group announced they would be disbanding in anticipation of the effectiveness of these laws. The events of the 14th of December were horrific and must never happen again, and these new laws send a clear message that this conduct will not be tolerated in Australia.
Call to the honourable member for Barara.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question's to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, New South Wales Labor Premier Chris Minns has said sorry to the Jewish community for his handling of the anti-Semitism crisis that led to the murder of 15 people at Bondi. The Jewish community wants to hear their Prime Minister say sorry. For the third time, why won't you say sorry too?
Order. Call to the Prime Minister.
I repeat that I'm sorry that this occurred, and it occurred on my watch as Prime Minister, something I have said consistently, privately, publicly, said in my first answer as well.
Order. Members on my left.
But what I won't do,
Order. The Leader of the Opposition, I am asking all members, I'm pleading with all members to show restraint and respect for people in the gallery. The hundreds of thousands of people are watching this. Our words really matter. I'm asking all of the Parliament to come together so that we can hear the Prime Minister.
Let me just say this. When Port Arthur happened, the Parliament came together. No one saw that as a political opportunity. When... Because Kim Beazley gave every support, as the Leader of the Opposition indicated to me on the Sunday evening of 14th of December, every support would be given to the government.
Order.
When the Link Cafe siege happened, not a single dollar went to any of those victims from the Commonwealth Government. We provided, though, every support to what was then the Abbott government at that time. When the Bali bombings occurred, people didn't see that as an opportunity for politics. People saw that as the need for the national interest to be put first. I am devastated, as all Australians are, at what has occurred. The fact that I'm Prime Minister while it has occurred, I've acknowledged repeatedly. That is a source of sadness, and I'm sad that every government has not done better on anti-Semitism, including mine. What I won't say, though, is that anti-Semitism began when my government was elected, because that is just absurd. What I won't do, what October 7 did happen, and there hasn't yet been an independent review of those events of October 7, but in Israel, because they have been getting on with the response. We responded when October 7 happened.
Order.
We came together in this Parliament and passed a resolution unanimously at that time.
Order. Members on my left.
I'll tell you what I won't do. I won't let the terrorists off the hook by pretending that the atrocity that they committed was not the result of their choices and their actions. This was not a random event. This was an anti-Semitic terrorist attack inspired by ISIS, conducted by a father and son, perpetrated in the name of a perverted, murderous version, as they saw it, of Islam. They bought the guns, they fired them into the crowd. They killed 15 innocent people and wounded dozens more. And the idea that they are not responsible for those actions is something that I certainly will not do.
Order. When the House comes to order, we'll hear from the member for Werriwa.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Home Affairs. Why is the passage of the Albanese government's gun reform so important for Australians? What would it have meant to the Bondi terror attack, and what opposition has there been?
Call to the Leader of the House and the Minister for Home Affairs.
Thanks very much, Speaker, and I thank the member for Werriwa for the question. In responding to the anti-Semitic terror attack, we need to deal with the motivation and we need to deal with the method. We are dealing with two people there who had horrific anti-Semitic bigotry in their minds and in their hearts, and they had weapons they should not have had as those individuals. I don't think anyone argues that those individuals should have been able to have weapons, and we need to be able to respond to the method that they used as well. The vast majority of gun licence holders in Australia take their licences seriously and are responsible individuals. And I say to those people, these changes are not targeted at you. There are claims that have been made by some of those opposite which are simply not true. Our laws will not be a blanket ban on firearms. Our laws will not stop Australian athletes from competing or accessing the equipment they need. Our laws will not stop pest controllers or sporting shooters, those with a genuine need. Our laws will not stop farmers and primary producers from performing their daily tasks. But the question that is right to ask is what the reforms will do when you reduce the number of guns in the community, when you strengthen the National Firearms Agreement, when you strengthen background checks, when you improve intelligence sharing, and when you restrict licences as far as practical to Australian citizens. And the critical question that came to a head in a vote today where those opposite did not distinguish, they did not seek to amend, they opposed the lot in the way they voted on the gun laws today, is what would these laws have meant for those two men?
Order.
Because there's been a lot of discussion, and we heard the New South Wales debate, should there be 6, should recreational shooters be able to have 6 firearms, should it be 4, should it be 5? How many would those individuals, those two people, how many firearms would they be permitted to have under the laws today that the government supported and the opposition opposed? And the answer is 0. Under those laws, those two people would have been able to access 0 firearms. What are the reasons? Citizens would be only citizens would be able to get a licence. The firearm licence holder was not an Australian citizen. The firearms that they were using would not have been available to them. The son, who didn't have a firearms licence in any event, had he sought one or had the father sought one, Auscheck and the intelligence information that we had would have been cross-checked before a licence could be issued. All of these things result in one very simple question. Do you believe those two people should have been allowed to have those guns? And every member on this side today voted to say no, they should not.
Call to the Leader of the Opposition. The Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Shana Gutnick, whose father was tragically killed during Australia's deadliest ever terror attack in Bondi, publicly wrote, and I quote, "Australia did not fail quietly. It failed loudly, repeatedly, and with full knowledge. Its government watched hatred grow and chose to do nothing. They minimised it, they excused it, they dismissed Jewish warnings as noise." Prime Minister, these are not my words. These are the words of the victims' families. Can the Prime Minister finally humble himself and just say sorry?
Order. Order. Member for Fisher. Prime Minister has the call.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I met with Shana yesterday. I spoke with her last week. I spoke with her community leaders. She's from a PARD community in Melbourne on a regular basis as well. Rabbi Moshe Khan, who's a good friend of the member for McNamara. I met her husband. It was a very warm meeting. It was a very warm and generous meeting. And can I say this? The contrast between some of the rhetoric that those opposite have engaged in and the warmth and generosity of this grieving community has been quite extraordinary. I have been into homes, into synagogues, had meetings, had engagements with small groups, one-on-one, with groups of up to 30. First meeting I was in homes on December 16 for the first time. Since then, I must say a number of people I regard now have become friends because of the extent of the engagement. I visited people in hospital. I have engaged with people in every forum, and there is no one who has asked to speak to me who has not had a meeting. And at the same time, what we have had is loud shouting. We had shouting that the Parliament had to be resumed before Christmas, but then when we resumed it, we were resuming it too soon. We had shouting that we had to introduce legislation based upon the anti-Semitism envoy's report, but when we introduced it, they opposed it.
Order.
They opposed it.
The Prime Minister will pause. Order. Leader of the Opposition on the point of order.
On relevance, Mr Speaker, my question was very pointed. Can the Prime Minister finally humble himself and just say sorry for failing to act?
Order. Resume yourself. Prime Minister spoke directly about the person that you asked him about. He couldn't be more directly relevant when he described what had happened. That I can't make him do what you wanted the answer, but I can ensure that he is being directly relevant, and he has been completely directly relevant to the question he was asked.
Speaker. You don't have to bang lecterns to show you're concerned. What you have to do is to show respect and engage in an orderly, respectful way. We have responded in that way in the meetings with the Jewish community. We didn't wait. We have appointed the special envoy to combat anti-Semitism. Within days, we began the legislation. We'd already appointed, of course, the National Student Ombudsman. We have appointed David Gonski to look through the education schemes. We've gone through. Professor Craven has been appointed to do the report card as well. We've been going through the envoy's report one by one, and a key element of it was vilification, and they opposed it and they wouldn't support it. And that's why them together with the Greens were there. At the same time, those opposite, the gap between what they've called for and what has occurred is remarkable. They said they had a package of legislation on January 5. Where is it? Where is it? No one has seen it.
Order.
No one has
the Prime
seen
Minister's time has concluded. Order. The Minister for Infrastructure will cease interjecting. The Leader of the Opposition. Order. When the House comes to order, we'll hear from the member for Barton.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Attorney-General. How is the government addressing anti-Semitism and social cohesion after the Bondi terror attack? What role will the Royal Commission play?
Give the call to the Attorney-General.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. There is no place for hate, violence and terrorism in our nation. In the wake of the abhorrent events on the 14th of December, our response as a nation needs to be above politics. It is about the right outcome for our national unity and our national security. Australia needs to heal, to learn, to come together in a spirit of collective strength and to go forward knowing that light will always prevail over darkness. As the Prime Minister said, the government has engaged with members of the community, particularly Jewish Australians, and we have listened. In addition to the legislation outlined in my previous response, the government has established a Royal Commission on Anti-Semitism and Social Cohesion, led by the Honourable Virginia Bell AC. Ms Bell is an eminent and highly capable former Justice of the High Court of Australia. She also served with distinction on the Supreme Court and the New South Wales Court of Appeal. Ms Bell has the deep experience to conduct her inquiry in such a way that meaningfully examines the impact of anti-Semitism on the daily life of Jewish Australians and works to promote social cohesion. She was an exceptional judge, and I have complete confidence that she will discharge her role as Commissioner with the same fairness and impartiality that she brought to the bench. Her appointment has received wide support, including from the Executive Council of Australian Jewry, where its President Daniel Aguillon said, "I would say that Commissioner Bell is a retired High Court judge with excellent credentials, and we endorse her appointment." I am pleased to update the House that the Commissioner has now formally commenced her role and is wasting no time in operationalising the Royal Commission. The Royal Commission will be an important opportunity for Australians, particularly Jewish Australians, to have their voices heard and to speak to their experiences. It is also important to note that the Royal Commission must be conducted in such a way that it does not prejudice any future criminal proceedings. The letters patent were very clear on this, and Ms Bell, as Commissioner, is well placed to navigate this task due to her extensive experience in criminal law. The government has asked Commissioner Bell to deliver an interim report to government by the 30th of April and a final report by 14 December. We all want a safer, more unified Australia, and this Royal Commission will be one part of that process.
Call to the Honourable Member for Barara.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, if a Commonwealth Royal Commission is such a good idea, why did you spend 25 days arguing against it?
Order. Give the call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Barrow for his question. We spent the immediate aftermath, as I have said, of the attack on December 14, making assessments based upon how do we ensure that this isn't part of a cell, part of, given ISIS's recognition that were identified very early on by these perpetrators, that we wanted to make sure we put in place the measures that kept people safe. That was the first priority, as you would expect. And we worked on the Sunday night. The National Security Committee met. On the Monday morning, very early, we met as well with New South Wales Police in Sydney, and we continued to meet on a daily basis. We established that we needed to have the Richardson Review, which would look into the operations of the AFP, ASIO, ASIS, the security agencies, but also in the way that they interacted with state agencies as well. And we chose Mr Richardson as the person who is probably Australia's preeminent expert on foreign, international and defence and security issues. We at the same time were then convening a process and announced what the principles would be in the legislation that we would bring before this Parliament that was passed.
Order. The member for Fisher, no one else is interjecting like this. You're going to cease interjecting for the remainder of question time or you won't be here. It's not appropriate. No one else is behaving like this. I'm asking you to show restraint. Member Barrow on a point of order.
Mr Speaker, on relevance, my question was not about what were the other matters the Prime Minister was doing, but why did he argue against...
Resume your seat. You specifically said about the timeline, and you gave a number of days, and the Prime Minister is going through, from what I can hear, day by day, as to the reasons you asked him about. So unless he's straying off, I'll make sure he's being directly relevant, but he is answering the question and giving reasons and argument.
The member would be aware also that the New South Wales Government announced that they would have a Royal Commission, and we responded by at the same time as we announced the Richardson Review, said there would be full Commonwealth cooperation, including access to all personnel, all records and everything, which would have made it effectively a Commonwealth Royal Commission as well. We announced that and said that very publicly. We then, of course, worked with the community on what a Royal Commission might look like, because we wanted to make sure that we got it right. There are risks with the Royal Commission given that a criminal case will be taking place at the same time, and we need to make sure that was covered. We need to make sure as well that we got the Royal Commissioner right, and in choosing Virginia Bell, I believe we did get it right. We also needed to consult with the Jewish community, and we sat down and went through line by line, days before the Royal Commission was announced, to make sure that that occurred. The character assassination that took place in some sections of the media and was briefed out by some people associated with that side of politics in Virginia Bell shows the problem that would have occurred had we not announced not just a Royal Commission, but who the Commissioner was, what the terms of reference was, and have the support of the community for those terms of reference. I thank ECAS for making sure that that occurred. They engaged respectfully. There was one meeting that went for over 4 hours.
Order. Order. The member for Wannon, I'm asking you to show similar restraint and not to interject for the remainder of question time.
We engaged respectfully. The people who were critical of Virginia Bell did it on social media and publicly as well, very openly, and you know who they were.
Call to the honourable member for McNamara.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Home Affairs. How is the Australian Federal Police working to crack down on anti-Semitic crimes, and what progress has there been?
Call to the Minister for Home Affairs and the Leader of the House.
I thank the member for McNamara for the question, and the answer goes quite specifically to issues around the arson attack against the Adass Israel synagogue in his electorate. In October, Australian Federal Police Commissioner Chrissy Barrett announced who the Australian Federal Police's #1 priority was. She has not given him a name, nor have I, but his name has appeared in the media. An alleged offshore offender who Australia had rightly deported, who posed a national security threat to our country. Referred to as person #1, he was living offshore. Having been deported, he thought he was out of reach. But he was not out of reach. It is now locked up in Iraq. The person has come up in investigations respect to the illicit tobacco trade, violent and dangerous crimes, other crimes in Australia, and came up in the investigation with suspected links to the firebombing of the Adass Israel synagogue. After announcing him as person #1 of the priority for the Australian Federal Police, the AFP worked with a number of agencies about the offender. The Commissioner had one-on-one conversations with law enforcement and principals about the alleged offender, and late last year, the Australian Federal Police provided information to law enforcement officials around the world, specifically in Iraq, about this alleged offender. Australian Federal Police is using all its capability, partnerships and networks to help ensure this person faces the justice system. The person was announced as the AFP's #1 priority in October and was locked up in Iraq by January. Iraqi officials made an independent decision following their investigations after they'd received information from Australia to arrest the alleged offender after launching their own criminal investigation. He thought he was out of reach, and he was not. He's now in custody in Iraq. I've been repeatedly asked, does Australia have an intention to extradite him, to make him face the full face of the law here in Australia? I'll be frank, he was deported because we don't want him here. We want him locked up, and if the outcome is he is out of Australia and behind bars, I view that as the best outcome we could have.
Give the call to the member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Aged Care. In 2022, there were 60 older South Australians stuck in Adelaide hospitals waiting for residential aged care. As of yesterday, there were 370 stranded, more than a 515% increase. State health ministers are frustrated, so are older South Australians. When will the government act, take responsibility for elderly people in hospitals that need to be in aged care?
Give the call to the Minister for Health and Ageing, representing the Minister for Aged Care.
Thank you. I thank the member for her question, her deep interest in aged care issues in particular, and her engagement with me and with other aged care ministers over the course of this time in government. As you know, there's been quite a deep public discussion about the issue of longer stay older patients in public hospitals across the country, perhaps with the exception of Victoria, where there's a pretty strong state-run nursing home system that takes a lot of those patients more directly. But there's no question the increase in longer stay older patients across the rest of the country is quite significant, and frankly tracks the increase we are seeing in the number of very old Australians as a result of the ageing of the baby boomer population. This is increasing demand for residential aged care, and it is increasing pressure, by extension, on our hospital system. From the first time of the first term of the Albanese government, we have undertaken arrangements with different state governments to fund programs to divert older Australians from hospitals in the first place. They include, in South Australia, geriatric outreach teams that go out to aged care facilities to try to prevent admission in the first place. Those are working very, very well. They're the subject of Commonwealth funding. We're also trying to ensure, as far as possible, that people are able to leave a hospital if they are medically able to do so. That ultimately, in some cases, depends on there being a residential aged care bed available to them, and we know there is a shortage of residential aged care beds right across the system. That is why we put so much energy, particularly under the former Minister for Aged Care, in designing a new aged care system that would stimulate new investment that had fallen off a cliff, frankly, over the period leading into and certainly during the COVID pandemic. Now, we are still engaged with state governments about that. It is a significant part of the negotiations that remain underway between the Commonwealth and all state and territory governments for a new 5-year hospital funding agreement. quite explicitly, a part of that negotiation has been to continue and maybe extend and expand arrangements, including Commonwealth funding for longer stay older patients, as I said, both to try to avoid them having to go to hospital in the first place, and if they do end up in hospital, a smooth transition out of hospital into an alternative place, whether that's at home with a home care package or into a residential aged care facility. Those negotiations are ongoing. We hope to strike a deal, particularly before the South Australian government goes into caretaker. If we're not able to do that, we start to get right up against the end of this financial year, given we only have a one-year agreement so far, and this will be a big part of those negotiations going forward.
The call to the member for Bendigo.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Emergency Management. How is the Albanese Labor government supporting communities in my state of Victoria and in Queensland that have been affected by recent natural disasters?
The call to the Minister for Emergency Management, the Minister for Regional Development, Local Government and Territories.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Bendigo for her question. And I've been with her and her electorate the last couple of weeks visiting the fireground and speaking with impacted community members about their experiences. And I want to thank you for your work in supporting the community in the aftermath and what will be a long recovery to come. Mr Speaker, the last few weeks have brought severe weather to large parts of our countries. The bushfires in Victoria have been absolutely heartbreaking for many, and our thoughts are with those that have been impacted by those severe fires, including the family and friends of the man who died in the Longwood bushfire. Whilst assessments are continuing, we currently have 1,300 structures, including 400 homes, that have been damaged or destroyed, and stock losses of up to 20,000. The National Aerial Firefighting Fleet has been active across Victoria and other parts of the country as well. And so far we have committed more than $77 million under our joint Commonwealth State disaster recovery funding arrangements, including $75,000 to primary producers, as well as a range of concessional loans, personal hardship payments and a range of other grants. The Australian Government Disaster Recovery Payment has been made available in 47 locations across Victoria to support those people most impacted. And the Disaster Recovery Allowance, which is up to 13 weeks of income support, is available now in 18 local government areas, as well as the Lake Mountain Alpine Resort to assist those who have lost income. It was a real privilege to meet with emergency service personnel, along with the Prime Minister, many of them volunteers who have been battling bushfires and putting themselves in harm's way to support others. And I know I speak for all Australians when I say we cannot thank you enough. Mr Speaker, as devastating as fires are, we know that floods are also impacting our country too. In December, we saw monsoonal rain across North and Northwest Queensland. One man lost his life in floodwaters, and our thoughts are with his family and friends too. Whilst it's too early to determine the full scale of the flooding disaster, it's already clear that losses are going to be significant, with reports stock losses could exceed 50,000. To date, more than $66 million of support has been activated through our disaster recovery funding arrangements. And I travelled to some of the worst impacted areas with the Prime Minister and the Treasurer in early January, where we announced emergency fodder drops, primary producer grants and $11.5 million for critical repairs to the Cloncurry Airport. In Julia Creek, I met grazier Jake Webster, who was helping coordinate fodder drops, not only for his own property but for those of his neighbours as well. And talking to locals on the ground in Julia Creek, in Cloncurry, in Clermont and Richmond, it was clear that whilst these are resilient communities who look out for each other, they need our support too. So I'm proud that we've been able to do that through our disaster recovery funding arrangements activated in 13 local government areas and our disaster recovery allowance activated in 11 local government areas. We will continue to work closely with the Queensland and the Victorian Government on any further assistance that may be required, and our communities will stand behind those that need their support the most.
Call to the Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister told Australians that national security experts advised against a Commonwealth Royal Commission. In establishing the Royal Commission, has the Prime Minister defied national security advice, or was he just making stuff up?
Order. Order. Members on my right. Order. The Prime Minister.
Mr Speaker. The Leader of the Opposition said on the 23rd of December, "I'll continue to call for Parliament to be recalled. It's the comprehensive package that we put forward." When on 27th of December, every single day the Coalition stands ready to go into Parliament and to move our own legislation. On the 30th of December, we have proposed a comprehensive package of laws that we should be debating in the Parliament right now.
Order. Members on my right, the Prime Minister will pause. The Leader of the Opposition...
Question on national security really does him no good whatsoever, and I draw your attention and the Prime Minister's attention back to the question about national security advice and the Prime Minister's citing of that advice for not calling a Commonwealth.
The Prime Minister just needs to make sure his answer's being directly relevant.
Absolutely.
He wasn't asked about alternative policies. He was asked about making stuff up.
I was asked about making things up, Mr.
regarding
Speaker,
comments he made.
And I've already said that what we did in the immediate aftermath of the 14th of December attack wasn't to say through when the NSC met, that I can't talk about obviously, but it wasn't in any forum where I was, OK, why don't we set up a committee? What it was how do we act? How do we keep people safe? What do we need to do immediately? That was the priority. But the Leader of the Opposition, during all of that time, which we've seen again today, where in spite of the fact they voted for some of the legislation, voted against the areas of national security, I tell you what, see if you can find a national security expert that doesn't support the gun laws that went through this Parliament with the support of this side but not that side. Because one of the problems we've had, Mr Speaker, throughout this is the gap between the rhetoric of those opposite and what they've actually done. They said they had legislation and they didn't.
Order. There's only been one point of order taken.
Yes, and my point of order goes to the order of the House.
Order. Resume your seat. Resume your seat. Resume your seat. Order. Prime Minister was talking about national security advice. I'm going to make sure he returns to that part of the question that he was asked about.
And in the way that this government functions, which is orderly, which is getting things right, which is seeking advice, including of the leaders of the Jewish community, is the process that we put in place. Whether it be the process of the legislation, which they called for and then voted against, vilification, where in all of the negotiations, every single measure put forward by those opposite hasn't been how do we strengthen the legislation, it's been, oh, we've got an internal problem, can we weaken it a little bit here and there? That's been the process, to be very clear, Mr Speaker, of the legislation that will pass the Parliament, because we don't have the numbers in the Senate and we had to deal with either coalition or Green support in the Senate, which we have managed to do. But the hypocrisy, Mr Speaker, called for the Parliament to be resumed, then said it was too soon, called for vilification laws in the Siegel report, then opposed it, called for all of these measures to go forward, including on security and guns, and then voted against it. What we have done is work with the community in a collaborative way, get things done through this Parliament, in spite of, not because of, those opposite.
Order. Give a call to the honourable member for Menzies.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Deputy Prime Minister. How has the Australian government expressed our support for the Iranian people and taken action against the Iranian regime?
Give a call to the Deputy Prime Minister and the Minister for Defence.
Well, I thank the member for his question and acknowledge his advocacy on behalf of the Iranian community in Australia. The The Australian government and the Australian people stand in solidarity with the brave people of Iran who are demonstrating for their basic human rights against an oppressive regime. And there is absolutely no legitimacy in the Iranian government killing thousands of its own citizens in order for the regime to maintain power. Indeed, this is an outrage, and we condemn it in the strongest possible terms. The Iranian people have been having their voice heard for many years now, particularly Iranian women. And our government has taken strong action against Iran. We have more than 200 sanctions in place against individuals and entities, including those within the regime and members of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. We're at the forefront of seeing Iran removed from a UN committee which was focused on discrimination against women. And because of Iranian interference in our own country, we have expelled the Iranian ambassador from Iran. Now, we will continue to work with the international community to put pressure on the Iranian regime in respect of its treatment of its own people and the way in which it engages with the world. That said, there is a significant Iranian community in Australia, and there are Australians who are in Iran. Since 2020, it has been the advice of the Australian government not to travel to Iran. For those Australians who are in Iran right now, our advice is that if it is safe to do so, leave, and leave quickly. This is a volatile situation and it can change very quickly. Our embassy in Iran suspended its operations back in August of last year, so there is little, if any, consular assistance which can be provided right now to Australians who are within Iran, which makes it very important for people to monitor Safe Traveller and keep abreast of its updates, which we will endeavour to put up as soon as possible, as well as availing themselves of the 24-hour emergency consular phone line on +612 6261 3305. For far too long, Iran has been a malevolent influence in the Middle East and around the world. We look with awe at those Iranians right now who are risking their lives to protest against the Iranian government, and today our nation salutes the people of Iran as they bear the torch of freedom.
On indulgence, the member for Barra has indicated he'd like just to associate with the government's remarks, the minister's remarks.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. On indulgence, can I associate the coalition with the remarks of the Deputy Prime Minister? The Iranian regime is a criminal regime that commits human rights abuses against its own people, as we've been seeing, and they export terror and violence abroad, as we have suffered in our own country. And we stand shoulder to shoulder with the government in the condemnation of the Iranian regime, in the support for those people seeking to change the regime, and with the Persian community in this country.
That's Mr Speaker. Are further questions be placed on the notice paper?
The chair will be resumed at the ringing of the bells 8 a.m. tomorrow.